Yes, hello. Good afternoon, good morning. It's my hope that you are doing well. Uh, well, quite a time, quite a moment. Yeah, kuingia kwa kituo sasa so that we we can be able to discuss mambo yetu ya taifa na na yale mambo ambayo tunaona katika issues. There is a lot to discuss today. Emurua Digil is becoming hot. Kipuriri so na expect sana. I need you to come and explain to me the green bag movement, what it means. So Emurua Digil becoming hot as usual. Emurua Digil, that one is becoming hot. I think Kipuriri, you need to help us understand the is it young or women movement in Kipsigis land. Those are things which I want us now to start focusing on. Women movement. Sababu wa mama Emurua Digil manze. I think that one should be the starting point tonight. Let me see if na pia nataka pia tuongee story ya huyo pastor ambaye ni kama aliuawa juzi, but hii mambo ya Emurua Digil I think Emurua Digil is turning to be one of the hotspot which is defining 2027 drama. Yeah, political drama, because you know politics is a drama for those who do not understand. And if politics is not having a drama, it's not serious. So you expect politics to have drama and at the same time has to be interesting. You are not supposed to be getting fatigued as you are following politics. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe let me begin by giving a thank you as well to a friend of mine who did this work to me. I have a good friend of mine who did this. So there is a guy there is a person tunafanya naye mambo, and he has decided to do for me this headset. It's a serious one. Inatumia USB hapa, iko na kitu ingine hapa. So it's a serious headset. So it's a good friend of mine who aliingia Amazon na akainunua na ikanifikia hapa. We do some things and then he said, Njiro, let me do this one for you. So I appreciate the person runs an NGO and he decided to do that. So nikasema ni sawa. So I appreciate for that. So the person runs an NGO of doing yeah, maybe people might be interested. Yeah, the NGO is called this way. The NGO is called Inspire Her STEM. So Inspire Her STEM. Yeah, so it's a STEM program where no, she runs a program where she is motivating young girls to do STEM programs in America. Yeah, so I had been invited there to do some speeches the last weekend, and also this Saturday I will also be doing some speeches somewhere in that program. Yeah, yeye ndiye alifanya hii maneno, so I might decide to stream it for you because I'm seeing them doing very good things, motivating young kids in the age of 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years to 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 love modeling and yeah, to love modeling. So yeah, to love modeling. So sio ile modeling ya katika to love engineering modeling, to love modeling these things which are, I think I might stream on Saturday. There is a very big event. I might stream for you if you might want. So nitaongea naye because I will be doing something serious there for them. So mukitaka, and you, so that you can see how people are doing on the other side of the world, how they are trying to motivate young kids to love engineering. So it's something which I might be interested to stream for you guys. So I see it being cool. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, so that's a Fred who decided to buy this one. So aliniuliza sasa wewe, there's an NGO we run, so hatulipi watu lakini we can buy presents for people. Unataka nini? Nikakuta hapa kuna mtu aliniambia bwana we Njiro bwana, tafuta microphone mzuri ya hiyo studio yako. Sasa nikasema sasa siku imefika, ndio hii. Haya, nikamwambia sasa I need serious headsets, and she did this headsets, ziko na USB connection hapa. Unajua, I'm trying to recognize, yeah, is what that person did. So ziko na USB headset hapa, so it's a nice NGO. So yeah, so wacha sasa so that is enough of it. So the NGO is called Pay Insp. So I didn't know, like when you start motivating kids, you can start motivating kids as early as 4 years, yeah, to start loving engineering, or these courses which have a lot of imagination. So mnaenda huko, kama ni mtoto wa miaka 4, kuna tu vitu kidogo mnafanya to help them start loving what engineering does. So I was in one of the meeting whereby, can you imagine mtoto wa miaka 4, you are being told to explain to them the difference between 1-dimensional, 2-dimensional, and 3-dimensional stuff, and they are getting it. I think at times we might think like kids are very small, kuna vitu hatuhitaji kuwaambia, but I found myself in that level whereby mtoto wa miaka 4, I think mtoto wa miaka 4 ni mtoto wa nursery, ati muambie 3-dimensional ni nini, and they are getting it. Hii mambo bwana, mimi bwana, nikiwa na miaka 4, hata ungeniambia maneno ya 3-dimensional ningekwambia kwenda huko. Kumbe I had already started seeing 3-dimension. Ni vile I was not told early. Nilikuanga natengeneza TV ya matope. Natengeneza TV ya matope vizuri. Kumbe hiyo ni 3-dimension already. I was already in 3-dimension space. Ni vile sijui. Ni vile kuna mtu wako niambia ni 3-dimension hapo. So nilikuwa natengeneza TV ya matope, nachukua tu vitu vingine tulikuwa tunaita mogoko. Mogoko ni ile vitu ile nyasi ya kichaka, unaitoa tumiti hivi, unakata, unaweka kamuti moja hivi na kamuti hivi, alafu kwa hii matope yako, hii kativi yako matope, unachora turaini vile inakaa. Yes, unaanzia sasa kusema huyu ni Billy Omana anaongea hapa, because when we were growing up, some of the most serious people in the media station Wabilio Mana, Jehu ni ungwana. I think he's late now. Jehu ni ungwana, Leonard Mambo Botera. So Jehu ni ungwana was still a very subtle program when I was growing up. So Jehu ni ungwana. So unatengeneza kativi yako ya matope hapo na unaandika hapo Jehu ni ungwana. Yeah, so that's a 3-dimension thing. You make a cup ya matope, 3-dimension. Yeah, so yeah, that's how stuffs used to be. So hata hawa watoto, even when we are mentoring them, those are the same thing. Unakuwa na kakitu kama unamwambia this is 3-dimension. You can see things in all the direction. Yeah, I didn't know like there's no like the current generation, there's no limitation of telling them and those are some of the people who already are having experience with these young kids. And you are hearing that, or what is happening is that there is nothing like ati huyu mtoto hajafikisha, because that one used to be done in our. I'm just trying to share these experiences because there's someone. Hiyo sio vitu ya kuambia mtoto saa hii. So in this generation hakuna historia ati huyo mtoto hajafikisha. Yeah, you have to look for ways, hata kama ni mtoto wa miaka 4, you have to look for ways to communicate that information and they get it. So that was the assignment which I was given to make 4-year-old kids understand what is 1-dimension, 2-dimension and 3-dimension. Na watoke katika hiyo ukumbi wameelewa hiyo. The first time the person who invited me nilimuuliza, hiyo si ni maneno ya university bwana? Sasa akaniambia, now you see it now in 4 years old. Yeah, and they got, and once they have done that, they were doing their stuff. No, wananiambia, no, Mr. Njiro, come and now see my 3-dimensional stuff here. Come and see my 2-dimensional stuff here. So yeah, oh wow, nikasema kumbe mtu anaweza jua vitu. So I just wanted to give that distinction. So I appreciate that program, Inspire Her STEM. Yeah, it's doing amazing things, especially in Black areas, in African areas. So yeah, Inspire Her. Maybe in the future neza muinvite hapa kuja tuambie maneno how the process. So yeah. Aya, good. So Emurua Dikil. Well, let's see this glorious praise, man. Who knew? Nani alijua haya? Ati ile pahali ambayo tulikuwa we were expecting people to be sycophants ya Ruto is a place where one of the greatest opposition is emerging from. We don't know what is going to happen next week because Ruto might want to really tight this place because hataki aibuye hapa. But I think Emurua Dikir have made a statement. And we might take it. Because you can imagine there are some votes which we are assured of. Much of the Ma votes in Emurua Dikir ni zetu. And then, I think with that warmth which Kipsigis people are feeling from the Ma people in the area, I think that's why now they have decided to do this collaboration. And then because things are not working, and there are some discussions, nilikuwa nikisikia watu wakisema huko sana, wakisema hata every time hata sisi tukua kwa serikali hakuna kitu tunafanyiwa. So kuna maana gani ya kukua kwa serikali? Kwa nasema hao hiyo ni Emurua Dikir ninaongea. Nitawekea mambo hapa I think Emurua Dikir might turn to be one of the most elastic place Kenyans will be standing in our election. Emurua Dikir is turning to be a serious place. For me, I'm somehow taking Emurua Dikir more serious than even Orokarao. Orokarao, people know what is needed, but Emurua Dikir is becoming this serious place where those people are really sharp. especially that green paper bags movement yesterday, it touched my nerves. I couldn't believe. Oh, wow. Hey, mbona hawa Zito wanapanga mambo aje? Let's begin there. I'm Ruadigil.
Hindi nguno awgutungoti asomsi asamecho nyaro komasi awgutungi asomju otoreta leye otoreta uraya beboga patiso itu uraya beboga boy matiso itu uraya beboga patiso lakte babanyo alori chibogi matiso lakte babanyo alori chibogi matiso uraya beboga matiso itu uraya beboga boy matiso itu uraya beboga matiso itu uraya beboga boy matiso itu
Looking to skyrocket your YouTube channel? Let Sprizzy boost you to the top. Using YouTube ads, Sprizzy targets views.
We better take Emurua serious. And I think Rigathi Gachagua, before he goes to, sababu nasikia uchaguzi ni ya either ni Friday. Yeah, I think it should be Friday or Saturday. I don't know. Let me see when it's for. Nilikuwa nimesikia. Somebody was telling me it was 14. 14 is Sunday to be. Anyway, I think Gachagua, before he goes to UK, he needs to land here. My advice. I had him on a phone call in UK, which I will be doing here shortly. He said that he will be in UK, that is the United Kingdom, Britain. He will be there on Saturday. I wish between today and Thursday, afike hapa. I think Emurua Digil people, the Kipsigis people, the Ma people in this place, they are ready to show Ruto the middle finger. These people, they just need support and moral support. I think these people have done all what it is needed to show that these people are with us. So that green paper movement, Jana, I think, I don't know if it was a first in Kenya, but I'm really interested to understand where that ingenuity came from. Yani, we don't need these blooded things. We can easily identify with the color of our party here, and tunavalia juala ya green kwa kichwa na story inaenda. I think Kipril, I need to understand that sense. It is beyond my imagination. Musimamo, can you react to that? Because hii maneno ya Emurua Dikir, it is becoming a sense. Ni kama hii ni shule tunapelekwa na Emurua Dikir. Kuna shule hapa, kuna shule hapa. Musimamo, uko tayari? Na sio ile ya ODM. Nile ya kukuwa tayari serious. Musimamo, uko tayari?
Kama kawa kama da.
Aya, sasa ebu kwanza kuziria hapo Emurua Dikir hapo, na sijui kama umeona hiyo maneno ya the green paper movement kwa kichwa.
The green what?
Musimamo, wacha kunienjoy bana. Unajua najaribu kuweka alafu sasa nawe sasa you want me to do more. Hiyo ni ile unachukulia haraka.
Jamangu ili alimpi jamaa, ili nampa mtu jasho, yani nampa jasho, alimpi baridi jasho.
Yeah, you know, somebody has been saying, hiyo pinzani bana ni hii watu ya mlima hapa bana. Wale watu watosheki. Somebody was saying watu watosheki hawa bwana. Hata wakipsigiza watosheki tena.
Unajua kaka, kwa muda mrefu tumekuwa viongozi, lakini huu chaguzi unaokuja huu ambao tunauelekea na this time around ni kupanga viongozi. So mwananchi anapata fursa pekee ya kuweza kumpanga kiongozi badala ya kupangwa yeye. So unakuta kwamba kwa kila wanavyo papasa, lakini ni kivumbi na jasho. Hapa si mlima, sasa ni Kenya imeongea. Alafu Kipskis wamenikosha moyo wangu, maana nikiangalia chaguzi ya juzi alafu na chaguzi ya jana, matumani yapo kaka, kwa kweli hakika matumani yako makubwa mno. Hii movement si mtazamo wangu kwamba sijui, acha nikuachie wewe kaka hapo. Siwe
leo naona bwana Kiprila ananiwekea juice bwana.
Na bado tupo hapa.
Okay, Musimamo, unanisikia? Can you hear me? Bwana Musimamo, unanipata? Because unajua kama unipati pia raia wanipata. Aya, sasa naona Kiprila ananiwekea juice hapa manze. Kiprila ananiwekea juice, ananiambia ati Ruto cannot say Rigi G ferried anyone from Nairobi. Hawa ni watu wetu bana. Najua bana Kiprila bana, mimi watu ya kutoka Kipsigis bana. Bana, they have really encouraged me, and I have started getting hope even in the whole connotation of the one-term movement. Sababu bana, kwanza wamama Kipsigis area bana, bana, sijui bana, bwana Musimamo bwana, sijui kama
ni vipi mjane.
Wewe umeona wamama hapa bana beje wanafanya mambo bana.
Yake licha ya kuondokewa majuzi, sasa sijui vipi hapa na hapo. Lakini mbona inakuwa ni siasa norm kwamba mtu anafiliwa mjane anachukuliwa inakuwaje tena?
Ya na sinasikia pia huyo mama alikuwa amejaribu kupelekwa huko ati kuingililia Gachagua. You know like walipeleka huyo mama wa the former bibi nini the wife to the slain legislature, alikuwa amepelekwa huko ili akasirishe watu ati Gachagua aliongea maneno ya kifo cha mwenda zake kama hata sisi wenyewe hatujajua. Sijui kama msimamo ulisikia hapo, huyo mama ati akisema hivyo ati Gachagua yeye anakimbia, tunamsikia kwa mtandao anaongea stori za mwenda zake na hata sisi wenyewe hatujui. Aya, hapo
sasa kosa lake lilikuwa lipi hapo? Na mimi pia nilikataa hapa, nilishangaza sana. Kosa lake lilikuwa lipi kama hiyo ndio geni ukawa?
Ngeno aliaga around saa 8 saa 9 na Gachagua aliongea 6. Unataka kuniambia within 3 hours familia iko imejulishwa kuna jambo limetokezea sio nzuri? Mimi nafikiria hii ni kitu walikuwa wameinginia huyu mama aende aseme pale ili raia waanzie kukasirika, kuanzie kusema hata huyu mtu I think ni kitu ilikuwa imekuwa calculated, lakini nafikiria imefeli vibaya sana kwa maoni yangu. Haya, msimamo endelea. Oh, msimamo, sijui kama unanisikia ama nimekupotea. So I wanted you to react on that. I don't know kama nilete huyo mama, wacha tu nimlete. Na walikuwa wamejaribu kujaza stadium pomoni. Let me bring our sweet talker Maisha TV. Ni watu wengine wanajituma vibaya sana, so na msimamo ni kama sikusikia, either ni mimi sauti yangu sio mzuri ama there is an issue on my end, which is okay. Aya, ndiye huyu bibi ya Ngeno, nataka musikie na muone mkono wa serikali hapa.
A painful political storm is now unfolding in Narok after the widow of late Emurua Dikire Mbi Joanna Ngeno publicly accused former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua of announcing her husband's death before the family had even been informed. Speaking emotionally before mourners and supporters during a political gathering, Naiyanoi Ntutu described the moment that changed her life forever. She says on the evening of February 28th, she was still at home waiting for a phone call confirming that her husband had landed safely after traveling by helicopter. But instead of hearing from authorities or close relatives, she says she came across a social media post allegedly shared by Rigathi Gachagua announcing the death of the MP.
Unajiuliza kwa nini nimewaita hapa leo? Nataka niwaambie ndio nikae chini. Maana nataka tuongee kama wamama. Wamama ndio wameshikilia hii constituency. Hii constituency yetu bado ni changa. Joanna alitujengea constituency. Na mnajua vile alishikilia wamama. Ndio maana nimesema wacha niitane na nyinyi leo tupangane. Na najua mnanielewa nyinyi wote ama mnataka mtu akutafsiri? Unaelewa? Haya. Nimewaita hapa leo kwa sababu naona ni kama tumepotea njia kidogo. Tumesambaratika kidogo. Lakini nataka leo nisimame hapa. Na nataka niwapatie hadithi kidogo na nyinyi wenyewe muamue. Mimi sina shida na ile chama nyingine. Hata sina shida na Vincent. Niko na shida na kiongozi wa hiyo chama. Na nataka niwaambie ni kwa nini. Ile siku February 28, ile siku Joanna alituacha. Ule mzee alisimama juu ya gari. Akasema ya kwamba kiongozi wetu mheshimiwa amekufa. Mimi nilikuwa nimeongea na Joanna dakika kidogo kabla hiyo announcement. Nilikuwa kwa nyumba nangojea bwana yangu arudi, nikaingia Facebook nikaona ile maneno ambayo amesema. Ninyi mnaona kama hiyo ni ungwana? Ule alikuwa kiongozi wetu miaka ngapi? Kiongozi anatangazwa hata familia yake haijui. Nilikuwa nyumbani na watoto, nikaona Facebook, nikatoa watoto nje kwanza, hata singelia, singepiga nduru, nilinyamaza. Nikaanza kumpigia Joanna simu na nikamkosa, nikapigia SportPesa. Unajua SportPesa? SportPesa hakushika simu, na hivyo ndio nilijua kuhusu kifo ya Joanna. Kwa hiyo niwaulize wamama, leo hii unataka kwenda kwa ile chama, unaenda kufanya nini huko? Alitukosea sisi wote, unaenda kufanya nini huko? Unanikosea na unanivunja roho. Ule mzee alitukosea heshima, hana roho, hakufikiria watoto wa Joanna, na yeye ni mzazi. Tofauti tu, watoto wangu ni wadogo, wake ni wakubwa. Ningesikia aje mimi? Kwa hivyo ninawaomba leo wamama tushikane. Ni uchungu, lakini najua mtanishikilia na najua mko nyuma yangu. Kwa hivyo ninasimama hapa kwa sababu mimi bado ni mama wa constituency mpaka 15. Ninawaomba tushikilie chama ambayo Joanna alituachia. Joanna alituacha tukiwa UDA. Yes. Kwa nini tusambaratike saa zile ameenda? Tunaenda wapi? Tunaenda wapi? Tunakaa kwa hii chama ambayo alituachia. Akitoka Mogondo siku ya mwisho aliwaambia nini? Amewaachia governor na amewaachia president. Tumekaa kidogo, miezi kidogo, mnasambaratika. Mnaenda wapi? Nataka mniahidi tutakaa na ile chama ambayo Joanna alituachia. Na sisi kama wamama ndio tutashikilia hii constituency. Hapa ni nyumbani, na nashinda nazidi kuambia hapa ni nyumbani, na muendelee kukuja na tupangane na tushikilie chama yetu, tushikilie president. Huko kwa ule mahali mnataka kulikuwa unajaribu kwenda, huyo mzee amewahi kuja hapa.
The helicopter crash in Chepkep, Nandi County reportedly happened at around 4 p.m. But according to accounts now emerging, Gachagua made the announcement publicly during a rally in Nakuru shortly after 6 p.m. Before the grieving family had officially received the devastating news. An emotional Ruto told the crowd the incident deeply wounded her and turned a private tragedy into public shock and speculation.
Tumepata habari ya kwamba mjumbe wa MKIL pale Kipsigis Johanna Ngeno ameaga dunia kwa ajali ya helikopta. Sisi tunataka kuuliza uchunguzi kamili, kwa sababu tunajua huyo kiongozi amekuwa na pigamizi kali pale kwa Kipsigis, kwa sababu amekuwa kingpin ya wa Kipsigis. We want to call for a very thorough investigation into the helicopter crash that has killed the Honorable Johanna Ngeno. Situmetuma rambirambi. Tunataka 1 minute of silence in honor of the Honorable Johanna.
And that is what I had just explained here, that there was a separation of close to 2-3 hours before Gachagua is speaking. And you know, because Ngeno was a state officer, if there is any helicopter accident or if there is a death anywhere, that information will even be in media so quickly. And I don't think Gachagua was the first person to announce this death. Somebody is telling me here, Citizen had already talked. So, if Citizen had already talked, what is this lady trying to tell us? Na naongea, na najaribu kuongea tena uchungu. Ati ni yule mzee hatutaki. She is trying to bring emotion so that the people can, at sisi mi sina shida ati na Vincent, niko na shida na yule. I think wanaona kifagio hapa ikifanya job. I think this was panic from the government, na wakajaribu kutafuta something which can, kitu ambayo inaweza tapakasha watu. I don't think Emurua Digil people are they stupid. I don't think Emurua Digil people are serious than this. Let me have this Emurua Digil is becoming a standing hotspot. It is becoming a standing hotspot. I think Ruto was not expecting this. I think even that is why Ruto did not even, they have not been campaigning here. Ama sijui Kiprir kama umeona watu wa Ruto, because I think deep in their mind they walikuwa na hii ya Kasumba, hii ni walkover hii. Kumbe walkover ndio inakaa noma. So nile tu bana, sini kwetu hapa hii tutaachia Cheruiyot hapa, Cheruiyot Rarembiri. Cheruiyot Rarembiri hapa watu washarainika. I'm hearing Emurua Digil is becoming a subtle reality for them. Very complex terrain. So na Kiprir, wacha kuniweka studio peke yako. There is a reason why I'm having more information about this Emurua Digil. Story ya kukuja kuturudisha nyuma after nimeachana na story ya Emurua Digil utaacha. I will not get back because you are here and you don't want to get, and there are a number of things which you can help us understand this. I started with the Emurua Digil because the Emurua Digil looks hot even than our Orokarao. Okay, so Kiprir anasema ati yuko nyumbani lakini huko kwa studio. Kwani uko wapi hapo, huwezi ongea? Haya. Ni sawa. Budi, I have no problem about that. You know, I'm resilient enough, na sio yule resilient anakujanga hapa kwa show. I'm hard enough. Mimi ni chuma ya zamani bana. If you think I can, mimi naweza kaa hapa kwa studio mpaka muanzie kuuliza, mpaka muende mulale. So yeah, no, I needed him to come and. So anyway, listen to this ladies from Emurua Digil. Hey, wow. Hii mambo ya Emurua Digil bana inakuwa ni kama ni juice.
The ground is shifting, and this time it's not Nairobi making the noise. It's deep inside the rift, a quiet constituency, just 44,000 voters. But today, Emurua Dikir is a political volcano, hissing, cracking, ready to erupt. 8 days to the by-election, and what started as a routine success has detonated into a full-blown proxy war between William Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua. This is not politics as usual. This is a referendum, a rebellion, a reckoning. Because when the mountain starts rumbling, even kings lose sleep.
Vincent, think this a ground. Are you listening to me? Are you listening to me? I want to tell you.
The trigger, tragedy. On February 28th, a helicopter crash in Nandi County wiped out 3-term MP Johana Ngeno and 5 others. A sudden vacuum, a stunned constituency. But in Kenyan politics, nature abhors a vacuum, and power rushes in like floodwater. Now that seat has become the battlefield where loyalty, betrayal, and ambition are colliding head-on. Let's be clear, this is bigger than a by-election. This is a stress test for 2027. If UDA holds, it signals that Ruto's grip on the Rift Valley is still ironclad. But if DCP cracks it, then the fortress has a hole, and everyone will see it. Enter the gladiators. First, David Kipsang Keta, alias Dollar Line, a 56-year-old petroleum tycoon. Deep pockets, deeper networks, This is his fourth attempt at the seat, and he didn't just win the UDA ticket, he scraped through it. 13,772 votes against 13,358.
David Kipsang Keter, 13,749. Bernard Kipkoech Ngeno, 13,394. David Kipsang Keter, 749 votes, and we pronounce him as the winner.
A razor-thin 414 vote margin. That's not victory, that's survival. And in politics, a wounded victory bleeds long after the celebration ends. Dollar line has money, machinery, state backing. Cabinet heavyweights like Soipan Tuya are already on the ground, preaching peace and promising development. But here's the catch. Money can buy attention. It cannot buy forgiveness. Facing him is Vincent Kibet Rotich, that 7-year-old former MCA, but more importantly, a crowd magnet. Unveiled by Gachagua as the people's choice, Rotich is not running a campaign. He's leading a movement. His speeches, biblical. His rallies, electrical. His message, simple: this system has failed you. And the crowd is listening. Because in politics, charisma is the spark, but anger is the fuel. Now, the real fire isn't on the ballot, it's beneath it. The ghost of Bulu, Bernard Ngeno, the late MP's personal assistant, lost the UDA primary by just 414 votes. And his supporters, they're not clapping, they're defecting. Many have quietly crossed over to DCP. This is no longer just a contest, it's a revenge mission. When voters feel cheated, they don't shout, they vote silently and strike loudly.
So, Kingo Garo Virgura, Agata Corona Gimagota, Hita Namata, Kuiga le Moy, think it. You got the Moy, I got a man like a Jaran, go Chita no Uru. Moy and taking me. Mozere la Guarotti. Mobili de l'Aqua. Momore de l'Aqua. Oh, get to get Eton and Alexander. Mongan and a mongan. Hello, Gene. Come here. Mogela Berber. A Mogela Nagor. A Mogela Mingin. Go to my test and Anjita. Couldn't Mitaya. Test the Nazi Namurniki Jamu. Why get you? Why get you? Come get all the Banagoni. Oh, that boy.
Then comes the youth, Gen Z, under 45, restless, unforgiving. They were promised roads, dams, markets, opportunity. Instead, they're getting speeches, and now they're turning rallies into resistance. Late night political gathering, unique to Emurua, are drawing massive crowds, music blasting, phones flashing, voices rising. It feels less like a campaign and more like a revolution rehearsal. Because when youth lose patience, the ballot becomes a weapon. And just to spice it further, enter the drama. This week, a viral moment. Police allegedly attempt to block Rotich from a rally. Residents respond, not with violence, but defiance. They peacefully escort the police away. In Kenyan politics, perception is everything. And that image, it screamed one thing: momentum. Meanwhile, the widow factor lingers. Naiyanoi, the late MP's widow, stepped out of the race, leaving behind a sympathy vacuum. Both camps are now fishing in those emotional waters, because grief in politics is often converted into votes.
Rest in peace.
So where does this leave us? Dollar line still has the edge. Money, structure, state power. But Rutich, he has something far more dangerous: energy, anger, and belief. And elections, especially low turnout ones, are not always won by strength. They are won by who shows up angry. With just days to go, expect fireworks, bribery claims, ID buying whispers, last-minute defections, possibly even court battles. This is Kenya. Nothing ever ends quietly. Final question. Will the system hold or will the ground speak? Because Emurua Dikir may be small, but its voice could echo all the way to 2027. And if this seat flips, then the message will be clear. The mountain is no longer solid. It's cracking. Prince Bushebi, Newsroom, Maisha TV.
Imagine being able to build.
Yeah, that is what is happening in Emurua Digil, and it is something very serious. And I wanted us to analyze it well. It's becoming hot in Emurua Digil. Wow. Tough for Ruto. I now want to read. So I am proud to. That reporter needs Kipsogis award. No, ni Kipsogis. Apewe ngeno waivi wacha maneno mingi bwana. So I don't think ngeno waivi is a present. If ameanzia kutumika na Ruto, I was expecting her to be more brainy than what I'm saying. There is something I want to show here. What happens? Ruto ameenda kusalimiwa na mzee. Ruto ameenda kusalimiwa na mzee. Alafu ni kama sijui, I don't know what happened to the hand. I'm looking for that moment. It was a viral moment. Nasikia pia Macron ako Kenya na ni kama hata watu hawajui. I wanted to show that ndiyo hii. I want to show that. This viral moment is very important. And I don't know why Ruto embarrassed you. Na, I'm really proud of this mzee. Hapa ni pale Maseno. Nataka muone kitu. Mzee anaenda kusalimia tu Ruto kwa kiheshima. Ruto anajaribu kumsalimia tena. Mzee anaficha mkono kabisa. I want you view here.
The fundi did a good job, I think. I look smart, ndio. As Maseno cool nimesema asante sana. The next time nitakuja nitakuwa namna hiyo. Thank you. Why still here? Nasalimia tafadhali. Why still here? Your Excellency, the school has prepared a cake. Let's have the cake on stage.
Umeona hiyo? Yaani mzee venye Ruto alimuignore tu hivi. Venye Ruto tu alimuignore tu hivi. Na mzee tu akajifanya kabisa. Andi ilibidi tu mkono yake ivutwe. Jesus. That was stuff. So I don't want to focus on macaroni things. Yeah, so I don't want to focus on macaroni things. Good news from Morokarao. Nataka unfortunately good news from for the first time I acknowledge watu wa Orokarau. Kuna kitu wamesema ya maana sana wa Muhia. Nataka musikie what they are talking about now receiving money. This one should go viral. Unfortunately, some of us don't, but nataka musikilize hii. This one should go viral. And this is what we have been saying. Resilient, you are a champion of this. We have been saying, pesa ya Ruto tuachane nayo. The messaging is home. Nataka musikie hapa. The messaging, nataka musikie vile wa Muhea atasema about story ya pesa ya Ruto. Hapa.
Tukite gucokia ngatho kwi Ngai na kuri aikari a Orokarau ni tondu uria mareyumiririe na njira nene muthenya wa ira githurano kia DCP na maracagura candidate uria maronire nwe mekwenda matongoria. Ni njui aikari a Orokarau wiki icio irariho ni marari na wasiwasi ni kuona andu a kiama kia UDA tukunia endia ruriri magithiuruka guku na micere magikihoyagira atongoria okura na ni mararigagwo hihi ni na Senator Meru niki tutaroka na kiria kiragirithio tuke ni tondu candidate othe kenda mararithwo na ni turaugite wira ucio no wanyu tumutigire mwamuranie watune uria mukwenda kumia ndagika o mugutune tugukorwo guku Orokarau nikio twi guku kwanjia umuthi na mbere nginya mweri 16 wa Julai tugikindira muheshimiwa Kamau aliwe flag bearer wa DCP tugitanira mathiko ma UDA na tondu ni tuene tukarikia guthika UDA guku Orokarau Nyandarua na bururi wi wothe njira ikari ya Orokarau githurano giki kia Orokarau ni kia mugikuyu wothe kana Mount Kenya yothe na gigathie nginya nja ya Mount Kenya ni kia bururi wothe tondu ni kuga Kasongo angikahota giti giki kia Orokarau aikia akura bururi wothe no monete na hinya muno na takahota 2027 koguo twihota ikaria Orokarau na Nyandarua kuhota giti giki nigetha twikire a Kenya othe hinya ati Kasongo ndari na hinya ungi atigetie hinya uria aratigetie no wa Faith na Moses Kuria na Icung'wa na ni muthiru ni tondu ona guku Orokarau muraikirie kura 23,000 kiama kia UDA kuthirite makiria milioni 50 candidate wao uri uratongoririe ona ndarari na kura cia namba 3 witu koguo twina uma ati ni mureyumiria na njira njega na ni mukeyumiria ona makiria ona kura icio mareyokereire maracihaka maguta maraiguriria candidate witu namba 3 arari na nyingi gukira candidate wao ari cia kwiyokerera koguo ni tukenete muno ni tondu andu a Nyandarua ni moyo ni itungati ni muci wa Mau na toria Senator Meru aragia na tuthiete na njira iria turona twagiriire tutekuguohorio kana tutekwenderio guoya turenda kuga tuthi na mbere uguo tutekwenderio guoya bia ni iguka na ni turenda kwencourage andu bia icio matigaciri ni tukoretwo hau kabere ta kuria mbere tukira andu marie bia.
Please can you come? Nataka usikia wa Muhea akisema hapa for the first time watu wa Muhea is telling people pesa ya Kasongo isikurwe tena. This is very key. This is a key. I think some of us we have been proponents wa kusema at times history ya kukura pesa ya watu it's a confusion agent. So maybe it is something I want us to react. Maybe Budi, this is your statement here. Na amesema na wa Muhea kuna kitu kingine amesema hapo. Amesema ile kura candidate wa UDA alipata hata namba 3 wa DCP alipata mingi. Wow. Tuendelee.
Ni tukoretwo hau kabere ta kuria mbere tukira andu marie bia no nä tå ronire mbia icio angä korwo niä ndetirwo nä kacoko ndiraria ona bunjia angä nä må ronire maretä irwo haha mararega onawe mbia icio citigane nacio na nä wega nä tondå må thenya wa Friday mageria kå må he mbeca nä mwakorirwo må tegå ciamå kä ra mageri kå rehe må cere må raugire inyuä må tingä gå rwo na irio cianda gå kå tå rä arä mi ithuä tå heanaga bå rå ri å yå irio so we cannot be feeding the country and the country want to feed us irio icio magire matware Garissa kana maciendie matũhe mbeca na mbeca icio itwarwo thukuru kana igũrĩre ciana ndawa kana andũ ndawa rĩrĩa marwara gũkũ JMS. Koguo kwenda kũmũinvite inyuothe kambĩini-inĩ ya Kamau Ngotho na kambĩini ĩno ndĩgũkorwo na ũritũ o wothe. Mheshimiwa Gachagua no okire enda ĩno ndĩrona nĩ kambĩini ya atumia na nä twä rä gä rä ire gå gathikana mweri 16 wa Julai gå kå Olkarau atä bå rå ri å yå nä å kinyä te handå tå kå rå gama tå tikaåhithä rä ra mahätia maku ndå kaä kuga bå rå ri nä å rathi wega å kä menya thibitarä itirä ndawa tondå mwana waku arwara kana må ciari wakwa JMaga ndawa no we å gå thika må ciari waku ciana bithi ciaga no mwana wanyu å tarathoma koguo må ndå wothe å ra support UDA andå a Olkarau mugakorwo mukimurora mukamenya ni nyina wa ng'ania urathi guikiria candidate wa UDA koguo mukamenya ni nyina wa ng'ania utarenda thibitari iye ndawa na koguo arwaria mwana amwita harambe mutigathie rekei tukorwo riu ithuĩ tukirorana ithuĩ enyewe kwa enye tukorwo tukimenya andu ta tugogo tukamenya uyu niwe nyina wa ng'ania niwe ithe wa ng'ania niwe wa UDA na ni mwekire wega muno ni ndonire haha AC andu mathiaga na guoya matiendaga kuonwo nio marathi guikiria UDA na inyuĩ mũrathiaga no camba he mũthuri ũmwe kwenda mũnyonie ũrahuha biriki gũkũ akĩraga andũ umĩrai ũmũthĩ nĩguo gĩthurano gĩa itungati andũ a Karau inyuothe mũrĩ itungati na Nyandarua yothe tũrĩ itungati na nĩtũgũtungata bũrũri ũyũ Ngai wa muoyo mũrathime na nĩtũĩ Kamau nä akåruta wä ra na niä ta Wanjikũ wa må hä a kå må nyita guoko na ndä mwä re må tikahenio atä må ndå å tarä thirikari-inä ndarutaga wä ra niä ndirä thirikari-inä ndaingä rire wa må nyoro rä rä a Rigathi abutirwo wä ra na bithi gwitå nä 500 ciana gwitå itireaga 7,000 ta gå kå kwanyu bithi nä 500 rä u koguo kwenda må he Kamau ndĩmuonie wĩra aikũrũkie bithi no aremwo gũkinyia 500 no aremwo gũkinyia 500 kwa ihinda rĩrĩ no nĩ egũikũrũkio kahora kahora njoke ndĩmwĩre andũ a Olkarau bajeti ya CDF ĩtigarĩtwo o ĩmwe tu koguo andũ arĩa megũkorwo makĩhũrana na Kamau no mamũtindĩkĩrĩrie na mamuonie ta atararuta wĩra tondũ bajeti tayari nĩ yarokĩtĩtwo nginya basarĩ nĩ njũĩ nĩ mwene mũhetwo no ĩno ĩgũka ya next year nä njå nä egåkorwo athomete kä bäbäri na nä egå twarithia Karau na njä ra njega Ngai wa mwana
Nimenifurahisha hapo ati huyo wa Muhea anasema ati hiyo vita sio ya kina Gachagua, hiyo vita ni ya wamama. Hata yule jamaa mwingine wa Soprano akuje watapambana. I think that was a good one. So the reason why nimecheza hiyo speech ya Muhea, it is because wa Muhea today for the first time they are confirming that they are now getting an exit plan of and I think by the time tunafika 2027 hii pesa ya Ruto kutakuwa na total rejection of Ruto money. And I thank God because it seems like some of the things we propose here, maybe kuna tumasikio watu wanasikia. One big thing also which came from that speech ni ya kwamba kama kuna mtu anaenda kupigia UDA na wanajulikana vizuri, hata wakiwaita flood drive za magonjwa musiende. Oh, that was a raw one. And that was a tough one because it's like, how do you go to support a government which is not doing anything, na then kukitokezea shida ya zile vitu ambazo wanasema serikali inashughulikia, sisi tuko huko kuwa support. Yeah, it was a raw one. it is not the right thing to do. Mtu akiwa na shida should be supported, but at the time it reaches a level whereby we have to punish people who are bringing problems to us. Yeah, it's a serious one. So unfortunately, imefika hiyo level. Anyway, congratulations to the winner of yesterday, hapo Orkarau. I think the winner of DCP yo maneno ashamaliza, and I think now that will be one of the easiest race for us, and our first born in DCP will be born. So Bwana Leo, Alex Budi, I think our firstborn will be born soon. Yeah, and I also appreciate because nimesikia pia Jubilee ni kama wameamua kusupport DCP huko. And it is good because DCP is fighting, is a spirit now. So Jubilee wakuja waungane na sisi, and we now win this race. And we hit up the system, so that's us. And as we warm up now, as we try to eject Ruto out of power. I think that one is good. That was the right thing to do from Jubilee. Na tumeshukuru sana vile Jubilee wameamua kusupport pande yetu. So we appreciate for that. And unfortunately, your Waiganjo collapsed. Anne was here and he was telling us that Waiganjo will win. So Anne, where are you? Come and defend your guy. I don't know what did not work for Waiganjo. Alikuwa anaitwa Paul Waiganjo. Sijui nasikia ni msanii. So maybe people can comment to us. Peter Mbudhia, Anne, what did not work for Waiganjo? Waiganjo was so pronounced in the media, but I don't know what happened. It looks like this other guy had more ground connection. Waiganjo tu inakaa ni kama tu mdomo ndio ilikuwa kubwa, but strategy ni kama, I don't know. Maybe I want somebody to explain to me what happened to Waiganjo, because it looked like Waiganjo was having a pole position. Waiganjo looked as if like he was the man of the moment. But the way is the political environment collapsed, I was shocked. Sikuamini. Haya, sawa. So kabla tuweke hii maneno ya kuuawa kwa Reverend, nataka msikie vile inasemekana chama ya UDA isaulike kama ati kampuni ya kamisi.
Tuliona kwamba watu walisusia. Tuliona juzi kule katika eneo la Olkalao ya kwamba kuna ile chama cha udaku walienda katika ile nomination ya wale kutafuta ule mgombezi wa kiti chao. Tuliona kwamba watu walisusia hiyo nomination. Ni kwamba hata yule alishinda kiti alipata kura 1,000 na kitu. Kumaanisha kwamba chama cha udaku ni kama ile kampuni ya kamisi imesaulika kabisa. Na tuliona jana vile ambavyo katika ile uchaguzi wa DCP Skiza Ground mambo yajaonekana hivi. Ni kama ilikuwa by election. Tuliona wamama wakongwe miaka 80, miaka 70, 90 wanatoka kwa manyumba wanaenda kupiga kura kwa sababu ya DCP. Hilo nimetuonesha jambo kubwa sana. Na mimi ningependa kuambia watu wa Kenya kwamba chama ni DCP. Tarehe 14 mwezi wa 5 tutazaliwa firstborn wetu wa DCP ambaye ni yule ambaye anaitwa Vincent Rotich. Na ningependa kumwambia Kasongo, imeandikwa mene mele tekeli peresh kule katika ukuta. Leo ni Jumapili. Siku zako zimehesabiwa katika utawala wa taifa la Kenya, imepimwa na utoshi mboga. Kwa sababu tunasema kwamba Kasongo ni nini? Mambo itakuwa mwecheche. Kule Olkalao mambo itakuwa mwecheche. Kule Muruadikiri mambo itakuwa mwecheche. Kwa sababu DCP itapata viti vyote. Na ningependa kumuunga mkono our party leader His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. Vile alisema juzi, Uhuru Kenyatta aheshimiwe. Uhuru Kenyatta fanya nini? Aheshimiwe. Na tungependa kusema kukubaliana na His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. Alisema jambo moja. Alisema kwamba wewe Kasongo, kama wewe ni mwanaume, kama wewe unaona wewe ni mwanaume, jitokeze waziwazi utukane Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Kwa hivyo wewe Kasongo, kama unajisikia wewe ni mwanaume dume tosha, jitokeze waziwazi umtukane Uhuru Kenyatta live, kwa sababu Uhuru tu alipiga simu moja tu kupitia simu ya ndugu yake Moho kule Narok, taifa la Kenya lote likatetemeka. Na tunajua Uhuru Kenyatta na Rigathi Gachagua wako pamoja. Harambe, one time, one touch. Harambe, one time, one touch. Guza Rigiji, guza stima. Guza Rigiji, guza stima. Guza Mishek, stima zaidi. Guza Mishek, stima zaidi. Asante sana. Wahenga walisema hayawi mwishowe huwa. Hapa siku ya leo baada ya kwenda kanisani, siku ya leo ya Jumapili, tumeweza kuja katika ile headquarter ya DCP kaunti ya Nakuru. Na leo hii tuko na furaha midhili ya tasa aliyotunukiwa mapacha, ya kwamba katika ofisi yetu siku ya leo tumempata mgeni mmoja ambaye amerejista kama mgombezi wa kiti cha MCA katika Subukia constituency, na huyo sio mwingine bali ni Mishek Njoroge. Na Mishek Njoroge ambaye kwa wengi ambao hawajui, amekuwa ni kati ya viongozi wale ambao wameboba katika siasa. Amekuwa ni kiongozi ambaye kwa miaka mingi amekuwa akiwaunga mkono viongozi wale ambao wamekaa katika viti katika maeneo ya Subukia. Na siku ya leo baada ya kusikiza ground, amesema lazima akuje katika ofisi makao makuu ya ofisi ya DCP katika Nakuru County ili aweze kujiandikisha kama mwanachama wa DCP. Na mimi ningependa kumuuliza siku ya leo, kwa sababu umekuja mahali hapa na nimeona amekuja na mashabiki wengi sana. Niliona magari yamekuja kama 14, wengine tuliwaambia wakae huko nje. Watu kama 300 wako kule nje ya ofisi kwa sababu hatungeweza kutoshea sisi wote mahali hapa. Ningependa kumuuliza ni nini kilichokufanya uweze kuchagua chama cha DCP, tukiona kwamba kuna vyama vingi vilivyoko katika taifa la Kenya. We have over 90 registered political parties in Kenya. Lakini Mishek Njoroge akasema kuja mahali pa. Na je, ni umesukumiwa ama ni wewe mwenyewe umeamua ya kwamba unataka kuingia DCP? Hebu tueleze kabla kwanza tukuvalishe kofia.
Mimi kama Mishek Njoroge, mwania wa kiti cha MCA Subukia Ward 2027, nimekuja hapa kurejista kwa chama cha DCP kwa hiari yangu. Hakuna mtu ameniahidi kitu, na ile sababu imefanya ni register na DCP. Nimesikiza ground. So after kusikiza ground, nimeamua na mwamko mmoja nitaendeleza bendera ya DCP, na kama vile katibu amesema, leo ni mwamko mpya. Tumepata mapacha, kuna yule amezaliwa kule Olkarao na sasa kuna mwingine hapa amezaliwa Subukia Ward. na huyo anazaliwa leo siku ya Jumapili. Siku ya leo mwamko mpya wa DCP, mapacha wa pili after Olkarao itakuwa Subukia Ward, Mishek Njoroge.
Thank you very much. Sasa ningependa pia mkatibu organizing secretary, katibu mratibu Elijah Waweru aseme jambo moja.
Langu nikiwa kama katibu mratibu ni kumkaribisha Mishek kama mgombea kiti cha MCA pale Subukia. La pili ni kumwashua ya kwamba sio yeye peke yake, tuko na wengine, lakini kama venye kumefanyika pale Olkarao pia itafanyika pale Subukia. So ajiandae, apige ground vizuri, ajihusishe na aongelesha watu wake vizuri, na wanachama wote wa DCP ikiwezekana, kama wataona yeye ndiye anafaa, atachaguliwa. Yangu tu ni kumkaribisha na kumwambia hapa hatuna lingine, hapa mambo tu ni one time. Harambe, one time. Harambe,
one time, one touch.
DCP
skiza ground.
DCP
skiza ground.
Kisu ni ile pale Olkarao wameonyesha. Mishek DCP Subukia tuaja. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Kwa hivyo kwa nafasi hii kama nikiwakilisha mwenyekiti wangu wa DCP Joseph Kimani Kiriri, na kwa niaba ya party leader wetu His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua the 6th, ningependa kumvalisha kofia na kumkaribisha Meshek Njoroge kama mgombezi wa kiti cha MCA katika Subukia Ward. Karibu sana na ujisikie uko nyumbani. Karibu sana, karibu sana, karibu sana, karibu sana. Karibu sana, karibu sana. Asante. Kwa majina naitwa Simon Sankale Olenasieku, katibu wa chama cha DCP. Kama vile ambavyo mnaona siku ya leo tumeweza kumpokea mgombezi wa kiti cha MCA katika Subukia ambaye anaitwa Meshek Njoroge. Na mimi ningependa kusema hivi, chama cha DCP ni chama ambacho kiko na umaarufu zaidi. Tuliona juzi kule katika eneo la Olkalao ya kwamba kuna ile chama cha udaku walienda katika ile nomination ya wale kutafuta ule mgombezi wa kiti chao. Tuliona kwamba watu walisusia hiyo nomination. Ni kwamba hata yule alishinda kiti alipata kura 1000 na kitu. Kumaanisha kwamba chama cha udaku ni kama ile kampuni ya Hamisi imesaulika kabisa. Na tuliona jana vile ambavyo katika ile uchaguzi wa DCP, skiza ground, mambo yajaonekana hivi. Ni kama ilikuwa by election. Tuliona wamama wakongwe miaka 80, miaka 70, 90 wanatoka kwa manyumba wanaenda kupiga kura kwa sababu ya DCP. Hilo nimetuonesha jambo kubwa sana. Na mimi ningependa kuambia watu wa Kenya kwamba chama ni DCP. Na napenda kumpongeza sana yule ambaye alipata kiti cha DCP kule anaitwa Sami Ngodho kwa sababu aliweza kumpigia makofi. Na ningependa kushukuru wale ambao ni wagombezi mwenza wa Sami Ngodho ambao walikubali, akina Waiganjo na wengine walikubali kushindwa kwa sababu asiyekubali siye mshinda. Na pia ningependa kusema hivi, tarehe 14 mwezi wa 5 kule katika eneo la Emurua Dikir, tarehe 14 mwezi wa 5 tutazaliwa firstborn wetu wa DCP ambaye ni yule ambaye anaitwa Vincent Rotich. Na ningependa kumwambia Kasongo, imeandikwa mene tekele peresh kule katika ukuta. Leo ni Jumapili. Siku zako zimehesabiwa katika utawala wa taifa la Kenya, imepimwa na utoshi mboga. Kwa sababu tunasema kwamba Kasongo ni nini? Mambo itakuwa mwecheche. Kule Olkalao mambo itakuwa mwecheche. Kule Muruadikiri mambo itakuwa mwecheche. Kwa sababu DCP itapata viti vyote. Na ningependa kumuunga mkono our party leader His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. Vile alisema juzi, Uhuru Kenyatta aheshimiwe. Uhuru Kenyatta fanywe nini? Aheshimiwe. Na tungependa kusema kukubaliana na His Excellency.
Wewe bwana Mbudi, you are not aware bwana, Njina Ngodho is a very serious name in Mlima Kenya. Usitoze hiyo jina, usiweke A mwisho. Najua hiyo ndile kitu la kusumbua, ni kama unataka kuweka A nyuma. Hiyo Njina Ngodho iko sawa. Ngodho is a very serious name in Mlima Kenya. Ngodho. Ngodho is a serious name. I think it's a very popular boy child name. Yeah, there is something I want to show here. Kabla nionyeshe huyu mjinga wa UDA. Wacha ongea kidogo. Wacha kwanza nionyeshe huyu mjinga wa UDA, kabla nionyeshe huyu mjinga wa UDA wa kutoka Embu. But there's something I wanted to show. So Ngodho is a good name bwana Mbudi. But wacha ongea nitakuonyesha.
Rigathi Gachagua alisema jambo moja. Alisema kwamba wewe Kasongo, kama wewe ni mwanaume, kama wewe unaona wewe ni mwanaume, jitokeze waziwazi utukane Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Umekuwa ukituma tule tumbwa twako tukitukana Uhuru Kenyatta. Tumeona kina Faruk wakitukana Uhuru. Tumeona Sudi wakitukana Uhuru. Tumeona Ichungwa wakitukana Uhuru. Tumeona akina Charangei mpaka wanapeleka hoja katika bunge ya kusema kwamba pesa za Uhuru zitolewe katika budget. Umekuwa ukituma maumbwa. But tunajua mwenye umbwa ni nani? Ni Kasongo. Mwenye umbwa ni nani? Kasongo. Na wewe Kasongo tunakwambia wewe ni one time. Kwa hivyo wewe Kasongo, kama unajisikia wewe ni mwanaume dume tosha, jitokeze waziwazi umtukane Uhuru Kenyatta live. Kwa sababu Uhuru tu alipiga simu moja tu kupitia simu ya ndugu yake Moho kule Narok. Taifa la Kenya lote likatetemeka. Na tunajua Uhuru Kenyatta na Rigathi Gachagua wako pamoja. Na wako pamoja kuhakikisha kwamba Kasongo ni one. Kwa hivyo sisi kama wa DCP Nakuru County tunasema Rigathi Gachagua aheshimiwe. Tunasema Uhuru Kenyatta aheshimiwe. Na wewe Kasongo wacha kutumia umbua zako ndogo ndogo kule kwenda kutukana Uhuru Kenyatta na Rigathi Gachagua, kwa sababu tunajua ni miezi 14 tumebaki. Baada ya miezi 14 rais atakuwa ni mwingine, magavana watakuwa ni wengine, maseneta watakuwa ni wengine, wabunge watakuwa ni wengine, na DCP itapata viti. Na sisi kama DCP tutabadilisha mambo yote. Zile zulma zulikuwa tumepata ya kimasomo tutabadilisha, mambo ya afya tutabadilisha, mambo ya vijana tutabadilisha, mambo ya kupiga watu risasi mguu na extradition killings na abductions tutamaliza. Kwa hivyo sisi kama DCP ni chama ambacho tunaheshimu katiba. Kwa hivyo asante sana. Siku ya leo ninashukuru sana huyu mwenzangu ambaye ni Meshak Njoroge. Karibu sana kwa DCP, ujisikie uko nyumbani, na wale watu ambao wamekuja nao wote zaidi ya 400 hapa tu ni wale viongozi coordinators wameingia kwa ofisi kidogo. Tutaandamana nao pale kule nje, tuingie kule katika eneo la Subukia.
Yeah, I think there is something we need to learn here. Nataka muone there was also a kumira thing. Mama Mary tu kidogo kabla nikualike kidogo tu. There is also a kumira thing in Mlima Kenya. This one happened in Orokarau too. And these are some of the scenes we need to also appreciate. I think Mlima Kenya ikifika story ya kura, there is some serious awareness. Ona huyu mkongwe.
Huyu ndiye deputy party leader. Huyu ndiye deputy party leader.
I can tell you those are serious scenes. Huyo ni mama wa miaka 90 anasikia maneno ya Marara na Marara wanafanya na Gachagua mpaka hadi anainua mkono anagonga, ndio hawa. Mama Mary, endelea.
Oh, thank you Njiro, na kusalimia sana, kusalimia Wakenya wetu. Comment section, habari zenu? Mimi mzima, sina ubaya, isipokuwa ni yale tu kuwa tunahimiza Wakenya wetu. Yeah, we have seen a lot coming up. Na I hope Kenya wanaweza angalia waone ile picha inachorwa na hawa watu wa Emurua Dikir na Olkalau. That will be the threat for our country. In fact, ile mambo yote inafanyika Kenya ni mambo ya utukutu, mambo mabaya. Kwa hivyo saa ile huyu Kasongo anauliza watu ama sema hawana agenda. Our agenda is to go against your bad governance. Hiyo ndio agenda. Kumaanisha ile mambo yote Kasongo amefanya Kenya ambayo ni ya kudhuru wananchi itabadilishwa. That is the agenda. Sababu agenda ya Kasongo zote ni mbaya, ni za kuumiza. Who want to live in a painful country? Pahali watu wanaongozwa mercilessly with a lot of torture, slavery, all these kind of bad things. Kuwawa. Na mimi ningependa hawa journalist ambapo wa invite huyu mtu one time in their show kama atakubali, because I know he controls him and controls everything. Wamuulize tu swali moja, kwa nini anadanganya? Why do you lie? so that we can get the answer. Ndio tujue huyu mtu ugonjwa wake unaweza tibiwa namna gani. Because I've never seen such a kind of a person. Mtu ambaye anajua macho yote inamwangalia na anaongea uongo throughout. Yeah, aulizwe hiyo swali, why do you lie? Why do you kill? And mostly, why do you corrupt the country? Look at how he had put this lady, Ngeno's wife, in an awkward position. Anaenda ana convince huyo mama, na huyo naye mama anachukulia hiyo maneno na anaendelea kufanya. Sasa hata ndio itamuuma zaidi. Imagine that those people of Emurua Dikir wako pamoja na Ngeno ambaye hatuko na yeye sasa. Wako pamoja. Wanampenda Ngeno. Bibi yake je huyo amebadilika, amekuwa kwa upande ule ambao Ngeno hakuwa. Look at that. And the other day I said, wealthy families, you'll never know they are dysfunctional. They are dysfunctional. Sababu huyu mama ni nini ameona ya kujitenga kwa watu wengi sana wa Emurua Dikir ambao wanakataana na uongozi wa Ruto, na yeye akaona that I'm very fit to convince the population to feel, to be in my shoe. Watu wamekataa. And it's not that she didn't know that. She knows very well. Emurua Dikir wameamua. Lakini mtu anadanganywa na mtu, hata yeye huyo mama anajua Ruto ni muongo. Ruto ni muuaji. Ruto ni corrupt. Na huyo mama anaenda anaingiza miguu yake hapo na anakubali. You get convinced. Niliona akiwa emotional akiongelesha hao watu akisema habari ya Gachagua vile alitangaza mambo kabla hajatangazwa. What was the difference? Gachagua alisema mambo ya ukweli. Ngeno ametuacha. What by keeping quiet, what would it have done with the death of Ngeno? Angefufuka, angekuwa hai tena kama Gachagua hangesema chochote. You see, when we look at these people, as Ruto said that he is going to help widows, this is the game. He is playing with the people's life. Sasa huyu mama hata amejiletea another sorrow in her life. Baada ya kuona watu wote wamemsikiza, ndio wameona akiudhika hapo kwa sababu Gachagua alisema chochote alisema. But for her, now she's left with another wood ya kujichoma, kuona watu hawako pamoja na yeye. Watu wako pamoja na bwana yake ambaye hayuko hai. Uchungu mwingine amejidunga. Imagine, amejiletea uchungu mwingine. Kuona watu wamekataa kusikiza yeye, wameona wewe anaongea ujinga. Her aim is money. I should say that. Hizi pesa zitapeleka watu wapi? I believe this lady has a lot. Bwana yake alikuwa amejenga mji, ametengeneza boma yake. It's not that she has nothing to eat or even to support her children. Anaungana na mtu ambaye amekataliwa na watu na anaendelea kufanya kama campaign za kukampenia huyo. Na analeta emotions ndio watu ati wamhurumie. Now look the fate. Look at her. She will feel lonely. She will feel rejected. She will feel regretting because of what she did. Why are people not having a kind of second thought? Should I do this or should I not? Because she has a right of saying, mimi hiyo siwezi. Hutauawa. Mrs. Ngeno, hutauawa na Kasongo ukisema hapana. What were you fearing? What were you supporting? What were you looking for? When you see those people in that location are all crying that they don't want Ruto, and yet you put your feet there, kuonyesha watu ati wewe uko pamoja na mtu ambaye hatakiwi, mtu ambaye watu hawamwamini, mtu ambaye hata mpaka wa leo hatujawahi kupata jawabu. What happened to Ngeno? We loved Ngeno. Ngeno was a man who stood on his ground, whatever the case. Na alionyesha kabisa alikuwa anapigania hawa watu ambao huyu mama anaanza kuwafuruta ati wamsikize ndio awapeleke wapi. And in fact he is telling them ati mnaenda kwa nani huyu mtu mbaya. Gachagua hakuua bwana yako Mrs. Ngeno. Gachagua alitangaza kile kilifuata, na hakusema kabla Ngeno hajakufa, alisema baada ya Ngeno kupata hiyo ajali. That is somebody who was feeling about Ngeno. Somebody who spoke the words that would have followed. Ku-announce kuwa yeye ndi wa kwanza ama ni nani, it doesn't make any difference. Ngeno is gone. Ngeno was gone. Na mimi hata sielewi kwa nini watu wamefurutwa na pesa. Unajisahau. Unasahau heshima yako, unasahau pahali umetoka, unasahau pesa si kila kitu. In fact, the relationship that woman would have with Emurua Dikir was better just for her to keep quiet. Nyamaze aseme hapana, hiyo sitafanya na sitaweza, na utaendelea na maisha mzuri na utaheshimiwa. It's the same as what Raila Odinga's wife did. Me, I'm looking at people and I'm wondering, where is wisdom? Where is understanding? What is wrong? What is money? Money is not everything. In fact, I would rather have a good neighbor.
Mama Mary, uko na time kidogo nikuchezea ka video hapa for 1 minute uone what is happening in Emurua Dikir.
Go ahead.
Yeah, wacha nikuonesha because nataka uone hata I couldn't understand like hata Mugithi ya UDA iko na watu wawili. Look here. Hii ni mambo serious by the way. I want you to also react to this as well. Mama Mary, Mugithi ya UDA iko na watu wawili wanaimbaimba hapo. Na umeona Mugithi ya DCP venye inakaa. Watu wamejaa. Endelea.
Thank you Njiru for that. Yani hata wewe mwenyewe ukiwa bado uko pandile, I don't think you with the right mind unaweza fikiria kuwa uko peke yako ati na unang'ang'ana tu, kung'ang'ana na kitu ambacho hata hakiambatani na watu. People have moved on and people are serious. It's not a joke. Sasa mumewekewa ngoma hapo watu wacheze. You see even people are walking away. They are not interested. Hata hiyo music haina ladha. Hakuna mtu anataka now, and you know most of the time when you bring music somewhere where there is people gather and come near and start dancing because music is food for your soul. But these people are running away. They don't want. And in fact, once they read UDA, because yesterday we said we should not be saying UDA, we should be UDA. That's the name now, UDA. So UDA, people don't want to associate with. Hata hawa wanacheza hapo, watacheza na in fact watachoka na yani kuna ile furaha kutoka kiini chako, kutoka kwa roho yako, hata sasa hiyo una dance, it is really in you. But these two guys who are dancing there, they will be tired. Yani uchovu ambao uko na uchafu, uko na makasiriko, uko na regret, ni kwa nini nilikuwa ninaenda hapo. That is the situation. Hakuna kitu mzuri kama ile watu wanashikana pamoja, wanasema ndio tunaelekea pande hii, this is our way, this is our way, na mtu mwingine asione kama ni mzaha. Hii ni kitu ya kweli and very serious. Anyway, I was trying to narrate about what Ruto said about widows, that he will help them. He want to make all those widows feel for him. And you know, this is the idea. It has come to be said that women are the majority who vote. And so he had to make sure that those women were mobilized to come to Mrs. Ngeno's compound. And there were many. Actually, there were many. Lakini ujue, hawa watu ni kuletwa, waliletwa, wakakaa hapo, wanasikiza, chochote wanasikiza. But saa ile wanatoka hapo, because of their good will and good wisdom, and their wife, they are very smart, wakasema yes, tunamhurumia kwa sababu bwana yake alikufa. Lakini hata tuingiza kwa box ya huyu mtu ni one term. Na ikawa hivyo. So watu msione kuregea ati mnaletewa kakitu ya kufanya mlie. Now our tears are dry. Our tears are dry. Now is to fight kabisa. Mwili na damu ni kupigana kabisa tupate haki yetu. And Emurua Dikri wameamua. In fact, they said kura zetu hakuna mtu ataiba, and I believe them. I believe them. Ni watu wanaongea kutoka kwa roho zao. In fact, ile mambo yote wanaambia watu, wananchi, ni ya ukweli. Wako na maneno inatoka kwa mdomo yao very very strong. Very strong. Paka watu wanawaelewa. So what I'm trying to say is, wacha kupewa pesa ati ukatetee mtu ambaye ameua, mtu ambaye ameharibu nchi, na unajua kabisa hivyo amefanya. Ni nini unamsaidia? Did you support that killings? Those killings? Did you support that corruption? Did you support the situation of children not going to school? Did you support huyu mtu ambaye ameharibu hospitals, hakuna dawa, watu hawatibiwi? Are you going to wrap yourself in such a very ugly picture and you stay there thinking that you are helping somebody? Na ni kumsaidia nini, honestly? You are putting yourself on the way of the rat that is coming. Na utaumia. Huyo mama kusema kweli, hata kama, nitarudia tena, hata kama angekataa, Ruto hakuna kitu angemfanya. Hakuna kitu angefanywa. Hata yule bibi ya Odinga, kama angekataa hiyo cheo, hakuna kitu angefanywa. But because these are easy goer, I'll call them easy goer. Kwa sababu huwezi kuwa unaenda hapo kuuza watu wale wengine. Watu wanapigania nchi yao na wewe unang'ang'ana tu kupigania kwa mtu ambaye unajua wazi Sasa hata si wakati ule Ruto alikuwa anafanya campaign, hakuwa anajulikana. Mimi nilikuwa namjua, lakini hakuwa anajulikana. Watu wakaamini vile walikuwa wanaambiwa, wakatusi uhuru wetu, wakamtusi, wakamtoa nguo zote because of an animal that is coming to finish you. Alafu hawa wamejua story yote, hakuna kitu hawajui, na bado wanang'ang'ana kuingia hapo. I would say, and I would remember saying it again, the most enemy kwa maisha yako, wewe mwanaume, ni bibi yako. Wewe mwanamke ni bwana yako. Those are the dangerous people. Unajua huyu bwana ametoka pahali fulani, si hata sister yako ama brother yako. We are not related. We are not blood related. So the pain is minimal. Na kwa hivyo mimi nasema, in most cases, bwana yangu ambaye mimi namheshimu, tumekuwa na yeye, tumezaa watoto, tumelea watoto, alafu nije kuhimiziwa kuenda kando na njia zile alikuwa nazo. In fact, for me, I'll stand on my ground and I will not do it. I'm very different. I believe so. I'm very different. I can't do that. Siwezi kutoka kwa hiyo njia ambayo nilikuwa naelewa where he was going. Okay, if he was supporting Kasongo, I will go that way. Na hakuna mtu atakusikiza basi. Hakuna mama angekuja hapo if they knew what you have hidden in your mind. Hakuna mama angekuja hapo. Na kama wangekuja kwa niaba ya pesa, warudi waende kama vile tu walifanya. The moment they left there, they said one time. Na sahi hakuna mchezo. They have said one time. Wananchi, watu wetu, huyo mtu mmoja amekula, ameshiba. I would say she don't have problems. Problems ni vile tu, I'm sorry to say, bwana yake aliondoka. She might be feeling pain because of her husband gone. That is a reality as a human being. But to go against, kwa sababu Ng'eno mimi nilimuelewa kabisa. Hata kama alifanya politics akiwa kwa UDA, in fact, that guy stood on his ground for his people. And that is what the people are now preaching, what Ng'eno was. That he was with the people, na alikuwa anatetea watu wake, hakuwa anaegemea upande wa hii serikali mbaya. Kwa hivyo, Mrs. Ng'eno should not divert people's mind, putting that we are going to listen to her emotions. It is real that, yes, your husband is gone, which was painful for us. Kwa sababu si tulijua alikuwa anatetea wananchi wake, hakuwa anatetea serikali ambayo iko hapa nduni. Alikuwa anatetea watu wake, watu ambao hata sahi wanalia. But the time they are fighting so hard without Ng'eno, unataka kuweka break kwa hao watu. Never. They are not going to accept. And that is why they are looking forward. Backward never. Mungu awasaidie. Olkalau, they are fighting their fight. That fashion that you did was great. Asanteni sana. Na hivyo ndivyo tunataka every part of the country to do. Na hii mambo ya kuwa ati tribal, it will never stop. Wakalenjin wako na culture yao, Wakikuyu wako na culture yao, Waluo wako na culture yao. Hii mambo ya culture haitaisha. And that is why we have all these tribes. Na hatuna ubaya na tribes. Lakini saa ile tunang'ang'ana kungatua serikali yetu, nchi yetu kutoka kwa hii serikali mbovu. Watu waache mchezo. Tung'ang'ane kando na kando, alafu tukutane katikati. Ndio tungatue huyu mtu. Ametucheza vibaya. For him, he don't care about you. Na mimi nitarudia tena. Huyu mtu ana adore wazungu. Hiyo ni wazi. Wazungu ndio best friend wake. Nao ndio wanafanya akue hii umang'aa hii yote ako nayo. Though hajaanza jana, he has been like that since. But he was looking forward seriously to get to that position. Ndio adil na sisi particularly. Sisi tumemkosea nini? What have we done wrong? Alichaguliwa ndio, kama alichaguliwa. Mimi sikumchagua. But once you got in that office, why don't you do what you promised people? Now you changed your mind, you switched off our mouths, then you took a different direction to torture us, to put us in slavery, sababu watoto wako watakaa maisha mzuri, pesa ni zako, si za wananchi, so your family is comfortable, the rest are nothing in front of your eyes. Mukiangalia muone huyu mtu pahali anatuendesha, it's not like he is in Kenya, he is above Kenya. Kenya has laws, but he don't even care about laws. Kenya has a constitution, but he don't care about constitution. The only thing he cares is how he can earn as much as possible, how he can bring foreigners in the country, forget about Kenyans. Na hiyo ni kitu very painful, very painful. Ati mtu anaamua watu wale wa kutoka nje ndio muhimu kwake, si wale wananchi. Are those foreigners the one who elected him? Ndio walivote yeye aingie hapo. It's Kenyan. Na Kenyans voted because they wanted what he talked about it. But he has never fulfilled. He is now saying, shauri yenu, simulinichagua, mimi ndio kiongozi na nitafanya vile ninataka. And exactly he has been saying so. Through action, through mouth, through everything. Amejitangaza, anasema mimi ndio rais wa Kenya. And so, ukae ujijazie hapo pengine. Tuna shida, na hiyo shida sio ngumu. If only we act like Murwa Dikir or Kalau, huko kwa Luo wa act the same, huko Mijikenda wa act the same, Wakamba wa act the same, Masai wa act the same, Eastern, Northeastern wa act the same, Western wa act the same, tukutane katikati. In fact, this is a simple thing. Kwa sababu, hiyo mambo wanajidanganya hapo ati watajijazia, tutaona pahali watatoa hizo kura wanaongea habari yake tukiwa sisi tumeungana. How can you be rejected by the whole country and yet you call yourself? But anyway, si huyu ni rafiki wa Samia. Samia alifanya nini? Samia hakujali, aliua watoto 10,000 na bado hako usukani. And that is the same way, same direction Ruto is planning. Lakini sisi wa Kenya tuko na constitution yetu inatusimamia. Na tuitumie vizuri. Tuifuate. Yeye wacha abamoe hiyo constitution, lakini itakuja kumuuma one time. Lakini nguvu yetu haiwezi, hata iweza hata kamwe. Hiyo ndio nguvu yetu. Kushikana pamoja. Na sio mchezo. Leave alone these malls. Now that we know the malls, we can deal with them perpendicularly. Put them aside. It's only one mall in 1,000 of them, in 1,000 of Kenyans. We are not going to allow that. Those malls, we must pick them out. Na tuwaongeleshe na tuwaambie tunakujua wewe ni mall. Enda kwa Kasongo ukakae huko. Don't come close us. So, Kenyans, nchi yetu ni yetu, si ya mtu mwingine na si ya Kasongo. In fact, Kasongo is 1 in millions. Ebu imagine, 1 in millions. Ati na tukubali aendelee kufanya hiyo mambo anafanya Kenya yetu. We are not. We will give him a hard time. Our votes speak louder. Na hiyo agenda anauliza the opposition, agenda yenu ni gani? Agenda yetu ni kukanusha yale yote unafanya kwa Kenya. That is our manifesto. Kumalizia watu maisha, kuharibia watu maisha, kukosesha watoto shule, kumaliza dawa kwa hospitali. All those bad things you have done is the one we are coming for. So that is our agenda. Because it is the same thing you promised you and you have not fulfilled. And that is what Kenyans were looking for. They were not looking for a human being to be standing there on top of the car talking to us. Imagine Ruto is like he has never been elected, he is still campaigning throughout his life. Huyo ni mtu aina gani? Ruto started campaigning since the day he was sworn in. And even before, vile alitesa Uhuru. Vile aliingilia Uhuru, akamtesa, and in fact Uhuru gave him all the time. Go, tanga tanga, piga kelele. Unfortunately, he came in, he got it. So the promises that he promised us is what he is doing right now. It is the opposite of what he promised. Alisema hakuna corruption, hakuna kuteka nyara, hakuna. All what he said is what he is executing in our country. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya, hakuna elimu nyingine mnataka kusomeshwa. Mumeelewa na mmepata hiyo uchungu na mmepata shida nyingi sana sababu ya huyu mtu kuwa hapo. So for me, I urge my countrymen, countrywomen, Gen Z, kila mtu ni jukumu yetu sasa tushikane. And in fact, we will fight this war and we will win. If only we come to our senses that I'm suffering because of what I did. I'm not going to repeat again. Thank you very much. Asante Jiro. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mama Mary, and thank you for that subtle discussion. I will engage you. Sijui kama utaweza kuongea tena ama unaingia kwa kazi, just for information. Mama Mary, are you okay?
Yes, I have 1 hour, but I will be doing some things before I go to work.
Okay, yeah. No problem. Yeah, ndio nilikuwa nataka kujua. So in the next, after Kip ameongea, utaingia tena. So in around, because I know Kip is a long speaker, Kip will speak between 20 and 30 minutes. But Kip, nataka kukuingiza na video mbili. Unajua siku hizi nataka kuingiza watu na video. So tulia kidogo. Nataka kukuingiza na video mbili. Sijui kama umeona hii.
Umekuwa so excited. Unajua mimi nimetoka kwa kukunywa uji kidogo bana. Nataka kwenda kulala.
No, naelewa, but is this normal? Kidogo. Sorry. Let me... That is one. Next one ni hii, and then you speak. Story ingine noma hapa. Thunderstorms have started beating.
Cooperatives and MSME's Cabinet Secretary Wycliffe Oparanya now says the recent spate of expulsions of ODM members from the party is making it difficult for him and other leaders to campaign for President William Ruto's re-election in ODM strongholds. Speaking during an engagement at a boys' high school in Butua constituency on Saturday, Oparanya called for tolerance within the ODM party as the campaigns ahead of next year's general election heat up. The sentiments come even as the ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna continues to fight for his survival in and out of court after the ODM party instituted disciplinary hearings against him. Bumula MP Jack Wamboka was also suspended from his position as the chairperson of the National Assembly's Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education following bribery allegations.
Hii kitu ya kufukuza watu sasa wanafanya kazi yetu kuwa ngumu. Kazi yetu ya kutafutia rais kura imekuwa ngumu. Ukienda mahali unaulizwa kwa nini fulani alifukuzwa. Hata kule kwa bunge wanafukuza wengine. Kule kwa bunge wengine wanataka kufukuzwa. Na hii ni kipindi cha lala salama. Hiyo itasaidia sisi. Tunataka sisi wote tuwe pamoja.
That's a warning shot. Besti anasema bwana kutafutia Ruto and that is somebody with Ruto and I don't know Oparanya kufika hiyo level anasema kutafutia Ruto kura imekuwa ngumu na mtu wako kwa serikali. Hey, Kipuriru waja ni wako.
Nataka tu niongee juu ya nyumbani. Mwardiki.
Hiyo Mwardiki bana because wamama huko wamenishtua sana. Kwanza hiyo green paper movement imenishtua.
Hiyo karatasi kwa kichwa.
Hiyo karatasi walitoa wapi? Who told them about that creativity?
So unajua tu when you know you see creative campaign bana. Unaona hata kulikuwa na yellow up. It means walikuwa wametoka tu huko wameenda kusikia Gachagua instead. You see Ruto has also not taken care of them. And he's been told several times, enter Rift Valley. People in Bomet warned him. Akaenda Kericho akaambiwa, boss, si ati kila siku unaenda kwa jirani unatusahau sisi. These are the results. And then the wife is similar to me. Mtoto wa town too. In the village, you have to speak your mother tongue fluently. You have to. Ukienda Embu, ukienda Murang'a, ukienda anywhere. If you have to sell anything, you have to speak like the person from home. You can't speak to those lead ladies in Kiswahili. They don't understand. They don't have the emotional. The emotional feeling you feel when somebody is speaking to you in what you speak daily. That woman has just been paid. I think she's been given enough money. She's young. She's just a Gen Z by then. So,
analipwa so that she can go against the grain of the people, because inaonekana because ukisikia yake
you see the first thing she should have done, and I think she was misled. Usually to inherit a seat like she should have jumped for the inheritance of that seat, then sympathy would have gone, and that is what Ruto should have done. She should have made a run for it. Do you understand? But you send somebody else.
Ungesema angeforce vile anaforcingi kwingine kama vile Embu anatusukumia kina Mbalile wajinga.
So no, he's forced the wrong candidate because the former councilman now MCA Strong, very close friend of Ngeno. This is another thing is Gachagua did research about the area. He went to the right people. You saw the people that Gachagua went to approach. The guy who usually the activist about land. Ule mtu anakuanga ule anakuanga na nywele funny. Yeah, you approach the right people. Ruto just assumed, Rift Valley ni kuiba. And the unfortunate thing about Kipsigis people, we're not the friendliest. Huh? Ikiumana inaumana bana. Especially close proximity to the Masai is hapo. A combination of those two communities, Ruto ataumia hapo vibaya sana. And then you can see it's so blatant, like the lorry thing is just telling a whole story. Na unajua anakutananga usiku, just like the way the guy from Maisha TV is saying, these people are meeting at night. These are community, hiyo ni kuonesha kwamba mkutano yenye zile za machief. They're not happening in the day only. They're happening at night. These people are meeting. You see campaign by the time was not a campaign.
Na Kipuri nikuulize, na mbona hii track ya UDA inamsee? Is it real?
The problem is he's spending so much money in Central. Angalia lorry ya DCP bana. Look at that lorry. Honestly, just look, compare the size.
Bwana. Kubwa na watu bwana.
You said something wrong. Ulisema ati watu watatu. It was 2 people in that truck dancing bana. Ni kama hata DJ aliruka kwa hiyo gari na akaingia wengine.
Nata hawa so wana dance hapo, unaona hii track ya DCP kipita, unaona hata wanaangalia.
By the way, they had nobody. Those people were following that vehicle like from a distance. They're just following it. So it's not like even they left the UDA one.
So there is a possibility hii kiti tunaweza chukua, by the way.
If there are no irregularities, because I just saw Olkarao is a very good example of what Gachagua is trying to show us. Gachagua is a showman, my friend. He get to your by-election. There's a person who was saying this on TikTok. He get your by-election, haikuwa anything necessary. It is what you call an exhibition. Ilikuwa exhibition too, to show what we can do. Ama, do you think that was necessary? Because everybody was watching it. No, everybody was watching it.
Yani anaweka kitu mpaka unasikia Gachagua akisema hata IBC itaenda kubenchmark huko. Ile kitu lakini
was an exhibition, my friend.
And but bwana Olkarau bwana DCP walijitahidi bwana.
No, it's giving me confidence. Because you could see the you know, we're both in IT, yeah? The UX of that particular dashboard showing us how who is winning from where, nani. Yani unaangalia hivi kama tu binadamu hapo tu. I even saw people like in TikTok who were supporting various members. Yani hao watu. Then it goes to even show you, even everybody that was going for the DCP seat was popular. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? They were popular. That there were people on TikTok, hapana huyu ndio anafaa kushinda. Hapana ni huyu. There was so much tension on TikTok. I was surprised that even inside DCP there's competition. Mpaka huyu mjamaa aliambiwa na he was approached for the singer was approached, sijui atapewa 300 million awache. So Ruto also calculated wrong. Kamau was more popular than the singer. So hata huyo msee angepatiwa 300 haingekuwa shida because he came in second. But now the singer has to support his brother now, because they all, remember what Gachagua made them do? All of them stated that even after the loss, they have to support their brother. Hakuna ati sijui na jump ship last minute. You had to declare. You had to put an oath that you're going to support this. Then now, I was expecting to see some UDA primaries that is to try and show that indeed Gachagua did some irregularities, and this is people did not turn out for intimidation. So mkuja basi leo, go to Olkarau.
Na hata hakuna msee wa DCP nimesikia akicomplain.
I'm telling you,
nimeibiwa kura. Have you had any complaint?
No. It's just this other guy wanted to commit suicide because he fucked up. Sorry, he messed up. He angechukua your best.
Huyu wa Iganjo.
Angechukua hiyo pesa bana.
Lakini si alipangiliwa sana bana. 4K to 12,000 eh? What did not work, man?
300 million ilimwagika tu hivyo bana. Sisi wachi being over 300. Yeah.
Bado ndio uchaguzi wa Olkalau imeisha.
Olkalau hata hii kwetu. Because if Ruto knows you cannot mess with them because there will be violence. I'll be watching it. Those people are not jokes, eh?
But hapo kuna story iko hapo. Unajua that mix ya Kipsigis na Wamasai and they seem now to be on one side. It's becoming it's becoming now a
you can't mess you can't do
bomba.
Irregularities there. Unaona hata mpaka polisi walifukuzwa kama Burkenge hapo bana.
Kuna vile huyo Vincent wanataka, kuna vile Vincent anatakikana sana. Huyo Vincent wanamtaka vinoma.
They cannot joke with that one. The community has spoken. Like, let me tell you, that is why now I understand why the man was begging and pleading in Bomet. Oh, please, bana manze, watu munipatie kura tafadhali. Please, please. Oh, yeah. Amelia bana. Now it's actually coming to food. So don't worry about it. Gachagua needs to come to home.
I have met with another Kipsigis, I have met with another Kipsigis, not Kipsigis, another Kale. Na amenishtua sana. Ameniambia, unajua Bwana Njiru, you might think ni kama like kuna uadui ya Wakale na Wakikuyu, but you will be shocked that whatever happened between Gachagua and Ruto was an issue between two people. Deep in the mind, other things are happening in the ground. It's not that way. Like kama impeachment ya Gachagua, people are taking it with a lot of pain, including even people in Kalenjin area. Kaniambia bwana, hiyo kitu bwana haijafurahisha watu hata huko kwa Wakale bwana.
Nikashangaa. By the way, you actually know that it is not a Kalenjin county. You know that. But for the rest of Kenya,
Narok, it is Narok.
No, that constituency is perceived as our county. Just like Nakuru is perceived as a Kikuyu county. Ni sisi tu tumeingia huko, sisi ni wageni. We've just overrun that place. Narok, it is like I'm telling you, South Rift, especially these three counties at the bottom, Iapa, Bomet, and Kericho and Narok. Ruto asahau. Because that will give confidence to the guys of Kericho and Asema, oh, okay. And I think Gachagua should go to Bomet first before Kericho.
It is possible to defy this guy. Lakini kuna kitu najiuliza, mbona Aaron Cheruiyot ni kama amelemewa? I am not seeing him anywhere.
Because he's a Kipsigis. And those are his people. Yeah.
But how come he has been unable to convince them?
Aaron is a senator of where?
Huko Kericho huko. Ni wa Kericho.
He is the senator of Kericho. Look at the map. Those counties zinashikana.
Lakini kwa nini ameshindwa kuongea na watu wa Murwadikil? Kwa nini?
They're not visiting them. That's another big blunder. Waendangi huko. Hii kitu after Ngeno lost his life.
Walikuwa wanasema hii yao.
Yeah, after Ngeno lost his life, I would have focused on sending my minions there every weekend.
To Marambe. I think ama walikuwa wanaona tu ni rahisi sana. Were they seeing like as if it's a very simple place to win? Can we say like
I think so.
Ruto miscalculated alikuwa anasema hii pali hapa. I think number one, they did not imagine Gachagua can actually get inroads. Tuseme tu walishadharau Gachagua akasema huyu hawezi hapa. Let's begin from that. Right?
Yeah.
Hapa hakuna mtu anaweza sikiliza Gachagua. So I think they started with that kupuuzilia. You can listen to Gachagua. Kama anapigwa hata huko mlima, hapa kuna mtu atamsikiliza. I think they miscalculated on that. Then suddenly tukaanzia kuona Gachagua amepata candidate. And then launch huyo candidate was it was a colorful event.
Sasa nataka watu wa Kilgoris wamtoe huko. Mbali ameenda kujificha huko. After these elections, Ruto anafaa kutolewa huko. I am so happy. And you know, Masais and Kalenjins, you guys are closer to them than us in terms of respect. Because we fight with them, by the way. Kalenjin and Kikuyu relationship is about distrust. That is a big difference between hate. Atuchikiani, it's just distrust. The rivalry you guys have is with the guys watu wa maji huko. But DCP imenistua bana. Hiyo party yenu bana. Wow. That was I was watching it bana. Nashindwa, is this an election?
No, I think
Kikuyus from Naivasha are talking about it, and they know the candidates. I'm like, Kikuyus from Naivasha. I'm watching it from TikTok.
Peter Budi anasema NIS has advised Kina Cheriot not to try and set foot in Emurua Dikir.
What am I talking about? Those people have told you keep singing. Why do you think it's
Nikunoma hivyo?
Those guys can kill, but those people.
So we can now say it is.
Those are warriors. Do you understand what I'm saying? Those are warriors. Those are warriors, bana boss.
Let me show you something which happened.
I cannot go like in 2022. That is a place I cannot go there and tukana Ruto. I could not dare set foot there and talk shit about Ruto. Dauliwa tuko. Asipui na mapema. Ndeke mshale tuko. There are places you trail carefully in Kenya. Man. You remember I told you in the beginning of the year about the seriousness of that place. Huko I mean Narok as a county itself. Ndio hata senator wao anaanza kuogopa. Wana senator yake ameanza kuogopa.
Guza Rigiji, guza stima, guza Rigiji. Where are those connotations coming from? Guza Rigiji, guza stima. Hey,
it's just like the way Msimamo talks, eh?
You see, that one is a word
connotations.
Guza Rigiji, guza stima.
It's connotations from the local dialect. You know, sometimes when you translate from how you talk in the village to Kiswahili, nakwanga poa bana. Like honestly, and it's the same. You know, the funny thing is, I see the same thing in Olkarao. Olkarao, you can't do shit there now. It has been proven. Yani, you see now what Grigidi did with the primaries, huh? He effectively told them, he effectively showed ABC. These are the numbers of the people who voted for my candidates. Show me the guys who voted for your candidates. And those names have been registered. Do you know that? Jeru, you know that those people have been registered. All of a sudden, wameenda kwa UDAJ. They've registered as DCP members. Baka nilikutumia video ya mtu yako. Kindiki akitukano na vijana huko kwa street. Uliona hiyo video?
Hiyo ya kutukana na vijana, hiyo anaitwa soprano, na uweke pia hiyo ya kumfu hapa. Hizo vitu mbili uweke hapa.
Kwa nataka nimetoka mbali. Upende ya kumfu.
Hiyo ya kumfu, we need to show people, man. That's actually what we, because it is really showing the emotions in the ground.
Upende ya kumfu.
Yeah, because it is showing the emotions in the ground. Na pia nitataka we also react to huyu jamaa Karoli Omondi. Karoli Omondi, for the first time, either jana ama leo, he has reacted to Gachagua. Have you heard what he has said about Gachagua?
What did he say?
Karoli Omondi has said, he just said that we acknowledge the steps which Gachagua has done politically. By the time when Gachagua is being impeached, the imagination at the moment was that Gachagua will never appear in the Kenyan politics again. But
I said the same thing. See, I was laughing.
Yeah, but the fact that Gachagua has been able to come out, create a serious political party, which is actually edging out UDA from some of its formidable places, it is something which is making Gachagua to be a negotiation partner in the future. And we will be talking to him. That's what he said. We will be talking to Gachagua. He seems to be a serious politician. That is the word he used. Karoli Omondi. Nitatafuta hiyo video uone hapa. I could not believe. Na pia nitawekea ya Atuori hapa msikie pile Atuori mpaka ati anatoka kwa kiti ati akisema ati vile anatokanga kwa kiti akiingililia Gachagua ati akisema ati tell me where Gachagua can be our president. Anapiga nduru. And that guy is called who? This guy of Citizen JKL Live. Hadi JKL Live anamwangalia hivi. Nitakuonesha video utacheka uishe. But anyway, you first of all react to that. So, do you want Keter to first of all speak, because Keter was also in Emurwadiki? Usikie wave here.
You see, that is the kind of thing that UDA should have been doing. I do not understand why you leave our people orphans. They're still, by the way, wajafika uko bado.
Sini home bana, lazima mtu wa home. Usirajua anasema kuku ya nyumbani najua nyumbani. So jioni tu anasema tu zitarudi tu kwa nini? Zitarudi tu kwa nyumba. Itatapaka huko nje, jioni itarudi kwa nyumba. So that is the imagination. Hii ni home ground too.
It's just neglect. Yeah? It is neglect. It's not fair.
Hakuna mtu ana tumbo bana. Anyway.
By the way, there's a few videos I want to play for Lighthouse. Where cheza hiyo kwanza hizo zako.
Wacha niweke hii ya Keter kwanza. Then niweke hizi zingine, sio refu ya Keter ndakata.
Neno hata ingia serikali hakuna kitu mmefanyiwa. Mingi ilifanywa wakati alikuwa opposition. Wakati kulikuwa upinzani mengi. Niko na rabu tane mwango itu botoroka hii. Baba ite. Mpaka isikike kule Narok Harambe. Rudia mpaka isikike kule Nairobi Harambe. Rudia mpaka isikike kwangu Nandi huko Harambe. Rudia mpaka isikike kule Sukai kwake Harambe. Lazima kokinyo hapo Nandi. Betuni kiawe kotini kokinyo Eldoret. Kotini ko betu shindi. Akibwa biga picture cha. Kabisa. Biga bigi ronge no la chamo. Amungeno. Amangala kamugarani. Amuae agawege akot parje nyune o. Nekia yuara Ruto. Kokia yu amu Rwanda nyu angen. Kikimia galak. Kikimia viongozi. Hata Mheshimiwa Sudi alikuwa, Mheshimiwa Mandako alikuwa kule Eldoret. Kule jara Ruto mobe votara ngene. Ale jara Ruto wendi si gergini kia. maitu. Kanyo mapema na monyo. Jogera kanikinyo. Tukul ko makan. Akota in kwendi ngeno gericho kotoro kando sochu. Kowe promet kotoro kando sochu. Lakini kina macha mojo omuite. Omogi. Oge tar ngalechu abangani tu yene badigi. Anane. Watu wa kutenga najua watakuja kesho. Muambie hoi barabara tangu Ngeno hata ingia serikali hakuna kitu mmefanyiwa. Mingi ilifanywa wakati alikuwa opposition. Wakati mlikuwa upinzani mengi. Anane. Iga na rabu tane mwongo itu botorotai. Baba ite. Simanyi kiberbera kakeleo ati hotel jitana ba UDA sikia yuamna kuna. Kama unasema UDA ikwenda huko. Hibu tu opposition leaders yuko mwake. Wacha nimalizie. Inge ni ile hii. Ngeri ngembi kiberbere. Kipuno ara tapchebole. Inyo na ko shokiro. Hiyo ni kama kunia ama sijebire goro itani. Makiwa barabara.
Can you react to that briefly? Kabla nileta zingine. I think that one is quite hot.
No, it's just an embarrassment, and he's just stated it there that wanaendanga huko Kericho, wanaenda the other places, and it's occasionally na hata hawaoni watu. So why are they coming now? Why is it this is the time they are coming to see us? So if they come tomorrow, waambie tu show us all the projects that you promised us, all the roads you promised us before we can even talk, before we can even discuss anything. You guys know Ruto is a liar. Munamjua kama muongo. So before you discuss anything, come here. Sele tulikuwa ile upande ingine tukiona Ngeno, we had some development at least. But now that we are in the so-called serikali, hatuoni kitu. We see nothing. Yeah. So for me, it is going to be heavy. I'm telling you, this one, unfortunately, lives will be lost. Because I know Ruto. Lives will be lost.
So atataka kuprove. Hawezi pokonywa hapo.
No, atatumia kifua.
Yeah, birthday.
Yeah. Atatumia kifua. I know Ruto.
I hope na si tumesema hapa hawa ni wamano wa Kipsigis and they can defend themselves.
Yes, but defending yourself does not mean that you're not going to lose lives, huh?
So
but let me ask you a question. It's like you've got a short memory. So we lost people in Bere.
Yeah, of course, they killed quite a number of people.
Yes. We know Ruto is ruthless, but my friend, we cannot.
So you want to say that he still wants to force a win here and we cannot see it? Already,
yes.
Umeona hiyo track hata na watu? Unataka kuniambia hao watu wengine wanapenda track ya DCP sana, they are just there.
But we saw it with Mbere. Nobody was supporting Ruto in Mbere.
So unataka kusema tutaanzia kuona military trucks tena? The way they started to make people fear in Mbeere.
They already started. They already started. They already started.
Wameanzia kupeleka military truck?
Yeah. Vijana waliwafukuza.
Yeah,
the boys chased them away.
I hope we hold that. Wow.
The boys held the ground. The boys held the ground.
Unajua saa zingine, these are some of the disadvantages of being in opposition, sababu una serikali yako, una polisi yako.
Set up Olkarao, they tried that, but it's not happening. Because again, you have to calculate. The cops are also calculating, but no. The math is not mathing. you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can I do the videos?
Yes.
Soprano, angalia, ni mimi huku, angalia. Soprano amekasirika bana. Kindiki ni wandam, Kasongo ni wandam.
That boy is very serious, man.
Soprano! Soprano, angalia, ni mimi huku, angalia. Soprano amekasirika bana. Kindiki ni wandam, Kasongo ni wandam.
Kipri, nataka tuende pole pole. Can you react to that way?
That boy of yours looks defeated, bana. Ni kama alifosio kuja huko.
Hebu tutafutie pia Ngirishi, ututafutie pia video ya Ngirishi na yule Mama Meru. They were together today somewhere.
Walikuwa together?
Yeah, yule Kawia Mwangaza. No. They na wame inject huko bana. It was a all women. Tutafutie utuweke hapo. So wacha niweke kumfu bana. Hii kumfu ni hata kubwa.
Wameka body size yake exactly.
Hii inakaa, sijui kama umeiona zile video za kina DMX. DMX. Hizo ndizo zinagonga hivyo, unaona DMX anapiga mzaa. No, but this is the reality. I don't think hata nani bwana, hata Kindiki hata adungwe steroid. I don't think Kindiki cannot convert anything in Mlima. Hata adungwe steroid because already
cheza tena bana.
Wacha niwekee Mbudhi tena, unaona Mbudhi anacheka.
Tumia Mbudhi bana, lazima nitumie Alex.
No, and what I want next time this movie is not complete. Next time I want to see they should show Kindiki akiwa auwe Kindiki. The video should go to the extent of yani kumaliza.
Yo utafongo, hii ni sawa hii.
Vita isiishe. Tunaona kifikiria bana waleta kama ile ya Rambo bana. Gachagua anatokezea na mavisu nini, ako na masword mabuduki.
Yo umesambaza hiyo kwa village. Umetumia kila mtu.
Nimetumia watu kadhaa bwana. Hadi watu unajua sasa watu wa village saa zingine wajui kama hii ni mambo ya yai bwana, niambia bwana, kwani walikutana wapi?
Because this compared to other AIs, hii imeshika. Hii AI is accurate bana. Body size, kila kitu ni hawa.
Yeah, it looks like a real war bana. Real fight, man.
Because look at the face. Look at the face. Look at the body size.
Ona Innocent. Innocent itabidi
Innocent sahi.
Wacha nikuwekee itabidi nikuwekee.
Pia tazambazo huko Nyamira sasa.
Na jamaa anaachwa tu hapo.
Nimefurahia hiyo kitu bana.
No. It is so representative. Gachagua ni vile anatoshana, Kindiki ni vile hata ufupi.
Everything is accurate bana.
Yeah. I think it's one of the job, and I think the people who do this thing, they need to start getting credit now. You know, Jama, the guy who did this thing, he need to be known.
The accuracy of that AI is not normal, man. It's not usually this accurate.
Yeah, naona umetuma. Yeah, so let's see.
Tushindane tujue ni chama gani iko na umaarufu, kwa sababu sisi hatuna pale. UDA is a non-starter. Si uliniona pale nikiwa na William Ruto kwa mazishi hapo, ndio Olkalau. Uliniona hapo? Hiyo watu wote walijaa kwa hiyo kiwanja, Edi aliwalete na akawalipa. Walipofika pale kuona mimi, wakatoa sauti pahali roho zao ziko pale Nyandarua, pale Mlimani. Mambo ya UDA imekwisha. Kwa hivyo UDA is not a threat ya kwamba tukisimamisha Jubilee, tusimamishe PLP, ati UDA inaweza pitia katikati. UDA hawezi pita anywhere. So tumekubaliana ndio pia tuelewe siasa yetu vile nakaa, ni chama gani iko na umaarufu huko Mlimani, ndio tujue ni chama gani itaongoza. Wacha Jubilee wasimamishe mtu, wacha DCP simamishe, wacha PLP, DP wakitaka, mtu yoyote ambaye anataka tupiganie pale, kwa sababu UDA is not a threat to us in whichever way. So wacha pale inaitwa kwa football inaitwa nini? Friendly
fair play.
Friendly match. No friendly. Kuna ile ya teams that are working together. Kabla you enter to the main contest. The opportunity ya Olkalau is a friendly match between the sister parties. Because UDA is not an issue as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. This is what I've been saying for weeks.
Viongozi wa upinzani au the alternative government kama mnavyojiita. Sasa hivi katika msururu wa kanda ya Pwani tumeona kwamba kuna viongozi wawili katika viongozi wa upinzani hawapo katika mikutano hiyo. Fred Matiang'i wa chama cha Jubilee na vile vile Bi Martha Karua wa chama cha PLP pia hajakuwepo katika msururu huu. Ni vipi mtaweza kuhakikishia Wakenya kwamba mtaweza kushikamana pamoja hadi katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2027 bila ya kuwepo na migawanyiko ya kisiasa baina yenu nyinyi wenyewe?
Asante sana ndugu yangu. Kwanza kuna mgawanyiko katika upinzani. Sisi sote tuko pamoja na tumekubaliana ya kwamba tutakuwa pamoja mpaka mwisho. Lakini kila kiongozi yako na chama chake, na pia kila mtu anachukua nafasi kutafuta umaarufu wa chama chake, kwa sababu tutakuwa na muungano wa vyama. Lakini mimi saa nyingine unaniona niko peke yangu. Saa ile ninapigia debe chama cha DCP. Utamuona Mheshimiwa Kalonzo Musyoka juzi amekuwa Taita Taveta peke yake akitafuta umaarufu wa chama cha Wiper. Umeona Martha Karua amekuwa akitafuta umaarufu wa chama chake cha PLP. Pia bwana Fred Matiang'i alikuwa huko Nakuru akitafuta umaarufu wa chama cha Jubilee. Sio kusema ya kwamba kwa sababu kila kiongozi anatafuta umaarufu wa chama yake ya kwamba hatuko pamoja. Inakuwa kila mtu aende atafute umaarufu wa chama yake, lakini from time to time zote tunakuwa pamoja kusukuma agenda ya United Opposition. Na niseme, umesema ni kweli ODM ilikuwa na umaarufu, Wiper imekuwa hapa, lakini shida ya hasa Mombasa sio hata mambo ya vyama. Imekuwa ya kwamba familia moja imekalia watu ya Mombasa miaka nenda miaka rudi, ya kwamba watu wengine hata wana
There is something nataka unote hapo bwana Kipril bwana. Hiyo kutulia ya Karondo.
Slow down. Finish this video. It's almost finished. Slow down. Itakuwa yako. Slow down. Maliza yote. Just 1 minute to go.
Fika pahali wanajiita alpha. Unakuwa wewe kama ni Mungu. Ya kwamba ati ukitaka kusimama kiti Mombasa lazima upewe idhini na mtu fulani. Ati ukitaka kufungua biashara Mombasa lazima upewe idhini na familia moja. Hiyo ndio maneno ambayo tunataka imalizike. na ndio mimi nampongeza sana ndugu yangu mdogo Muhammad Ali, kwa sababu huyo ni kijana chipukizi, ni kijana hodari, ni kijana ambaye anajulikana kwa kuongea ukweli na kuwa haogopi na haonui uoga. Na ndio sisi mimi DCP na Wiper tunamunga mkono kwa gavana wa Mombasa. Alete mabadiliko katika Mombasa. Tuache siasa ya kuabudu familia moja. Tuache maneno ya kuwa lazima wamuinamie binadamu mwenzao na si Mungu. Hiyo ni maneno ambayo tunataka ifike mwisho. Na ndio nakwambia chama cha DCP na chama cha Wiper itakuwa na umaarufu mkali sana hapa na Mombasa, kwa sababu inatoa watu ya Mombasa siasa ya familia moja ya kuabudu mtu na si Mungu. Kwa hivyo watu wengi sana, tupo na aspirants wengi sana wale ambaye hapo awali wangefika kwa hii familia kuomba ruhusa ndio apiganie kiti fulani. Ati ukitaka kuanzisha biashara lazima uende kwa mtu fulani ukatafute umaarufu. Sasa vyama vyetu ni demokrasia. Tunataka kugomboa wapwani, watu ya Mombasa, ya kwamba sio lazima uende umwabudu binadamu mwenzako ati ndio akupatie idhini ya kupigania kitu fulani. Kwa hivyo niseme mambo ya ODM unajua vile imefanyika. William Ruto amemaliza ODM. Na mimi niliambia watu ya ODM wakakataa kunisikiza. Kwa hiyo maandamano.
No. Take it from there now. Take it from there.
Okay. One thing which I want to say, mimi nilikuwa nataka kwanza tu you react to me. Unajua me, I also look at the environment. Hiyo kutulia Kalonzo manze, can you react to that? Kalonzo amerelax hapo bwana when Riginji is venoming.
See, he's comfortable. We are worried about this guy. This guy. Okay, what we need to talk about is past politics in Kenya. Past politics in Kenya, starting from the times of Raila's fight for supremacy and Raila's dictatorial approach towards building any alliances with any other party, even when we were with Atnak. Inagonga to last minute anaenda nauza kila kitu. But you can see these people have sat down and strategized that, first of all, why is it that every time we have an election, parties have to sacrifice their own? Come on, nguvu, Peter. What are we afraid of? Why should we zone? He's zoning ni kitu ngine ujinga. But then obviously, towards the end of that thing, he did state that there are certain seats we can actually talk about. Certain that we cannot, mess around with because of either the guy at the top of that particular seat is powerful. So you've got the ODM candidate, right? That guy anaweza pita huko Mombasa. So why don't we have just one united leader that will run on a ticket in Mombasa, because that is a sensitive seat. Any of those 4 cities in Kenya, we have to unite. Mali kama Nairobi, I think they're going to come and discuss to say, okay, either maybe we would have had discussions with Babu Owino and the other lot and say, okay, wacha tuachie Babu aende na sisi we support him, alafu hizo maviti zingine wacha we disperse. And it's the same thing with the presidency. This is why everybody's saying, this is why I always felt bad when you guys were like, where's Martha Karua? Kwangi hapo. You can see what your overlords say. Your general. Amekwambia, kila mtu lazima aende kujitafutie. Hii kitu ya kuja last minute, umefanya kazi, you've worked so hard, then you're told, boss, you cannot field a candidate here. Robert, here ni my own opinion. So if you don't agree with it, that is fine. Raila was a dictator. He ran 5 times. He never let anybody have a chance. Kalonzo amesupport huyo mtu mara 3. Why was it, out of those 3 times, why didn't Kalonzo even have a taste once? It's always him. Yeah, obviously, yes, you can say, oh, he has the largest party. But that does not always mean that it's the rightful thing, Kabisaka. You know, the guys who are singing Kalonzo here. You remember Nani? Jeru. Don't you think, even though you liked Raila, would you feel bad if Kalonzo was running? Singesikia mbaya. Patia wewe ulianguka, next time patia mwingine. But every time it's always Raila's way. Now when I say dictatorial, it is the fact that even after the lands, after elections, where we've been beaten up, we've been hit hard, things have been stolen from us, it is Raila's decision not to go for a re-election, to go do a retry of the election. Sasa, unakuja kuniambia kwamba Raila is not a dictator, where we are he tells the people, the High Court has accepted that the election is null and void. Let's do a rerun. Guess who says to the rest of the coalition, oh, tell the people not to run, oh, because of what, oh, Siju Chepukati is still there. Then in 2022, you ran with Chepukati. Yet you did not want to do a rerun in 2017. So Raila is a dictator. Siku za maandamano, we're almost at State House. Njeru, marangapi tulikuwa karibu na State House? Marangapi? And then Raila says, oh, we're going to have talks. Talks without Martha Karua, talks without Kalonzo.
Three, four times.
Yeah. Alafu anasema, I'm going for talks. I'm going for talks. Inchi itaungua. Inchi inaunguaga kila siku. Revolutions are not supposed to be easy. Revolutions are not supposed to be done quietly. People
without diverting you, itabidi nisome hii sababu ni maombi wa Murathati akiomba leo. Historia hiyo ya Murwadikir kidogo tu hii nitasoma. Mungu akisaidia Gachagua asishinde Murwadikir and Okarau. Juu sijui tutajificha wapi Mungu. Ati wanasema ati Mungu akisaidia tu Gachagua asishinde Murwadikir na Okarau sababu atujui tutajificha wapi.
Do you know what happens if Gachagua, well, let's just be hopeful, when Gachagua wins those places? What does it do? It gives people hope.
And the momentum mbaya sana.
It gives people hope. And that is what Ruto does not want. Because even if akuje kujaribu kiba Olkarau and Diki has Imenda, it's finished. Roba bana boss.
Wewe unajua Kipril, you have to understand in this world we have small gods, so stop touching small gods.
Amenda bana Roba ingia kwa studio kuja nipigie kelele basi. Usiseme ati I don't say it when you're on the studio.
Yeah, no. Roba, wacha kidogo wacha nimalize hizi video zako just
because I give Roba the same. I always give him the same. What do you call it? Evidence. Now Roba alikuwa amevaa suti ya blue. Kwanza alikuwa na kofia nyingine hapo noma. Alikuwa na viatu, alikuwa na socks, alikuwa na blazer ya blue, kofia ya blue. Alikuwa ametengeneza, kwanza alikuwa ameenda kuambia watu wa airport, I want you to print me a blue ticket, please.
So, and that's why you should be very sensitive with Roba because some of the people by the way actually mourn for 3 years. There is a possibility Roba is still mourning up to now. So you might have moved on, but Roba could still be. Every time
but Roba's heart was broken. When Raila did the broad base.
Every time
I remember Roba
naguza story ya Raila Odinga ni kama like you are touching the nerve of Roba. So hapo nitamtetea kidogo. So wewe tu
mpaka tano ilikuwa blue. We are victims of the red carpet, my friend. We are all victims of that.
No, you have appreciated that because I think Roba alipenda baba kuliko vile anajipenda. I think to me Roba ni wale watu ambao I had one person talking about kidogo I had one person saying mimi hata niki si afadhali hata I'm not saying that Roba anasema but nilisikia jamaa mmoja akisema kwa TV si afadhali ningekufa baba abaki. Did you hear somebody saying like that? Keep reading.
I don't remember.
No, somebody saying like that. Hey, jamaa anasema kike Mungu afadhali ungechukua mimi baba abaki.
I know.
So
nywele ilikuwa blue, underwear ilikuwa blue.
Lakini
nafikiri alikuwa ashanunua gari ya blue.
Lakini Robana nywele ya blue akiatakaje shwari. Hiyo nayo hiyo mmemwekelea sana.
It's all in good fun, Roba
with the blue hair. Hey.
Alipoteza t-shirt ya Raola juzi bado ni.
Yeah, what I know was a suit. He had a very serious suit. Anyway, Roba, in your lifetime, you will do a very serious electro celebrations. Do not worry. In your lifetime, we are going to make it. So see all the time watakuanga wanatupia yule hajashinda. Sasa wacha huyu Gachagua amalizie.
Hii mtu yako Gachagua na Matiang'i wakishikana hivi vile naona. Both of them are election experts.
What about what media is trying to funnel? Have you seen what media is trying to funnel?
What are they doing?
The media is of late for the last 2 days they are talking about Kalonzo Sifuna arrangement. Let me sinikupe hujapatana na hiyo? Let me show you.
You too. That is nothing, bwana. You cannot force a candidate on us, bwana.
Let me show you what they are saying. Like they are trying to say Kalonzo Sifuna is what people want. Hadi nikashindwa.
No, we've seen that circulating and it's fine. Anybody can win against Ruto. And so what with Kalonzo?
Yeah, let me show you what the media is funneling because we also need to be privy of what the media is trying to say. I want to show.
Listen, Kalonzo cannot. What I'm afraid of Kalonzo.
Just listen.
Now, Kalonzo Sifuna ticket with the Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna as the presidential candidate and Kalonzo Musyoka as his running mate is increasingly being floated within opposition circles as perhaps the most formidable formation capable of denying President William Ruto a second term in next year's general election. Political analysts have likened the possible pairing to the historic Obama-Biden ticket of the 2008 United States presidential election, a partnership that successfully fused youthful charisma with establishment experience before sweeping to victory by more than 10 million popular votes and a commanding 192 electoral vote margin, ultimately ushering Barack Obama into history as America's first Black president. NTV's David Mudoka with that analysis.
With less than 2 years to the next general election, the country's political landscape is increasingly crystallizing into what appears to be a two-horse presidential contest.
Wale majamaa wanajaribu kushindana na sisi.
On one end stands President William Ruto's broad-based political formation, buttressed by the machinery of incumbency.
Matusi mingi.
On the other is an opposition coalition still undergoing consolidation and yet to formally settle on both its presidential flag bearer and running mate. At the heart of the opposition matrix are seasoned politicians, including former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, and former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i. But increasingly, attention is also shifting toward the so-called Linda Mwananchi faction, a youthful combative political wing associated with Edwin Sifuna, Babu Owino, and James Orengo, particularly following Sifuna's recent remarks during an interview on Inoro FM.
Itakuwa jambo la kuvunja moyo sana ati tuamke 2027 William Ruto amepita na kura 200,000 kwa sababu Sifuna alimea pembe akasema yeye pia ako kwa debe, Kalonzo akasema ako kwa debe, DCP wakatoa candidate. Iwapo mtampa William Ruto hiyo nafasi ya kurudi, tutakuwa tumewakosea Wakenya kwa sababu Wakenya kwa kweli wanaumia na Wakenya wametuambia wanataka nchi tofauti.
At the same time, signals emerging from Gachagwa's camp appear to suggest the possibility of a coalition between the former deputy president's allies and the Linda Mwananchi movement as the opposition moves toward crafting a united anti-Ruto front.
Edwin Sifuna, I want to tell you, my brother, you are a good leader. Ukifukuzwa na William Ruto, you are welcome to DCP. William Ruto amesema hata huyu Babu Owino akinunua ODM akwe. Babu Owino ukifukuzwa na William Ruto, this is your home.
And with the prospect of a grand opposition coalition increasingly appearing inevitable, political debate is now shifting toward a more consequential question: who among the opposition principals carries the strongest electoral currency to lead the ticket that will challenge President Ruto's re-election bid?
The united opposition will produce one of the people who will be on the ticket. Then you have the Linda Mwananchi also producing somebody else to team up with the person the other side would have proposed.
For now, Kalonzo Musyoka remains the establishment phase of the united opposition, while Edwin Sifuna increasingly appears to embody the momentum, defiance, and youthful energy associated with the Linda Mwananchi movement. Should the two camps eventually coalesce around the pair, then the debate may no longer be whether they can work together, but rather in what order the ticket would maximize its political appeal: Kalonzo Sifuna or Sifuna Kalonzo.
Many people have been thinking Kalonzo would be a nice compromise candidate, but you see Sifuna again is coming very strongly. Many of the people who want to see this country change see that being delivered by Sifuna. So perhaps they'll be very disappointed if you tell them to back a legacy politician like Kalonzo. Create some energy, create some vibe, because people are not feeling him, you know. Otherwise, if he is not very careful, he will be forced to do an Obama-Biden thing. Whereas if he becomes a candidate and he is forced to be the running mate.
When Barack Obama, America's 44th president and first black president, entered the White House in 2008 alongside Joe Biden, Obama was 47 years old, while Biden was 65. By the time Kenyans head to the ballot next year, Sifuna will be 45, while Kalonzo will be 73. And just as Obama had served only one Senate term before ascending to the presidency, Sifuna too will be heading into the election after a single term as Nairobi Senator. Likewise, much like Biden at the time, Kalonzo brings decades of political experience, having previously mounted unsuccessful presidential bids of his own. To proponents of such a formation, the comparison is therefore less about direct equivalence and more about political chemistry, the attempt to merge generational excitement with institutional experience, youthful mobilization with establishment credibility, and resistance politics with a nationally recognizable political figure. It is a formula they believe could potentially reconfigure the opposition landscape and mount the most serious challenge yet to President Ruto's hold on power.
2027 is a different ballgame. You can't compare 2027 to anything else. This is going to be the most complicated and complex election we have had as a people. Because you see, even the absence of Raila alone complicates the matrix.
And while none of the key opposition figures has openly declared interest in a joint ticket, recent public statements from Sifuna, Gachagua, and Kalonzo appear to suggest a growing acknowledgement that only a united front may stand a realistic chance against President Ruto.
We are trying to build a broad consensus going forward. And so when the time comes, we will address that issue.
And with 16 months left, the race to State House has the signs of being one of the toughest political tests yet in the country's history. David Muthoka, NTV, Nairobi.
Okay, so I know Kipriru, you are here for some time. Those two videos of yours, I will ignore them for now. But in Nitazicheza, after I get some opening statement from Budi, I'm on taka kwenda.
Alex ongea bana, please.
So sijui kama Budi anataka kuingililia hapo kwa Sifuna Kalonzo, or Budi want to start from Emurwa Dikil. You know, today there is so much matter. Budi, I don't want to guide you. You can choose any gate you want. Gate A, gate B, gate C.
Ya, acha ni wasalimu na acha ni, I don't think there is any mother up here, but niliona mama hapa juu, Mama Mary, acha nimwambia happy Mother's Day, na Julia,
na pia Kindiki,
my good wife Annie, happy Mother's Day. So I can't leave her there. So keep wewe yako itakupa happy Father's Day, yako itakuja. So leo celebrate Annie.
Si unajua hata umesahau Kindiki bana.
Yes, I wanted to intern like quickly nitoke kwa sababu naenda funeral. We are in a certain funeral here, so I can't stay longer. The issue of Edwin Sifuna is complicating. It can be a blessing, but in disguise, it is going to rattle us like crazy. And if we don't know how to deal with it, it may end up producing a third force, because Sifuna is not a person who controls a party like Gachagua or the rest. Sifuna is a movement. The problem with this movement, the day I saw Sifuna speak about one candidate, I don't know kama umekuwa keen vile amekuwa bashed by these young people. You know, I said, let me take a moment and just listen to them. What is in them? I saw nani alikuja hapa akasema no, Sifuna hajafikia hiyo kitu, but you know, Julia, and I liked her argument. However, the negotiation that will lead a unitary one presidential candidate, it's going to be very difficult. The zoning itself is going to be absolutely difficult, because as towards Nairobi, I think unless Babu Wino defects to DCP, I don't think DCP, if Gachagua is not going to be part of those, and atakubali Nairobi pia iende. So we are looking at a very difficult moment ahead. I don't know if eventually this dead party called Jubilee, we have said it, tumekuwa bashed for a very long time, that it hasn't, I don't know where it's going to. I mean, I don't know what my tribesmen are thinking about. This is a party that obviously cannot, it's as good as party I keep in the mountain. I mean, those two parties are not going to get anything, because the way Gachagua is coming out, let's be very honest, without kufika kule mbele ndio tuanze kusema that we need what? Zoning. There is nothing like that. Gachagua, and I've said this, I mean, Gachagua should not allow any zoning. Gachagua should not allow any talks with anybody. Let Gachagua go full throat, in as much as he will keep UDF from the mountain. I'm happy for it. You know, if you believe watakuja wacheze,
Lex, I think you missed the initial discussion with what Gachagua said. All of them agreed there is no zoning. Hakuna zoning hata kidogo. There is no discussion on Alita, what did he call it? Friendly match. Tuende tuote kwa MCA, except for a couple of governor seats, Nakuru, Mombasa and Nairobi. Everything is free fall. That's what they've agreed. So don't worry.
Which means, why would we waste a lot of money running against Gachagua in the mountain then? I mean, honestly, Why?
It's their own thingy, bana. Watu waende bana. It's good. It's good, bana. It's
So
good. It's
let me
let the
say
people
this.
choose.
In as much as we are excited about Edwin Sifuna, this force that I'm seeing from Western, Manyora ukimwona vile anaongea hivi, the other day Mukisa Kitui, I went and did his thing in Bungoma by putting this guy as an. You've seen Atembea speak the way he's speaking, saying, you know what, I'm yielding for Edwin Sifuna. You have seen what is happening, Barack Muluka, David Mwikali, all these surrogates who have been big talkers from the opposition, from the side of Western, who've never come together. Sabula, who up to the other day used to criticize Sifuna, has toned down because he has seen things are going to be against him. This young man who was in the US today, this Salasia, or in Malaysia, he has toned down. The Luya community is going to be a big bargaining chip. And now the advantage that Sifuna has, we have a vacuum in the coast. The question is, how do we counter Joho? Dawa peke yake for now tuko nayo ya Joho ni Babu Owino na Sifuna. Let me tell you, not even Gachagua. And if they are going to allow Sifuna to carry the mantle there and also allow Kalonzo with the canvas, I think the issue of Sifuna is going to complicate us, and we need to start dealing with it as early as mapema. Otherwise, I don't know. This issue of peddling Sifuna's name quickly in the front, it's going to bite us. Thank you.
So, in other words, when you say like fronting Sifuna names mapema, are you saying like it is coming at a time whereby there are too many people who have capabilities of being president?
No, the problem is that the lawyers have made the decision and they don't want no negotiation. Sifuna is their presidential candidate. I don't know how we are going to negotiate with that.
Can they take number two? Kuuliza swali. When it is negotiation and it is their presidential candidate. So when
no,
you're
they're
bringing,
clever.
when
The
you're bringing
lawyers are clever. No,
Mm.
the lawyers are clever. They've gone ahead. Wamekimbia nayo. So that it's in the minds of the public early enough.
Sisi tunataka
Because before let me explain the problem. Before I think I discussed this a month ago. Before this whole Sifuna thing started, the big wigs of all these parties had been avoiding this last issue of picking a presidential candidate. Wamekataa kwenda your conference, lakini ya zoning wamekubaliana, which is a good thing by the like. I know it's a waste of money, but it's also a way not to brush egos. You can understand that it caused a lot of friction in the past. You've seen what happened when Raila did not like the zoning in Nairobi with tukachio mnyama anaitwa Sakaja. You understand? So for me, the lawyers, they're clever because remember that Natembe is also one of the principals there. Also, him is interested in the presidential seat. But because everybody has been avoiding this topic, from Eugene Malwa, Martha, wamekataa kukutana. That's what Martha said. Walikataa kukutana kwa hii kitu. Procrastinate on this issue because all of them are interested in that seat. All of them. So if the lawyers start singing that Sifuna is their presidential candidate, and obviously the Gen Zs, most of them, a high percentage of the Gen Zs are with Sifuna, you're going to be left with no choice but to back him. So that, I know somebody is saying here that Kalonzo did not have the money. The parties come together in an alliance there's a united fund. Kuna hiyo fund ya kumwaga hapo, tuende sisi wote. That is the thing. If Azimio, if NASA, if CORD had picked Kalonzo, all those parties would bring money in to help Kalonzo to go for presidential. Si ati unakuja kusema kila siku ni kwa sababu mfuko yako ni nono, you are going to be the presidential candidate. No. And that is the agreement. That He went around everywhere is very important. It's just Gachagua is very clever. He's boosted his presence. Amemwaga plus pesa kila mali, and that is why he's seen everywhere. But everyone is there. I was trying to tell you guys that Martha has been in Central the whole week. So for me, well done to the Luyas. Now, as for what is happening in the media, the second thing, it's only the media that is trying, they have been sent by Ruto so that they can do what is called a strategy, that they know who they are running against.
Sorry, nimeanguka. I'm not sure ni nini. My StreamYard is giving me a problem. And hata sasa vile nimeingia StreamYard. I don't know, sometimes StreamYard, sijui kama hata nyinyi saa ingine inawasumbuanga. I'm not sure. I've heard even people say sometimes StreamYard inakuanga sijui nini. Now,
Depending on the device. Depending on the device. If it's
yeah.
a phone, inaleta shida kiasi, yeah.
Yeah, I'm using a phone. And I'm using my subsidiary phone, actually. You're right. Now, the other thing is and on a serious level, and this is what Julie has been saying. When it comes to a serious presidential candidate, and when you ask across the board, apart from our Toto Wadogo, who have had now to cross over to Sifuna, Matiang'i seems to be the compromise candidate. But the problem, when you look at those polls that I've seen, internal polls, ambazo each party has done, because I had a privilege of looking at those internal polls that were being done. I think the confidence to believe that it has connection across the country, with Gachagua emerging as a supremo within the mountain, he comes out as a preferred presidential candidate, but with no back, whereby you can say apart from Kisii and maybe Kuria, and I'm not sure Wapi, where again he can marshal to get enough seats so that in terms of negotiation, he can sit on board again. Now that disadvantages it. So what does that say? It tells you that on the negotiating table, we are going to have a domination by my party leader, who is Rigathi Gachagua. And Rigathi Gachagua is not going to take a man who arrested him in his underwear. Unaelewa? Obviously, let's be honest. He is going to take a safe pair who actually has tried to take everywhere, but PIA is not sellable apart from the fact that Gachagua is the one taking him around. We are going to have a very interesting negotiating table. But when it comes to the Luyas, they have a negotiating table that is so rigid, but also very valuable. And you're going to see people like Mufisa Kitui, who unfortunately or fortunately we had put to be our spokesperson, and who has already started doing his homework. Now, Matiang'i does not have another surrogate apart from Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, which actually is also another disadvantage to him. So my conclusion is this. The person that Gachagua will like is the one who is going to become our president. Unfortunately, where we sit right now, I don't know. You tell me what you think. Up to today's politics, what do you think? Is Gachagua dominating the presidential candidate we may now have? Are we going to have the people's choice, or we are going to have Gachagua's choice?
Obviously, we used to joke about Gachagua being kingmaker.
No, let's be honest with the current politics. Let us not run away from the reality. Unaelewa? I've given you the open thing, the open book, that what actually currently, we don't know if it will change, but that's a factor, that Gachagua seems to be so dominant, even in these presses whereby you've seen as react towards national issues. They say our patron, and is the one who speaks last and the most volatile attacks to the government, which tells you they understand his position. Now, the thing is this. Do you think we are going to have our will, or Gachagua's will is going to prevail? And are we ready for that?
Hey, kutoa Ruto bana ni first choice bana. That is for me. I will have to accept.
Even as you say that, but you also need to understand this. And I always say this, although Bwana Budi ni kama people attack me when I say this, there is always a national interest and a personal interest. And there is an interaction point between the two. All these 6 people or 7 people who are part of participating people who want to see Ruto out, there is a national agenda and there is an individual agenda. For the candidate, for them, the individual agenda is usually ahead of the national agenda. For the people, is the reverse. Discuss.
You know you are taking it on the periphery kama mchezo. And I've told you, this young man called Sifuna has complicated the matrix. And more so because if you look at it, the person that delivers Mombasa, let's be very honest, it's not Matiang'i. Are we together up to that? Are we in agreement?
Mombasa.
So Mombasa, if Kalonzo and Sifuna ties and come together, Joho will do nothing. Are we in agreement?
Yes.
So let me ask you, now, if Gachagua has to pick up, do you think he will even think of Matiang'i?
No. I'm sorry. No.
But according to the polls that have been done internally, they said Kenya is sick and tired of politics. Kenya wants once and for all tujenge nchi. Unaelewa? For once, Kenyans say, okay, if we take Kasongo out, but at the same time, our number one priority ni kutoa Ruto. But then the question is, then don't you think Gachagua has become our president again?
Hiyo ni yenu.
No, this is what will happen. Bwana Budi, I also want you to analyze this scenario. In 2002, Raila is a formidable force in Kenyan politics. And he understands that he is a force within the politics, even though he had disagreed with Moi some few days or some few weeks or some few months ago. And he knows that he has a constituency which will follow him. But he is there because of the greater agenda of getting Moi out of power through his proxy Kenyatta. He agrees to support this other faction, and actually he agrees to play a subsidiary role rather than a main role, whereby he is ready even to wait to get a parliamentary seat, and eventually he becomes a minister in Kibaki government, even though he had also some power as per that particular time. So let me ask you a question. Are we not also beckoning at the same thing, whereby we could be having powerful people or a powerful man who should agree to play a subsidiary role for the sake of the big picture which we are having? And don't you think in that perspective, Gachagua should as well, for the bigger picture and for inclusivity of the country and to avoid polarization of the country, it should be on a point whereby he can play a subsidiary role as we look forward towards achieving a one-term presidency, rather than saying you want to be the president and maybe we miss the target. I'm not saying that there is a subtle explanation which shows that Gachagua cannot defeat Ruto. That's not what I'm trying to say, but I'm trying to talk. We don't know how the reaction of Kenyans if a Gachagua presidency is proposed as per this particular time. But don't you think we can now propose, or we can indicatively say actually Gachagua can play the same role which Raila Odinga did in 2002, where Raila Odinga actually agreed to be in a subsidiary role na akanyenyekea for the bigger goal na tukaingiza Kibaki kwa power. Have we reached the same moment again? Wanabudi.
No, we haven't reached there. There is a game of suspicion here, and big time. And then you remember, we are also dealing with the two communities who have ruled Kenya for a very long time. Don't take that factor out. The only uniting factor, unfortunately, that we have this time around is we want Ruto out. And you heard even Sifuna say it will be unfortunate that we wake up and we find that Ruto defeated us with only 200,000. So we have more actually differences than what brings us together. But this one thing that is bringing us together has more dominance. Now, Gachagua, in as much as we have embraced him, and I want to be very clear on this, there's a lot of suspicion by many people, including his own community. But he has worked so hard, and that's a fact, to sanitize himself. So what we want, the dominance of Gachagua is to make sure that Ruto does not con the mountain again. So which he has done very well. And that's why people are ready to deal with Gachagua based on that and even leave what? Jubilee. It's not like Jubilee is not an alternative. But when you look at the grassroots movement that Gachagua, and he's ready to do it to the very end, that gives him a leverage. Now, on a national level, which that pool was taken, and this is why it disturbed me. And remember, I'm in DCP when I'm saying this too. I don't care whether Gachagua becomes a president or not. For me, I'm ready for Gachagua's presidency because I was as ready as yesterday when Raila disappointed us, because I asked myself, if Raila can disappoint us, why should I castigate Gachagua anyway? Okay? If Raila can support a man he never debated, why would I not support the man that is attacking? You know, that was my logic, and it remains so. But however, you see there are people like Julia. And I put Julia on the spot because even up to the other day, he argued that Sifuna cannot be in that ticket. Was it the day before yesterday? She was here defending his Matiang'i. So there are people defending Matiang'i who seriously see that, look, the economy and the way things have been handled, Kalonzo will not be able to revive that economy the way things go. Okay? Now, how do you reconcile that? Unaelewa? How do you reconcile that? So, this idea you are saying that Gachagua may play the role of Nani or 2002, I'm not sure. Let's wait until next year and see. But the issue is this, and I raised it yesterday. I don't think Alonso is going to be subservient to anybody this time around because he has only one gun, he has one bullet in his gun. And Kalonzo has said, whether we like it or not, he will be in the government, whether it is Ruto's government or the coming government. And I have said that the biggest beneficiary right now that Ruto wants by all necessary means is a man called this Kamba guy, and all his Kambas, because he knows he can manipulate us in Mombasa, he can manipulate us in Nairobi, and he can manipulate us in his region. So the Kamba votes is not for us to lose, whether we like it or not. The same way we did last time, we cannot afford to lose them. And I think Gachagua has realized this too early. Now, the thing is this. In as much as Gachagua is going to play that role, it might reach a moment some parties will themselves. President Gachagua in the last minute. Do you think they will bulge out and make a instead of whereby we ended up splitting Ford into Ford Asili and Ford Kenya. My hypothesis is it is eminent that as we come further to 2027 in the last minute, because Gachagua doesn't know how to tone down. That's a fact. And he's not going to tone down. We will lose this election, not because we should lose it, but because the role my party leader will be able to play with Kalonzo, because Kalonzo himself will not allow to be the deputy of Sifuna. If that is the case, is there something we can do to stop it? That is my question.
Okay, the big question which I want to ask as well, Budi, are they aware of the price of what is happening? Are they aware of the price?
If you listen to Robert Alai, as much as you don't like him, he has eloquently put that point forward. Not once, not twice, like 6 times. So it's not like they don't know the people who are in the corridors of power. They are privy, they are aware, and they just do not want to talk about it.
Okay. Kip, can you react to that? That one is heavy.
Anything that Gachagua does, I'm okay with it, other than running for president. What I'm saying is, any one of those people can run. And I think with Kalonzo, at this point in time, I was worried, but I think he's in too deep. He's in too deep, to be honest. He's been in this united opposition since 2024. After he messed up with the Gen Z movement, when he saw that what Raila had done, because it's about twice that Kalonzo has been negotiated with in terms of giving money from State House. The first time was the parks for the NADCO. He was co-chair. He saw the Gen Zs, he left too early, angekulia up, he was supposed to be given, I think, 2 CSs in that deal, but he wanted more. Second time is, I think he started going for midnight runs to State House, and then he asked for too much again. He was rejected. I think in the back of my head, I think the Gachagua side and the Uhuru side, because it's the second time Uhuru is doing this, have paid him to keep quiet. I've paid him to tulia. So I will not worry. So when I say I don't mind anything Gachagua does other than being president, I'm okay with it. If he wants to make Sifuna Kalonzo or Kalonzo Sifuna, that is fine for me. Because I think the only problem is, but I don't think that will ever happen, because I think them as a unit are going to run together to remove that Garcia Ruto. So it's not going to be an autonomy of one man deciding, oh, I'm going to run and negotiate with Ruto. I don't think so. I think this one is going full throttle to get rid of Ruto. So any one of them, hata ukieka Natembea hapo, hata ukieka Matiang'i hapo, I don't mind. Whether the public likes it or not, Jeru, whether the public like it or not, all these calculations we're doing, all this stuff we're doing, it doesn't matter. There's going to be a swallow, there's going to be a hard pill for the people to swallow. And everybody is one thing. What is the one thing everybody's talking about? It's one term. Hata mukiekewa hapo Natembea, people will rally with him. Hata tukiekewa nani, watu wataenda naye. Do you understand? So for me, I am not. I really want Martha Karua in my opinion. That's who I want, 100%. I always want Martha Karua, but then the will of the rest of Kenyans is where I have to follow. You understand? So if the rest of the Kenyans want Kalonzo, they want Matiang, tutafuata hiyo. Na mimi nitapigania watu wangu wa PLP on the ground. But then ile siku ya kuimbia nani, hopefully it's Martha Karua, utaenda tutamwimbia huko. But my preferred candidate after Martha Karua would be actually Sifuna Kalonzo. So this media thing trying to push, this media thing of trying to push us to see a specific candidate is just for Ruto to strategize. But there's nothing for Ruto to strategize. Any of those people can beat Ruto. Take it to the bank. Hata hao majenzi wana complain, I'll tell you the truth. You're going to be given a choice between Ruto or somebody else. You're going to take somebody else. So there's nothing for Ruto to strategize. Hakuna mtu everybody has got strength against Ruto. Because the rest of them will rally against Ruto to help this other person go through. So I'm not fearful. So long as, like I said, sorry.
So for me, I'm fearful for one reason. And take it to the bank. We'll be here August. And you're going to know that politics is about interest. It's not about your emotions the way you want it. It will get to a point whereby the Kisi people are going to wake up. And let me give you a warm up. If from the way I see my people have prepared, because I said I'm not part of Jubilee, but my people have really prepared for His Excellency Matiang'i also to be part and parcel of the big boys. And it looks like it has flopped. Now, remember, politics is about interest. And our history is full of good syllabus of what you can do. And all these people have worked together before. And when it comes to power, power is the ultimate goal. It is not you, it is not me. After voting, power becomes the ultimate goal. Who takes this, and how they are going to survive. I see a scenario that we will play like that we played during the referendum when Nyachai supported Kibaki. Or when we had, when Kalonzo had to play a ping pong on us and legitimize the presidency of Kibaki against all odds. And these are the loopholes that we need to seal ahead, because you're not going to invest and use billions and billions of money, because for us, we are just going to vote. But remember, there are those who bankroll this, and in the end of the day, they don't do it for free. Are we in agreement up to there? Because our politics, me and you don't suffer any financial consequences. Are we in agreement? So the problem is later on, the people who do this, they sit down and ask themselves, what are we? So I'm saying Ruto pulling this and say, okay, let's go round one. Let's go round one and we all don't get 50+1. And because you already eliminated these people, and now, consequentially, I can decide now to pull the Kalonzo card. Are we willing to look beyond the first round and understand what might happen in case there is a rerun and see the loopholes before we win the first round, but not majority, only to lose the second round? Are you seeing that matrix?
Kiprir, I think that was
honestly, I don't see. The only matrix I see that happening is when Ruto starts stealing, right? This tyranny, so-called tyranny of small numbers. This man is so unpopular that if we protect every single vote across the country and we are all united, there is not going to be a second round, Alex. Akuna. But if indeed there is manipulation of numbers and then we go for second round and then people chicken out, yes, I see that scenario. But in terms of us actually breaking him and making sure that he does not try and manufacture any votes around the country, we are Nenda Sibui with anybody. But your scenario is true, where you find some of these politicians feel defeated completely. Anasema tu ni sawa tu, wacha tuende tu kwa meza tu tuache mtu aingie, at least mimi nirudishe ile pesa nimetumia kwa campaign over the last 2 years. Yes, I agree.
So mi kuna swali nataka munielezee. Maybe Bwana Budi, in the art of coalition making and knowing a presidential candidate, are you seeing not a formula for us, maybe like a candidate in the making, unitary candidate in the making? Are you not seeing a serious process on the way who will be accepted by everybody and who will be able to win the election? Like all these 6 people are not.
When it comes to that, if Matiang'i is not part and parcel up there, we need to take a deep dive and understand this. The Kalonzo Sifuna ticket is the one that will sell, but not when Kalonzo is up, when Sifuna is up. If you take out of the equation, Sifuna will sell in cost and all able the common here is Gachagua will be able to hold the mountain. Speaking with the common denominator that the mountain, tumetoa Ruto huko kabisa. Naelewa. But again now, if we do Kalonzo up, Sifuna down, we might create a leverage whereby Ruto might be able to take little bit from it. Perception as of now. Maybe I'll be guided as days goes by, but as of now, maybe somebody like PK, not is privy of the politics of Pwani more than me. I wish one day he will just come up here and give us even a 10-minute lecture so that we can be able to understand and move forward and be able to advise these people. But Kalonzo Sifuna, we will not be able to take it first round. But Sifuna Kalonzo, I think we have it.
And with the people like Gachagua as the subsidiaries, right?
Yeah, we are putting the common denominator because remember, Linda Mwananchi, 60% of the people who have been with Sifuna everywhere, come rain, come sunshine, have been Onyonka, Kibagendi, Warongo, Bisairo, and the Kisi fraternity. So when it will come to negotiation, and they find out that mumetupa nani nje kabisa Matiang'i, and they want to be part and parcel of it, I think they will urge for Sifuna rather than for Kalonzo. That's my thinking. I don't know. I'm thinking aloud.
Hey, can I come in real quick, guys? I have to do something here.
As you come in, there's something I want to ask. Maybe Bwana Budi, I also want to kuweka akili yenu kidogo. What about Sifuna Gachagua? Sorry to. Okay, Bwana Roba, react.
Yeah, so you guys have been, I've been following you guys. I agree with Alex 100%. And from me, what I'm hearing, and it's not like you should take it serious, but it's a seriousness. What I'm hearing is, if it is Sifuna presidency running mate Karonzo. I have a feeling, and according to my sources, from what I'm hearing, the people give me information, which it's not like reliable 100%. If it becomes that, then Ruto might not run for president. He might go for just like he tried to form another team to encounter, but maybe somebody to protect and negotiate. He will not run for 2027. That's what I'm hearing, and that's what I'm getting. Because that one, there's no way they can win. Kachawa being like playing exactly what you said, to play the role of Raila Odinga, what he did. Then from there, Aunge Mkono, Sifuna on top of the ticket, and then Karonzo to be the deputy. That one, from what I'm getting or what I'm hearing, he might call it a day, just to save his legacy that he never lost anything, and whatever election, whatever he has been saying, because he knows if he goes in, nobody might not even listen. So he will just quit and decide to be one term and takes it and he runs away. Maybe he will negotiate his exit. That's what I'm hearing. So also, I want to add what Alex said. If you compare Kisi politics, because now we are talking about Matiang'i, Atugi and Matiang'i. So Matiang'i, if all these guys, the only thing I'm telling you can cover them is Sivuna being on top of the ticket. Then from there, Matiang'i and maybe the Musalia Mudavadi or be given whatever, so whatever finance or whatever. I mean, like whatever they might negotiate there. I mean, that might just cover them. But at this time, yes, there are ups and downs of having Caronzo on top of the ticket, but the worst will come if he's on top of the ticket. That will bring a lot of problems, more especially those ones, the functions of Matiang'i, the functions of other people. So that's what I want to say. At this point, I just feel like it's all this young man from Ngoma or from wherever he comes from. I think this time has come, and I think people want change. We should also accept it. I don't mean that he's perfect, but at this point, he comes as the person who will compromise. The person who will come in, even Gacha will give a runway from these guys, from Matiang'i or those ones in the functional. By the way, Alex, you are right. The Ruyas are in for it. They are united. And imagine, even Marara, they are on the same on Saturday. They had the same function with Sifuna in Kakamega. Marara is remember, is the secretary of TCP. Well, he has influence or to talk to Gachawa. I mean, let's not take it that way. I mean, let's talk of the small things, which you think that Gachawa can his mind it will be changed. Imagine that. So look at all the unity of the Ruya. I've never seen this one here. Guess what? What they did on Saturday, something we talked of the other day. What they did on Saturday. This young Manrara, the other people, they have separated themselves. They have said we're Tangura, Musalim Davad, and the rest of the people, Kinatoli, their time has come, it's gone, get out of here. And now they have taken over. And that's what's happened in Western Kenya. As simple as that. Now they come as a unit, and that unit is united. And even the governor of what's his name, Natembeya. So I'm very sure it's for Sifuna. I'm very sure it's for Sifuna. So if it's Sifuna on top, and Sifuna, we know he can sell, he can trust, even cost everywhere. It becomes like it's no, you cannot defend that. Ruto cannot win with that. So the only thing is the number 2 ticket we should be talking about, number 2, which is Caronzo. So Caronzo becomes, if Caronzo comes in, it becomes so very difficult for Kasongo. And that, from like I said before, he might decide to call it a day. But if it's an opening of maybe Caronzo, Matiang, he's on fight. He's going to fight because he thinks that he has an opportunity, he has an opening. Yeah, so that's what I wanted to bring in. Stop talking about Raila being a dictator or something. I think you are just my friend. That makes me. That's not good. That's not good for our politics when you call someone like Raila a dictator. That one is not allowed. That one is just like that's below the belt. Thank you.
Yeah, sawa. About that. So let me share a video here so that people can react. But in the meantime, there is a question I was asking. So maybe Bwanabudi, I wanted you to react on that. Many people are becoming positive on Sifuna Karonzo ticket. I asked a question. What about Sifuna Gachagua? How would such a ticket look like? Sorry to.
If I answered one because I just spoke, that brings an opening because so if you see the way these people are ganging against Gachagua, you see wanamuita Machina, wanamuita nini, Gachagua is the one fighting. You know, it becomes so dangerous. They can win. It doesn't mean they can win. The ticket can win, but can it win on the first round? Now it becomes a problem in between there because you have Gachagua who you want to be this training to be a national leader at that time. I mean, he's known to have the bombs, mambo ya kutukana kama vile onana. So the narrative of mambo ya ukabila, hiyo ndio watausa mpaka the last minute. And can it work? We don't know. But you know, they will say that number in Mukabira, even if the same person anaita Mukabira, yeye ndiye alimsaidia akamchagua. You know, the narratives, italeta some issues. So the thing is, as long as, are you talking about Gachagua being at the top of the ticket or being at the second? That's my question there. What are you saying?
I said Sifuna Gachagua. That's what I said. I didn't do the other way around. I said Sifuna Gachagua.
Oh yeah,
in the order.
Yeah. At the end of the day, they might win, but they might not. It might just like it might. Yeah, that's a winning ticket. I can tell you, it can win, but it might have a struggle somewhere in between. But I'm just telling you what, to my opinion, as long as Simon on top and Vice President Tibudi, Gachagua, Karonso, Matiang'i, I think it can sell. As long as that guy is on top of the ticket, because I think at this point people have decided where they want to take the country. Yeah, so it might not. It does have some ups and downs, but the people are not looking at that one. People are looking at they look at the top of the ticket. Yeah, they will win. Why not?
Now, where do you place Matiang'i now in that ticket after that ticket is done? Because now it means we are going post BBI again. We must create positions. So do we create a position for Gachagua or Matiang'i? You know, I'm getting confused here now.
Matiang'i, I'll put him in the Musalia Mudavadi where he is right now, even though it's not constitutional. I think that's why they press him as he's the number 3. He's the number 3 guy. I mean, that's why I pressed
Kwa
there.
hivyo mnasema tuanze kuvunja constitution mapema.
That's what do you mean? That one is there. It doesn't matter.
Kwa hivyo tuanze kuvunja constitution mapema. So after all, Mudavadi did nothing wrong, so we shouldn't worry.
Are you, Alex? This thing has gone to court, and the court has not yes addressed it. It's to place somebody there. It doesn't mean that constitutionally, yeah, it's going to be there. It doesn't matter. It's going to be there. It's going to be there. So I mean, we can't have two deputy presidents. We can't have two presidents. Something has to give. Yeah. So
We
Matiang'i,
come to that conclusion. I told you that Sifuna issue has complicated the matter, and we need to sit down and dive deep into it. Why? Because in there, don't take it literally that we are going to do that. The corridors of power does not allow that because you don't negotiate after. You must know what you're going to tell your people in the ground. Okay? So what does Matiang'i tell the people in Kisii?
I'm one person who believes, and from what the ground from some part of Kisi, I mean, I can tell you for free from what I know, they don't care. You know, Kisi, we know they fought. Okay, there'll be some people might be swayed that way because of Matiang'i. But as long as Sifuna is on top of the ticket, I think they lose very little ground in Kisi as far as Matiang'i. So the only thing which I think might happen, Jubilee might not win as many seats in Kisi if Matiang was either a deputy or as the president, Frank Bear. That one would be a different. So that one we have to bear in mind. But if it goes there like if they negotiate and they just, I mean, they say, okay, this is a ticket, and they head to Kisii, and then the Kisii people. We know, we get it. But this is what we have to do. But you have to support. Matiang is among you. We are on this. People would understand. At this point, people would understand. It's not like Kisii is a kind of complicated people. We know their patterns, the way when I pick a kura. There are people independent minded. Even some of them, either way, Minakwambia hata Matiang'i akiwa president, they are going to vote against him. Some of them. And you will not be surprised what number. That's how Kisii is. That's the democracy of Kisii. That's the beauty of Kisii. It doesn't mean that because of you are us, we are going to be 100%. So that one, let's be sincere on that one, Alex, and let us tell people. There are some people who come here and say, you know what? Oh, the most democratic people in the country, for me, I'm not saying because maybe I come from there. The most democratic people you ever find is in Kisii. Go there, kila chama iko. Kila chama iko. Hata ingine inaitwa sijui nini. Hata ukitaka chama inaitwa Kebago. Ukiingiaza huko Kisii utapigwa kura. It doesn't matter. Okay? So, because of that, either way, I have a feeling the people of Kisii, Nyamira, even if their son would not be on top, they do what? They will say Sakinongeli and the others. They will come and tell the people, this is the way the country is headed to. Unana. So if it means that, it means that. But either way, something has to give on this one here. Can it be something which is going to be a major gift which might cause an election? I don't think so. That's where I stand here. But hey, if we can negotiate, negotiate. But I have a feeling at this point, it is the numbers, is the way, like the one thing I think, Alex, I agree with you. Hii mambo ya cost. Hiyo ndio United Operation, that's why Karon remains. Otherwise, if it was not cost, I think he would also be a victim of maybe Matiang coming in. But because of their Kamba out of Nairobi, some part of Nairobi, and being parts of cost, now that one becomes a problem for the United if Karonso is not part of the team. And that's why I just said, I wish I knew where his heart is, because it's somebody I don't trust myself. I don't trust him. Sincerely, I don't trust him. And if I was Gachao and the team and the other teams, they might even ask, can they have somebody else other than maybe Wambua? Because Wambua might even have a stand than Caros, because sometimes Caros maybe can be. I mean, that's my opinion. One of the, I think Wambua, I've seen him in the Senate. I know he was very difficult to negotiate with during 2022, but the way he speaks and the way he does, maybe Caros can just say, you know what, it's time for this. If that's the case, Let me give you Wambua instead of me and Gachawa to quit battle and say, remember opposition mbaya hapo. Then to achieve these young people to take the country in the other direction. If the people were not being selfish, that's what they could have done, to be gentlemen, if they want really the country to prosper. But who's want to do that? So if Caroso could have come up and say, you know what, I give you Wambua then. They now decide where to go. Do you put Wambua on top or Sifuna? But of course, Sifuna as the name right now. That's what people want. People want change. The one thing somebody said there, and I think Alex the old summer, people want to move from at least Imamba Yakusema since independence. It's only the KK, that's the Kikuyu Karenjin, has been ruling the country. And now we want, there's that kind of, to bring, it will be very easy. Even the Gachagua to just say, you know what, my people, since the independence system imechukua marais hivi, Wakarenjin wamekuwa rais, it's time for the other ones to read. If you want also our future generation to be considered for presidency, we don't want, it's time for somebody outside the Karenjin and the Kikuyu to be the president. Very easy for Gachagua to say that one to people of the mountain, because that one, even the whole country, in fact, people want change. So the Obama thing comes in, Sifuna Obama comparison. Obama ilikuwa the first black president. For Sifuna itakuwa the first president outside the Kikuyu Karenjin since independence. That's very easy to sell. And that's why the Ruyas are united, because Waruya they are tired of being vice presidents. How many vice presidents Waruya wamekuwa nazo? That's why I said mkiweka hiyo Sifuna itakuwa kama ya jamaa alienda kashindo. In fact, even if he was the vice president of the Kibaki, si Sindhu, si Wally or Agward, if you remember. So at this point, the thing has to change. We want new politics. We want everything. Our wish is that our hope, our wish is the wish of the Kenyans. But when you are na wish ya ukabila na kitu, those ones we should not allow them to do that. So Alex, I hope I've answered your question. Matiang should be the number 3, if there's a number 3 in the constitution, which I don't know.
So there's no promotion, because even during Uhuru time he was still number 3, right?
Yeah, he was the most powerful guy there. He was.
So in other words, you are saying that position is good for him, and if he returns to the Kisii people and he tells them, "I'll be number 3," are the Kisii people going to take that?
They have no choice. They have no choice at this point. They understand. They understand where the country is headed to. You cannot put Matiang on top there. Then from there, Munafagiriwa and Ruto. I would rather have whatever it is. I think the Kisii people understands very, very well. They understand. You know what? That one will take Uhuru Kenyatta and the Chubiri. It will take Gachagua and his party. It will take Kalonzo Musyoka and Matiang himself. But guess what? Najua kina Osoro and the rest, they will come out. Tumewambia, angalia, sasa, what they will say, okay. But Osoro will be asked, come even a case, even if you are telling us about Mambaya to get, Mambaya, what's that? Hii chama cha Ruto. So they will be asked, what have you given us? At least number 3 is better than nothing. Number 3 is better than nothing. Yeah, so if you ukiona when you wanaleta upinzani is the first few 3 or 4 people, that one will not be, they will not be able to master all Matiang and the rest of it. If Matiang will remain there. So that one, I think they will have a chance, a very good chance of convincing the people.
Okay, sawa. So Roba, hold there a little bit. Watch and change this video so that we can get more matter. And in the same, maybe to answer very quickly as well, we have maybe Sifuna Kalonzo. Will Kikuyus understand Gachagua playing an assistive role, which actually will not even include that number 3, even Gachagua being proposed a minister or any other role? Will they understand as well?
At this point, I think the people of the mountain, they are moved from William Ruto. They want to give somebody another second chance, and that's why I said at this point, it's very easy to sell the Kikuyu community. Tell them, Buliunga Mukono, William Ruto, who's a Canadian. Now Mutanga Mukono Sifuna, who's a Luya. And after him, of his presidency, nobody's going to hold you that you hold anybody anything. Any of your sons or your daughter can become a president because you are proven that you can vote for anybody. It doesn't matter where they come from. That one is very easy to sell. Then, to answer your question, Gachagua can be what he wants to be. He commands what's going on in the United Opposition because he has the numbers. If he wants to be the number 3, he can be number 3. But him, if I was Gachagua, he was once a vice president. I don't want to be. I want to be the main. I would rather remain to be the former vice president than Kwambiwa or whatever. So it would be he would have power. Gachagua would have power. He would have power. I mean, unless he would have power, like the more he wins, maybe the more his party will bring more, will generate more income. So money will come in. The more he wins, and the more seats he has. So if I was him, sai Gachagua, yes, you mtu taka mambo ya pesa nini na nini. I might not know his situation, but not sure. Okay, power is good, but still he will hold some power. But do you want to go power and buy something less than what you had before? If that's what he feels like he can do it, then that's fine. He can get maybe one of the. I don't think Gachagua would run now. Man, from vice president to no. I don't think so. Well, most like Karonsi, yes, but not. Gachagua, I think is beyond that one. Yeah, he can take what he wants. He can. Even if he wants to run as president, he can run. Even which means even though they lose, he doesn't care. They lose, still will have his power. Let's be sincere on this. Yeah. Kibri, man, he never even answered my question. I'm a Kimbia.
Yeah, let's do his videos maybe, and then he will come on board. As we progress. Let me just do his videos because I can see he brought the videos and maybe they could be having some more matter. I will play them. Nitaanzia na sijui kama huyu ni mtu anajaribu kuingia hapa ama ni nani.
Kuna usifuna. Wewe ng'ang'ana hiyo ndimu. Ruto tulikupatia ndimu. Chungwa iko na usifuna. Wewe ng'ang'ana hiyo ndimu.
You hear that? Ruto alipewa ndimu. Chungwa iko na sifuna.
Ruto tulikupatia ndimu. Chungwa iko na usifuna. Wewe ng'ang'ana hiyo ndimu.
Murwa Dikil. That is Emurwa Dikil. The election has turned into a night vigil. Yeah, so.
Where someone, because she's sister of a party leader, she thinks she can also order us around. You cannot.
ODM walked into Mombasa for a strategy retreat. What came out looked more like a motherboard overheating during a software crash. One sentence, one microphone, one political explosion, and suddenly Kenya's biggest opposition machine looked like a phone whose battery had started swelling from inside. Dangerous, unstable, ready to burst. At the center of the storm is Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi, a man once seen as Raila Odinga's discipline lieutenant, has now done the unthinkable. He is publicly challenging the Odinga's family's grip over ODM, not in whispers, not through leaks, directly, publicly, aggressively. And he did it in front of party officials wearing ODM caps inside the Sarova White Sands retreat in Mombasa. The video now circulating online captures Mbadi standing up, pointing fingers, raising his voice, and unloading years of buried frustration.
We have many of you here who are not sure whether to join the so-called Linda Wananchi or to remain here and support the mainstream ODM. And you come here and you pretend that you want ODM to be united. I have been around for a while. I did not start politics with ODM. I have been around from the time we had a party called Ford.
Then came the line that detonated the room. ODM does not belong to a family. Silence, then another strike. You think because you are Baba's sister, you can order us around. No, that was directed straight at Kisumu woman representative Ruto Odinga, and just like that, the old ODM order collided head-on with a new rebellion.
This is a national party. ODM does not belong to the Luo community. It does not belong to one community. In fact, ODM does not belong to Siaya, where we have senator trying to fight with the governor trying to fight the Senate. It does not belong to a family. You know, we have a party where someone, because she's sister of a party leader, she thinks she can also order us around. You cannot. We have supported this party. I know Baba has been a very solid leader. We must now manage the transition. Baba is no more. This is post-Raila era. We must be candid, we must be forthright, and we must chart our way forward. You cannot keep us back. Baba said this. Baba did not say this. Where is that Baba now to give us the evidence whether he said or he did not say? He's not there anymore. It's 6 months.
This was not merely a disagreement. This was a firmware update attempt inside a party still running on the Raila operating system. But his message was brutally clear. ODM was built not only by the Odinga name, but by foot soldiers, financiers, strategists, MPs, and political loyalists who carried the movement through tear gas, arrest, protest, defections, and elections.
I have been around when it became Ford Kenya. I have been around when we formed the NDP. I have been around when we formed the LDP. I have been around when we went into NAC. I have been around when we formed ODM. There is no single time when you see people who have made a resolve to divide the party and they stay in the party. It is impossible. Let us not pretend. Let us see how to get the best out of this party. Give me any example when people decided to divide Ford. Attempts were made, elders met, leaders met, they still went. Shikuku went, Matiba went, they left.
We also fought for Baba. That sentence may become one of the most important lines in ODM post-Raila history, because for decades, ODM functioned like a political monarchy wrapped inside democratic language. Raila Odinga was the center of gravity. The movement revolved around him. His name was the password. His authority was final. But now Raila is gone from active frontline politics, and the party suddenly looks like a massive server disconnected from its main power source. Everybody is now scrambling to control the system, and Mbadi appears ready to take over the administrator account.
Baba did a lot for us, but we also fought for Baba. So if you are Baba's sister, please respect us. If it were not for us, Baba would not be the person he was by the time he was dying. You must know it is your brother who is the party leader. You must know Gladys Wanga is the chairman. You must remember Simba Arati is the deputy party leader. You must know Abdul Somad is the deputy party leader. Hii maneno ya kubembelezana mutaharibu hii chama. And I am speaking to you with love. Without this party, you are weakened.
But the Odinga camp is not surrendering quietly. On Sunday, Ruto Odinga fired back with fury. Her statement was not diplomatic, it was personal. She accused Mbadi of disrespect, ungratefulness, political betrayal. She reminded ODM leaders that the Odinga name sacrificed heavily for democracy, and warned critics against turning the family into a punching bag simply because the political environment has changed. Then came the warning shot, "I will not keep silent, Mbadi." That line matters because in Luo political culture, silence from elders often signals restraint. Public confrontation signals war. Reports now indicate Ruto Odinga walked out of the retreat after the confrontation escalated. Meanwhile, another major absence raised eyebrows. Oburu Oginga, Raila's elder brother and the current ODM party leader figure, reportedly missed the retreat amid health concerns and rising tensions. And this is where the story becomes even bigger than family drama, because this is no longer about Ruto Odinga versus John Mbadi. This is about succession, power, control of Nyanza, and who inherits the political engine Raila built over decades.
You cannot bring them back. When someone takes a microphone and says that he is acting party leader, that is not a person who will come back to the mainstream party. You are pretending, you are lying to yourself. Let us see how we can help the mainstream ODM solidify across the country so that we go into next year when we are strong.
Mbadi's recent actions suddenly make more sense when viewed together. Within days, he has been crowned by multiple Luo elders group. Not once, not twice, repeatedly. To critics, it looked excessive. To political insiders, it looked surgical. Because in Kenyan politics, elder endorsements are not decorations. They are symbolic software licenses. They legitimize authority at the grassroots. Sources linked to the retreat claim Mbadi's allies want vocal ODM rebels isolated or kicked out altogether. Names being floated include Edwin Sifuna, James Orengo and Babu Owino. These leaders represent the hardline opposition wing inside ODM, the faction uncomfortable with ODM's growing oppression, President William Ruto, and that is the hidden motherboard beneath the entire conflict. ODM is no longer united on what the party actually is. Is it an opposition movement or a strategic partner inside government? But it belongs to the pragmatic wing now operating close to power. Sifuna and Orengo represent ideological resistance. The result is a party trying to drive in two different directions at the same time. And politically, that is like installing two operating systems into one hard drive and hoping the machine won't crash. Meanwhile, President William Ruto is likely watching all these with quiet satisfaction. A divided ODM benefits status enormously. A fractured opposition means weaker resistance ahead of 2027, weaker coalition bargaining, and a possible realignment in Luo Nyanza politics for the first time in decades. That is why this Mbadi rebellion matters nationally, because ODM has never just been a party. ODM has been Kenya's main opposition brand, a movement, a pressure system, a political identity for millions. If it fractures, the entire opposition landscape changes. And now the biggest question hanging over Kenyan politics is this: can ODM survive after Raila without becoming either a family inheritance battle or a government satellite? That is the war now unfolding in real time. Mbadi has fired the first major cannon shot. Ruto Odinga has refused to retreat. The loyalists are mobilizing and pragmatists are calculating. And somewhere in the middle, ODM supporters are watching their party transform into what Kenyans online are now calling the Orange Divided Movement. The retreat in Mombasa was supposed to plan ODM's future. Instead, it may be remembered as the meeting where the civil war finally became public. And if this escalation continues, Kenya may soon witness the biggest opposition realignment since the birth of ODM itself. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Reader, Kering Chibet.
That is serious. I think Odinga family would be safe if they bolt out of this Ruto Rand ODM side. I think Ruto ODM Rand side is already destroying their legacy. And I don't know why Mamaida Odinga, Ruth Odinga, and all the other rest, they are not able to understand that Ruto is destroying their mileage. So if I were them, I would quit that side. Unaona hata wanaingililiwa tu ovyo ovyo. Let's see anatembea. I think there's nothing they are trying to preserve by supporting Ruto. They are actually destroying their fortunes every day. So it doesn't make sense any longer, because it's a misstep. You can make a mistake and you can retract from that mistake. So it is not bad to make a mistake, but the problem is to keep on making that mistake over and over again. Yes, Odinga family made a mistake, but they can correct that mistake. For once, they can decide to be on the part of the people. The reason why this Odinga legacy is dying, it is because they have decided to ignore the voice of the people, and they have decided to go to the voice of the devourers. That is the problem. They are hearkening to the wrong voice. Unfortunately.
Sheheni katika mkutano wa Linda Mwananchi kwenye eneo bunge la Bumula katika kaunti ya Bungoma. Viongozi hao wakiongozwa na gavana wa kaunti ya Trans Nzoia George Natembeya wameweza kukashifu serikali kwa madai ya kusajili raia wa nchi za kigeni ili kujinufaisha wao wenyewe kwenye uchaguzi wa mwaka 2027. Wamesuta wapinzani wao ambao wamekuwa wakisema kuwa mrengo huo umekuwa ukifadhiliwa na aliyekuwa rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta kwenye ziara ambazo wamekuwa wakifanikisha nchini.
Na kuomba ya kwamba mheshimiwa namalizia ya kwamba
ye mwenyewe ameona anaenda nyumbani. Mbona watu wa Bumula muoni kwamba anaenda nyumbani? Munaona muoni? Munaona muoni? Na Rais Ruto, wacha nikwambie, katika demokrasia ni kama mpira ule wa soka tunaangalia hata Premier League. Kuna timu ya pande hii na timu ya pande hii na kuna referee. Timu moja haiwezi kwenda kutafuta referee ama watafutana kwa watu 12 wajimbe mashimo kwa uwanja eti ndio ushinde. Saa hizi Ruto vile tunaongea amefungua mipaka, anapatia watu kura, anawapatia IDs wageni kutoka taifa la nje, kutoka kule Somalia, kutoka South Sudan, kutoka Uganda, kutoka Tanzania, ili atapate kura ya kuja kutawala Kenya. Huwezi kupatiwa idhini ya kutawala taifa la Kenya na wageni. Wakenya wenyewe lazima wachague president wao. Sio ama namna gani watu yangu?
Tunakataa mambo yake hapa Western kwa sababu yeye alikalisha Mudavadi kwa meza, akakalisha Weta kwa meza, wakaandika mkataba ya uongo. Ile ya Ford Kenya, ANC na UDA. Wakasema ati watajenga barabara ya lami Western mzima kilomita 1000. Mumeona lami kilomita 1000?
Do not start fighting over Luya Kingpin. It does not exist on the ballot. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo ni njama watu wanatumia kugawanya Waluya. Wanatuma huyu, wanamwambia wewe uende kuwa Luya Kingpin. Tena wanatuma mwingine. Hii tabia Wetangula na Mudavadi wametuchezesha miaka 40. It must end with our generation.
Mimi nimesimama juzi bunge nikasema reli lazima ipite Bungoma, ipite Kakamega, ipite Vihiga. Shida zangu zimeanzia hapo. Ndio Wetangula akakuja akanitoa kama chairman wa PIC. Mambo ijawahi onekana bunge.
Naam, ndio.
Kipril uko hapo? Kipril, are you there? Yeah. So that is Western. They are being advised keenly on how to look at them. Now, by the way, please, nitaomba kwa heshima, if out of the 53 people, if you have not subscribed us, ni rahisi, ni kuangalia tu hiyo button imeandikwa subscribe hapo, and you stand to be counted. Because we are keeping on building this channel for posterity of Kenya and to make sure that we are doing more. Yeah, so that is Western, which is becoming very porous. Mumesikia vile Natembeya amesema hapo, you cannot become a president by bringing foreigners. There is also the journey of the president of France in Kenya. It is not being hyped, and neither do I want to hype it. So let me have... Okay, Kipril, are you there? Kuna video nimetumiwa ucheze. Kipril, are you there? Sasa we Kipril ni kama umeanzia kukataa kazi. There is the Kipril nimekutumia video, so please if you are there, play that video. Okay. Umesikia natembea hapo. So let me do Ngirishi. Yeah, and some also news, this award news, maybe wale wanafuatilia pia. Something which we, in award news, the US has been declared as the #1 oil producer in the world. So I think, sijua amefika hapo aje, but the US has been declared as #1 oil producer in the world today. So wale ambao mjui sasa, Marekani ndio ina produce mafuta mingi sana kwa dunia. We were always taught that Marekani hawachimbi mafuta yao. So but the US is now #1 oil producer in the world. Wamepiku mpaka Saudi Arabia sasa. Makubwa kweli. That is the connotation of drill baby drill coming to true, which is good. So yeah, so I think with that one, I think even the oil should be able now to come down. The oil prices should be able to come down. If the US is #1 oil producer in the world, mafuta should now be able to come down. I think they have done a tremendous job. I'll be doing that video tomorrow, showing how the US has been able to be the #1 oil producer in the world. I don't think it is something which we were expecting in our generation. Most of the oil producing states, which have Republican governors, by the way, they have really done a lot of work to make sure that that story stands. So Kipriro, kikuja hiyo video nimekupea utacheza, but wewe naona ni kama umeenda kukura motura, which is okay. And it's fine. Ngirishi. Yeah, I can see some people are celebrating kwa comment in my war. Kanyoni we hidhe. So let me have Ngirishi. Let me have Ngirishi.
Tuliuza Simara na watu wakanunua. Ni makatero walitusaliti. Raundi tutalinda. Tunataka wakichomoa tunachomoa. Wakipanga tunapanga. Wakichoma tunachoma. Wakileta tunaleta. Sawa.
Watu hapa Kirinyaga, the last time ile nilikuja hapa kuomba kura, especially hapa Ngariama. Hizi barabara za lami zote, nani alitutengenezea? Ni Uhuru Kenyatta, si Uhuru Kenyatta? Na saa hii Uhuru Kenyatta apatiwi, he does not have peace anymore. Kuna watu saa hii kila siku wanasema Uhuru asiongee. Kwani mzee akizeeka kwa boma, afai kukuja kutupatia advice? Uhuru ni mzee wetu, si mzee wetu? Mimi kama Wangoi Ngereshe nasema wale ambao wanaingilia Uhuru Kenyatta wasicheze na sisi watu wa Geshogo. Tunaweza jipanga, tukuje tupige duru hadi muachane na yeye. Neguai Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye ni mtoto wetu. Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye alituchunga haswa watu hapa Geshogo, akatutengenezea barabara na akatuambia mawaidha mazuri ambayo alisema tusifanye vile tulifanya sababu tungeingia kwa problem. Tuko kwa problem au tuko kwa problem? Sasa Uhuru Kenyatta tunasema heshimi. Yeye ameretire lakini tumemwambia karibu huku kwetu Mount Kenya, come and advise us. We love you Uhuru Kenyatta. Wale wote wanakuja kugawanya mlima yetu, nataka Ngariama iseme kwa umoja. Tunasema hii mlima yetu tutakaa pamoja. And we are saying we are going to listen to Uhuru Kenyatta akisema kitu na tutasema anybody who goes against him, tunasema anybody who is going to go against wale ambao leaders wetu akina Gachagua na everybody from Mount Kenya, akina Martha Karua, anybody who goes against their word ambao wanasema tushikane kama Mount Kenya, tunasema yeye. Mulima tutashikana. Na wale wameanza kusema kwamba tu wengi kutuliko ni kwa sababu wametumwa watu gawanye. Mnasikia watu wetu? Munasikia? Wale wametuma watu bagawanya, muwaambie tunawafagia waende nyumbani mapema asubuhi. Si ndio hiyo? Si ndio hiyo? Na mlima yote inasema harambee. Mmeona ate serikali tumeichagua. We are living in a country that is democratic. Sisi tunafaa kuwa na freedom of speech, si ndio? Na tunakuwa na freedom of worship, si ndio? Sasa siku ingine naona wanatumana kwa kanisa wakachapwe. Mimi kama mtu wa Mothers Union nitakubali hiyo maneno? Mimi, those are some of the things that have made me say to hell with this government. Wanaenda wanapiga watu. Ati muko kanisa mnaomba mnarushiwa grenade huko. Mnarushiwa tear gas kwa kanisa. What is that? What is that?
To hell with this government. They might not be the best ambassadors, but when they start coming home, unawapokea. Yes, when they start coming home, unawapokea too. Somebody is telling me she is loving how women in Emurwadikil wanatokeza. I think I will. Sijui kama umeona hii video ya wewe, hebu ona hii nikone. Hii video imeshtua watu. This video is the one which is trending. People cannot believe in Emurwadikil. Track ya UDA watu ni wawili wanaimba hapo. Let me show you. This is historic. People na uone track ya DCP. Mambo ni kanga. I'm sorry. Kidogo. I don't know why. Kidogo. I don't know if it is. Yeah, it is sharing now. Can you? This is historic. This is Emurwadikil ndani. Track ya UDA, very small. Jamaa anajiita Ndora. Hata sijui. Kumbe UDA hata wananga pesa ni kujifanya. How can they have such a track? Nataka muone track ya DCP. What? Compare and contrast. Ndizo zimekutana. This is not AI. Mambo ndio hiyo. And by the way, ile ngoma, hiyo ngoma wana dance ngoma iko kwa gari, kwa hiyo roli, kwa hiyo track ya DCP. Hiyo track ya DCP ndio inatoa hiyo ngoma, sio hii. This was historic. If this one cannot give Ruto end time signals of his regime, I don't think there is anything else which can sound right to him. This is serious. Unaona, hiyo gari ya DCP ndio iko na ngoma. Norma, this thing is serious. I will share in my video in my Facebook tomorrow. Wimbo inatoka kwa gari ya Gachagua huko. Watu ni wawili. Sorry, I think we are done now. I now believe in what my grandmother used to say over 30 years ago. My late grandmother used to say, kitu ikiharibika kama ni yako, unaiondokea. Kingithuko na gigi yaku kengutagirwa. Ikiharibika na ni yako, unaiondokea. Makubwa haya. Makubwa haya. I think Rigiji must be very proud of what is happening. Let me look for that that video of let me look for that video of this ODM power broker anaitwa, so wacha kwanza niweke Atuori with alikuwa JKL juzi. Na sijui hao watu wanapenda kumuita Atuori, who is one of the major cartel in Kenya. I'm not getting it. Wacha tu nitoe kwa Facebook tu. Let me try to see if I can get it from Facebook. Wacha niwaekee hii.
You will be the first person.
Kidogo, okay. Okay. Yeah, good. Mambo ndio hii.
Can Wamnyoro be a president? Whom can I ask this question? Whom should I ask this question? Okay, if today your radio tells you Wamnyoro is the president of the Republic of Kenya, you will be the person, you will be the first person, JK, Jeff Koinange, to tell me let's go to Tanzania. You will be the first person. Can Wamnyoro be a president? Whom can I ask this question? Whom should I ask this question? Okay, if today your radio tells you Wamnyoro is the president of the Republic of Kenya, you will be the person, you will be the first person, JK.
Wakati nilisikia Atuori ameanzia kusema hivyo, I now started saying Gachagua started becoming serious. Yeah. Gachagua is ukisikia Atuori anasema hivyo, Gachagua started becoming serious. And I think Gachagua anafaa akanyangia hapo, anakanyangia. Aya, Simon J hii ananiambia kitu ati Njiro, hawa mama after kuongeleshwa na bibi ya Ng'eno walirudi nyumbani wakisema one time. Tafuta hiyo video. Yeah, this Emurwadikile is becoming tough for them. It's becoming a hard nut to crack. And I believe so. I think Emurwadikile is becoming a very hard nut to crack. Yeah, for these guys. So I don't know what they're going to do. I think the Kipsigis people and the Maasai people have made their subtle decision. Anaitwa Karori Omondi. Let me look for Karori Omondi. I think let me see. I hope I will be able to get it. Let me see. Yeah, I was in the TV3 some days ago. Maybe let me begin with where he said he worked with the Kibaki as we move forward. Maybe as a... Okay, Bwana Nje here, I will look for late slowly. So zingine... Let me start with this one of Kibaki.
Okay. Because even if you understand the nuances of their so-called bases, people want change. Yes. For us, if you're in Linda Mwananchi and you walk out, I don't think you will even have the head to walk on any street in Nairobi. So the people have put it, and what I like about Gen Zs is that for the first time we'll have a citizenry that can hold our feet to the fire. Do this, you promised. Yeah. The assurance I can give the nation is very simple. We are working hard on this. We are going to have one presidential candidate with one running mate, with one agenda, reform agenda item, a platform, and we are not going to break. It's going to be difficult. Many people may find it difficult or unpalatable because people have different ambitions, but data will drive us and just common sense.
Yeah. And you see, for a very long time, it's been said that the problem the country, the reason why the country finds itself where it is today is because of legacy politicians. Those have been there for a very long time, given promises, have been to these offices, to these spaces, but they have nothing to show in terms of delivery. So even as we speak about Linda Mwananchi, that many say is the new kid on the block that is appealing to the Gen Z voters and in extension are pretty much all Kenyans. How then would this faction that is seen as the saving grace for the Gen Z who identify with it, but on the other hand as well, accuse legacy politicians who one would say come from united opposition. How do you bring sanity to that conversation while struggling to maintain the Gen Z vote? Because as well they're saying, we also want some questions asked with regard to audience debt. And majority of the audience debt as well is attributed to the legacy politicians who've been there for a very long time. So
Yes.
catch 22.
Yes. You see, you're right. You see, we have had some focus groups, and when you present the legacy politicians on their own to the Gen Zs and the rest, they're not well received. When you pair them with certain people from Linda Mwananchi, then suddenly there's acceptance. And with conditions that this and this must be done. What I'm trying to explain to people is that all the players have something to contribute. All the players. I'll give you some examples. You see the way the legacy politicians, the established politicians, have also agitated for change, called out the government, and actually maintained opposition presence in very many areas and at very strong levels. They've done it. Linda Mwananchi is doing the same. Even our good friend, retired Justice Emeritus Maraga actually appeals to the Gen Zs when you're discussing a fight against corruption. There's someone they can trust. But whether he has the momentum or the gravitas to pull the crowds that the other people pull is another matter. So everybody has something to contribute. And what we are saying is we have to compromise as all generations and agree that to deliver the change we want, every generation must have a piece of the action and must contribute their best. But what will unite us is an agreed reform agenda. Go slowly. You bring in everybody. You pass the first hurdle. Then again, there are more changes. But on this one, so that we don't leave anything to chance, I'm encouraging everybody to come on board, but be committed to the reforms that we want. And let us get the best out of everyone. And let us emphasize what unites us, not what divides us. And that way, I'm sure we will get the change we want. You know, Kibaki had suggested to Raila way back in 1996 with the late Kajwang that they should join ranks with Kibaki for 1997 elections. Because I looked at the numbers and I was clear in my mind. Kibaki Raila ticket would have won that election. But there were people around Raila who said, Kibaki was not with us in the
Karoli Omondi siku hizi anasema vitu mingi. Can you imagine that as early as 1997 there were some people who had Kibaki had suggested a unitary front with Raila Odinga, but kuna watu ndani ya Raila Odinga walikataa. I think those people were working for Moi at that time. It's unfortunate that we lost that window because of Siwezi wekea ya Mudavadi ati Mudavadi anasema ati Ruto atashinda na 70, mjinga sana. Yeah. There was a very good video ya na by the way, wachungaji wa PCA wameanzia kukufa. We have lost 2 within pale Gachagua amekuwa, kuna mwingine wa Thika nimeona, so I think that thing we need to start talking about it. I saw something very good with Karoli Omondi knockout. A person who Ruto will listen to is not yet born. Anyway, let's see. Ni kama hiyo video nimekosa, but maybe if I see it in the future nitacheza. Okay, let's have Gachagua in the but what anyway, to paraphrase what Karoli Omondi said was that at one time we will have to talk with Gachagua. Yeah, he seems to have been able to recreate his political fortunes.
We elected you as president.
Okay. Let me have a more powerful, a more stronger speaker.
Dr. Jesse Kamau, moderator wetu, presbytery, parish minister, Mrs. Esther Dumia.
Maybe before I continue much with the video, because I don't want to close you over. Do you have the strength to listen to the video first, or you want to react? Because we have been here for some time. If for the kama umekuwa ukisikiliza, so what do you want? Julia?
Oh, endelea. Mimi acha endelea kucheza video, sijafuata sana.
Oh, hata no, kama hujafuata sana, kuna ile nataka kukuingiza nayo. Wacha nikuingize na hii. Ona okay. Hii alafu you react kidogo.
Okay.
Wacha kwanza nitoe hii ya Gachagua. This one is a bit epic, serious. This one should make you appreciate small works which end up becoming big. Nataka uangalie hizo roli mbili na uniambie ni nini unaona without telling you what is happening.
Aki niko kwa simu. Sioni roli, niko na picha. Ya
Uone roli, nataka kukuchezea uone. Uone roli ya yellow?
Inaona roli ya yellow.
Aya, wacha nataka uone ingine hapo. Hiyo roli ya yellow, that is UDA roli. Nataka uone ingine hapo mbele.
Oh, hiyo ndio ya DCP.
Na uone application, na uone kile kiko ndani. Turudi kwa ya UDA, angalia roli ya UDA.
Kwa nini nimesimama ya UDA? That's funny.
Na ujue pia ile ngoma hao wako kwa Ruto wanacheza hiyo wimbo inachezwa kwa roli ya DCP by the way.
That's so funny. Yani ya Ruto iko na watu wawili kwa nini?
Sasa Julia, why are you asking me kwa nini? Alafu ni watu wanakimbia kwa ya discipline. Na hapa ni ile pale tunaita Emurua Digil.
Hey.
No, hapa sio Central.
Hapa sio Olkarau.
Hapana. Ai, ulikuwa unafikiria ni Olkarau? Hapana. Hapa ni Emurua Digil.
So me, I think this is my conclusion. I think Ruto alifikiria he doesn't need to put much effort in Emurua Dikiri, ako na watu. Ama unafikiria aje?
That thing speaks volume, and it shows that if we put some effort, it is actually even possible to actually mount a campaign even in Sugoi.
Yeah, that is what I'm thinking. That it is possible to kutoa Ruto kwao.
Hata nimekuja, I have come to start imagining there is a possibility that hawa wakale sio watu wako na Ruto. We are pre-assuming, unajua kuna hii assumption, huyo tu atapigwa na wakale peke yake. It might be not true.
Si nakwambiaga najua wakale wenye wamechoka na huyu mtu. Wengi.
It is speaking volumes.
Niko nafikiria hiyo roli kwa Olkarau.
Hapana, Julia, hapo sio Olkarau. Olkarau, it should be 10 times bigger than this, So if this is what is happening in Emurua Digil.
Dikir, Emurua Dikir.
Wacha nikuoneshe kitu ingine hapa ya uone wa mama. Unajua I'm bringing nataka kukuleta slowly ili uone. I want to bring, unajua I have to bring you slowly so that you can be able to appreciate what is happening. Ndio hatutacheza yote, but I will show you patches.
Okay.
Nataka uone, you see the innovation of Emurua Dikir women. Hapa ni Emurua Dikir. Unaona ndio mama anashtuka. Hapo ni Emurua Digil, and that is a Kipsigis woman talking, and saying one time, This is not a joke. This is not a joke. Like this is a Kipsigis woman saying one time. Na unataka kuniambia ni kupretend na pretend huyu mama?
Hapana. She's not.
Can you react to those?
So mimi my take is, mimi ninaona kama Kasongo amechoka. Na let me say this. If something happens that they ashindwe Emurua Dikir, nitawaambia the next thing. Nitawaambia kwamba Kasongo atajiuzuru before the next year's presidential election. If something happens, ashindwe. Na mimi naona hao watu wa Emurua Dikir wakilinda kura zao, Kasongo anaweza shindwa huko. Wakizilinda. Na seemingly wakali wanakaa more aggressive kwa hiyo kitu. Ni kama wanaweza succeed kulinda kura zao. Na Emurua Dikir
sinasikia hata wamefukuza polisi wewe.
Ati polisi?
Walifukuza polisi juzi. Ni kunoma.
Na nikuulize kitu, si huko kuna Wamasai?
Yeah, unajua ni collaboration ya Wamasai na Wakipsigis.
So the place is the place is more Kipsigis, but there are a lot of Masais there.
Yeah, we can say 60-40.
60-40 Kipsigis.
Yeah.
And 40 Masai. Okay.
And some few pellets ya wengine.
Yeah,
But it looks
uko ni Narok.
Yeah, and it looks
Mm.
Masais are also collaborating with the Kipsigis people for now. They are in the same front.
Na Narok-
Wanaongea kimoja.
Na Narok kujua kuna Wakikuyu.
Yeah, the only thing which is that I don't know how much percentage could have percolated in Emurua Digil.
Na Wakisi.
Yeah, there could be. Unajua anything diaspora, anything beyond the Kipsigis and the Masai hiyo ni yetu. That is opposition.
Sasa tunazangana hiyo combination.
It's very lethal, by the way. Hiyo pahali, don't joke with it. It is very lethal. Hili pahali, this is a place where Ruto can lose quickly. Hiye Murwa Digil na pia Ketera ametoka hapa na amechangamsha watu vibaya sana.
Oh, Ketera alienda huko leo?
Yeah, Alfred Ketera was here and let me show you. Just for the purposes of nini, at least making you appreciate what is happening. Wacha tu nikuwekee tu Keter, just give me like a minute. Keter was here and anaitangwa Alfred Keter amechafua mbaya sana. So like this Emurua Digil is becoming a battleground. Like it is not something which Ruto can say it is a place where like it's an easy win. Kipril was saying Ruto could force a win through intimidating people, but obvious. So kuna uwezekano maybe atakuleta mapolisi hapo apige watu afanye nini. Let me show you. This is Ketel. Kuna mtu anasema niseme ati Emurua Tigil.
Ati Emurua Tigil, no, Emurua Dikir.
Yeah, no, somebody said telling me niseme kama mkale ndio hii. Ndio hiyo Ketel.
Hata ingia serikali hakuna kitu kimefanywa. Mingi ilifanywa wakati alikuwa opposition. Wakati alikuwa upinzani. Iba na rabu na mwango itu bodo rotai. Baba ite. Mpaka isike kule Narok Harambe. Rudia mpaka isike kule Nairobi Harambe. Rudia mpaka isike kwangu na ndizi Harambe. Rudia mpaka isike kule Subai kwake Harambe. Lazima kukinga hapa ina ndizi. Betuni kia kotini kwa kinyo elbere. Watini kwa bitu shindi. Okipa piga piche. Kabisa. Piga ronge no la chamo. Amungeno. Amangalo kamugarani. Yes. Moye agawege apapaje yunao. Yeki ayara Ruto. Yeki amutu kwa ndinu. Amen. Dikia kala. Dikia viongozi. Hata mheshimiwa Sudi alikuwa, mheshimiwa Mandako alikuwa kule Ndori. Kule kijara Ruto mambo taraniana. Baada kijara Ruto wendi si gani gani.
Yeah, unaona watu wenye wako motivated wewe?
Sasa mimi, so me, what I wanted to say, he will try to force, lakini mimi naona kama wakale wako more aggressive hata kulinda kura zao pia.
Yeah, Kipril was telling us that polisi walikuwa hapa na wakafukuzwa vibaya sana. So what Kipril was predicting or was saying is like there could be a Steve which could actually make people die because sasa unajua polisi wanakuja and then you will see like some of these Masai and Kalenjin people, saa zingine unajua wengine ni watu wa mishare hapa.
They are very aggressive.
So if the government provokes people, unajua sasa there is a possibility these people could respond with weapons na mishare yao sasa. Then sasa ikuwe sasa ni mishare versus bunduki.
hao watu ni wanakuanga aggressive.
Now that's now the issue. We hope it doesn't reach there, but I think that if the government will want to intimidate people, because from even Mbudi was telling us here, hata nini national intelligence imeambia akina Sudi wasifike hapa because things are very bad. Akina Cheruiyot wameambiwa wasifike hapa, so that's why they are avoiding this place, because this place is becoming very polarized.
By the way, nimeshangaa sijaona watu wakikaa mpaka huko kumeendaje?
Watapigwa. Raia hawataki kabisa.
Na nikuulize, Faruk aliendanga wapi? Na angekuwa kwa mrengo wa kwanza.
Huyo anakuwa kwa Waluya. Si unajua huyo anashindanga kwa Waluya huko, because he even pretends to be speaking Luya language.
Okay, yeah, what about the Kalisa MPs akina Cheruiyot, Cheragai?
Somebody told us that information is not good.
Me, I just pray that hao watu walinde kura zao succeed. Yani hiyo picha inaweza toka mbaya, yani ati Ruto amepigwa, ameshindwa kwake.
That one, he cannot recover from that.
That is why
I'm telling you, that is the worst.
He cannot, na akishindwa, acha niwaambie, chances that Ruto anaweza jiuzuru before elections. So
and that's why I'm saying, because Gachagua is going to UK over the weekend, mimi naona Gachagua kwanza aende agonge rali moja hapo kabla aende Emuru Wadikil.
Gachagua should do that.
Aende tu agonge tu rali moja mzuri hapo, aende hapo achafue Ruto kabisa. Ile sasa he knows how he does his thing. I feel Gachagua should go to Emuru Wadikil and do one hot rally. At least huyo jamaa he should feel the warmth of opposition. I even suggest waende wote, Kalonzo, Gachagua, many of them, they should go there, and na wape Vincent wampe moral support. That is my proposal. They should go there.
Huyo jamaa amejikakamua.
Na kuna watu bwana, na kuna watu, and there was even a video which is circulating, inaoneshana hata wamama wakiwa wamevaa vitambaa. No, sio vitambaa, wamama wamevaa makaratasi ya juara ya green. Umepatana na hiyo?
Sijaona hiyo.
Hiyo lazima nikuwekee, because that one is also showing serious resistance. Ndio hii. Good, ndio hii. Nataka uone vile wamama wamevaa. And people are serious, by the way, and doing serious night vigils. Yeah, so you know the reason why they resorted to these green papers ni sababu they didn't have credits for DCP. Hawana makofia ya DCP, hawana chochote, so wakatafuta vitu inakaa rangi ya DCP na wakavaa. So wakatafuta juala sasa ya green. Yeah.
Wow, that was creative.
Kama tumewatinda kwa kutafuta kura, wachana na kumwaga damu hapa Emuru Wadikil. Anaomba jina za wapi? Juma jana wote kwa terenge na nilikuwa muone timu. Juma ya Ngura.
Julia, unaona hiyo video yote unaona kwa kichwa. Can you see those green? Hizo ni juara za green watu wamevaa.
Wow.
Si unaona hapa kuna kofia moja hapa ndio, so you can see kofia za DCP hapa ni kama 5. Unaona, so you can see kofia za DCP hivi, then hao wengine wamevaa juara za green is to try and match the color of the party, meaning that DCP party is being accepted. That is the reality. It's a litmus test. It shows in some of the places where we think these people are hostile. And that's why I now think, Julia, moving forward, DCP should not even fear to go and do recruitment in Ruo Nyanza. You could be shocked. They are being weighted.
Yeah.
Can you look at this environment?
Because anyway, the other parties are not hawana guts. Unaona Njiru, unaona Jubilee. Si Matiang'i yako na Jubilee. Mbona Matiang'i hajaenda Nyanza, Ruo Nyanza?
Yeah, we are still, I don't know if like they had left the ODM to continue. Mimi sijui kama ni vile hawataki kuambiwa ni wao wanapiganisha.
No, why can't Matiang'i penetrate Ruo Nyanza? Those are his neighbors, and by the way, they don't mind him. Why can't Kalonzo go to Coast Region? Wanangojea kengere gani ndio waende? Au tusazingine hata wanalibo. Hata wakisema ati Gachagua na wanakalia biu wamejifanya hivyo wakaliwe.
Okay, so Julia, can you see this? Nataka uone, like I want you to see the energy in Emuru Wadikil, It is serious. Those are Maasai pitchings for him. You can see those are Maasai guys pitching. So these are Maasai guys speaking, and they are speaking to their keepsake colleagues. That's what is happening there.
Wow.
And it's at night, by the way. Julia, you need a lot of money to pay these people who are Badirisha. I don't think you can afford to change these people. You might pay them, but they seem to be holding this thing at heart.
Wacha nikwambie, penye watu wanalipangwa Mount Kenya tu. Unfortunately and sadly. And it's high time watu wameulimwa wasome kitu na the rest of the Kenyan community. Kuna communities hata uwezo walipo watakutandika because unajua wakale hawajaweka pesa mbele ya maisha yao. Do you know Kalenjins don't worship money? Do you know that, Jiru?
Yeah, they are comfortable with their lifestyle. Useme wana kitu ni maskini, they don't care. I think for them they are a bit comfortable.
They are comfortable with what they are. Wakikundi wananuliwa na pesa. The Kikuyu should learn from this.
Yeah, because sometimes we want those of ambitious life. Saa zingine unataka kuishi maisha sio yako. You know, Julia, watu wetu wako na hiyo element sana. Our people sometimes they want to, mtu anataka maisha kubwa even if that is not what he deserves in life.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah. So Emruadiki.
Jiru unaongea bali mimi sisikii.
Hapo juala zinaonekana vizuri. Now you can see those jualas kwa vichwa.
Wow.
Yeah, hao ni wamama. This happened in Julia, whatever is happening in Emurua-Digil, it is something to be studied. Whatever is happening in Emurua-Digil is not a joke. These people have decided to show Ruto the middle finger. I think now Ruto is trying to rescue the damages. I don't know whether it is too late or
KTN.
So let's have this one and then you react.
Okay.
Political temperatures continue to rise in the Emurua-Dikir constituency. This as the race heats up between UDA and DCP parties, with only a few days to go until the by-election to elect the area's new member of parliament is held this Thursday, 14th of May. This comes as various political meetings continue to be held in different areas, especially at night, as women take the front line in those meetings. Some political analysts have come out to urge the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, to execute its mandate without any bias.
Tarehe 14 mwezi huu tunaomba wakaji wa hapa Emurua-Dikir tukae kwa amani mpaka ile siku tunaenda kupiga kura. Sisi wote tukae kwa amani. Niko na mpangilio mzuri. Siku ile nilikuja kuomba kura hapa, nikasema nitasaidiana na vijana kutafutia kazi.
hapa Emurua Dikirr tuliahidiwa barabara, tuliahidiwa university, tukaahidiwa maneno na kula, tukaahidiwa na projects kadhaa, na wanaona wanauliza hata kama walikuwa na nia mzuri, hata school bus yenye tuliahidiwa haijawahi kuja. So those are the thing points watu wanasema ama tunapelekwa tu hivi hivi vile kando zamani walikuwa wanatupeleka na promises.
IBC, I will urge them to exercise a free, fair, verifiable and a credible election in this coming by-election. Sasa hivi kuna candidates kama 5.
DCP hapa wakipata reasonable vote, unajua sasa watakuwa wameregister dissent, na haijulikani kwa hii constituencies yenye ziko sehemu zingine, hasa South Rift, we don't know how many dissenters are there. Na wakati itaanzia hapa waiangalie sana, kwa sababu hiyo kitu itaambia utastuka imeingia Bomet, counties itakuwa imeingia Kericho, labda Nandi, labda Baringo.
Unasikia huyo mzee anasema ati DCP ikimea hapo utaisikia mpaka Baringo. Huyo mzee anaweka ati anasema ati DCP wakipata hapa utawasikia huko Bomet, utawasikia Baringo. Can you react? Oh, Julia ameenda. Oh, nimebaki kucheka peke yangu. Julia, umesikia mzee anasema ati DCP ikimea hapa utaisikia Baringo, utaisikia Bomet, Sotik.
And that is what unaona that is what Gachagua needs to do.
Ameita dissent. If this dissent is seen here in Emurua Dikirr, hiki tutaisikia Baringo. Sijui niyo Julia ni kitu gani anasema hii kitu utaisikia Baringo. What is he saying? Ni kitu gani?
Hii kitu tunasikia DCP. Na inaonekana sisi tutakuwa DCP soon.
Yaani hii kitu. Yaani anaita kitu. Yaani ati hii kitu utaisikia huko Baringo. You know Baringo hadi Emurua Dikirr venye ni mbali. Unajua Baringo ni huko akina Tiati huko. Huko mbali huko akina West Pokot. So it's like that guy is trying to predict that hii kitu hata tunaweza isikia huko Turkana sasa. Ikimea hapa Emurua Dikirr. That's what that guy is trying to say. Hii kitu inaweza mea.
And seemingly, mimi nakwambia unaona, me I think Njiru, watu waache hiyo. I mean, I think people should all merge waingie kwa DCP. Hata akina Matiang'i. Kwani ni pride gani watu wanakuanga nayo wote?
Si unajua tu kuna vile like people have been you have heard Stony PK saying, Stony PK has been saying Gachagua is dictatorial, and that is why people are fearing to enter his party. And I think that has been one of the reasons why even like Stony PK even himself he cannot
sometimes wanakubali na watu kama hao. If you want things done, if you want to get things done, you must just push people.
No, one thing which I've come to appreciate with one thing which I've come to appreciate with Gachagua, it looks like he knows how to do his assignment.
Sasa niambie ati Jubilee kuna mtu kule Orkalau.
No. This Jubilee has decided to support this. They have succumbed. Wamekubali kusupport mtu ya DCP. They succumbed. Ati Ani unasema na Ani Waiganjo wako alianguka vibaya. Unajifanya ujui. Now you are pitching for Waiganjo here. Unambia Waiganjo anachukua kitu asubuhi. Ani ukaisema vile Ruto anasemanga. Ati Waiganjo anachukua hiyo kitu asubuhi.
Jiru na refresh, naona sound inakaa ikipotea sikusikii.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm thinking I'm the one who has a problem. So I was saying, sijui kama I hope unanisikia.
Yeah, nakusikia. Julia, what I'm trying to say is Gachagua seems like he is able to do his assignment and his homework very well. Anaweka lunch yake na anamaliza because his party is gaining a lot of wave fronts, including even in places where like people might be thinking that he has adversaries.
Yeah. like in Kalenjin land. Actually, that is very ironic.
Yeah,
And,
so
and even if he's dictatorial, his dictatorial tendencies achieve. Is it tabia zinapatia achievement?
your story, the fact that I think Gachagua is very good in building fronts. You know, politics are fronts. You have to be able to bringing people together, aligning them, making them to believe in your motto, in your code, and showing them your vision. I think Gachagua seems to he might look as a disorganized person, but Gachagua seems like somebody who can actually who can form a military wing. Because first of all, let's give him credit the fact that he has been able to detonate Ruto out of Mlima Kenya, and you know how stubborn Mlima Kenya is, Julia. Unajua watu wa wajeuri sana.
Na kaujinga kengine hapo.
And that was Gachagua assignment number 1. So he was able to detooth Ruto from Mlima Kenya. Then after deteething Ruto from Mlima Kenya, he has now embedded, and then there was this issue of Gachagua is tribal, Gachagua is tribal, Gachagua is tribal. Then he fought that.
Yeah.
Then from there, after fighting that, the other front was fear of attacking Ruto. People never, we did not have a subject who was able to. Everybody used to address Ruto na mwena ama watu walikuanga hata mtu akiataki Ruto watu walikuwa wanapita kando. Unaona hii serikali vile iko sijui nini so now Ruto was not Ruto, Gachagua was the man who brought a script of direct attack through so you can see like and I think Gachagua was able to understand if you hold Ruto by the horns, actually you are increasing your mileage. And I don't know why other people were not able to understand that. Do you know that Julius are here? I want to tell you this. I was being told by one of my relatives. Na nitakwambia. Sasa alikuwa ananiambia bwana wanaenda ati unaenda pahali kwa hizi majointi za pool somewhere in Embu town. Huyo jamaa tu anaanza kusema huyu Ruto ni mjinga sana hata ajielewi sijui nini. Ati wale watu mwanake kayoraria wega atia. Mwanake oni mugi. Can you imagine attacking Ruto is being interpreted as being clever.
As being clever.
Mwanake aragia wega. Mundu ni mugi ma. So, Julia, can you react to me about that? So, and the more like you attack Ruto, let me tell you, because there are even things which are, and some of the people who are clever, they are doing that. You know, like guys like Akina Mokonji, like in Embu. Mokonji, akienda mbali Embu, hata ongeangi story ya yule mtu amekufa. Anaanzalanga na Ruto. Hey! Jamaa anajaribu kupokonywa mic hapo bwana, watu wasema wewe haongee bwana, haongee. Hajamaliza. So, Julia, can you tell me when did attacking Ruto became a juice?
Alafu sasa unaona wanamuaddress Ruto amekuwa reduced to something else. Unaona Ruto was acting big, tough, fearless, mtu threatening. Hata hiyo story ya Ruto Ruto anaweza kukuua. Hiyo kitu ni kama Ruto alikuwa anafurahia. Sasa Gachagua ameprove. Sasa sisi tuko beyond kuuawa. Umeona hii clip juzi Gachagua amesema Ruto ninataka kuambia hivi. If by any chances uguze Matiang'i, uguze Kalonzo, uguze Wamalo, akamention nao watu wote. Wewe hiyo ndio siku itakuwa mwisho wako kuwa rais. Uliona hiyo clip?
Yeah, I saw it. Yes, I saw it.
So it means that from then henceforth, Gachagua has just proved to Kenyans kwamba Ruto ni mwoga. And that he's nothing. Yani Wakenya wakagundua hia.
Na akaweka statement ingine very serious. Julia, unakumbuka the statement? We will teach you politics next year. Wewe hakuna siasa unajua. Do you know? Do you know that hiyo statement hadi my father anairudia kwangu akaniuliza akaniambia ati muthuri ucio kwa kwira munene atia ati gutio ndoe na agathie gwake na agakoma
nagokira muthenya uyu ungi
like Julia, that thing ilishtua watu yani unaenda unasomea president for 28 minutes
kama mtoto alafu sasa yenye
na unarudi kwako
yenye alimaliza kabisa nile ya Okalau mazishe yule MP kai hiyo Kenya held its breath kwanza ilianza na Medhu watu ni wabaya hata Ruto na unajua si walikuwa wamesema wanaenda huko kuhangaisha Gachagua na kumweka baridi ndani aliwekwa baridi sasa si ndio waliwekwa baridi nakwambia watu walikasirika.
Julia, unaona ile kitu the new energy which Gachagua has brought to people ni ati long time ago, including akina Moi by the way, no one could attack the president na asipatikane mwili. You know that. Lakini Gachagua has proved aja. You mean aja kumbe hawa watu unaweza ongea stories zao na urudi kwa bibi yako. Aja. Wewe Julia, hata wewe before Gachagua akraki code unaweza ongea vitu mbaya za president na urudi kwako. Would you dare to do it?
Would you dare? No.
Mimi hadi sasa siamini like ati Gachagua anaweza ingia kwa hadi up to now hadi najiuliza ni vile Ruto ameamua kujifanya kama simba marara ama ni vile tu anatuangalia he will react. Is it normal? Unasomewa na hakuna kitu unaweza fanya?
At first watu walikuwa nasema Ruto anajipanga vile atafanyia Gachagua kitu. Lakini sasa hivi watu wamegundua kumbe Ruto si kitu. At first people are waiting to see what happened.
Watu walikuwa wanangojea wakute mwili Rivayara.
Ama wasikia DCI wamemwendea. Now instead
jamaa anaongea hivyo na anarudi kwake. Julia, mimi ndio nataka uniambie. Yaani jamaa anaongea hivyo na anarudi kwake kwa bibi.
And then what happened now?
And in places you know. Si ati places mnajua. Where you can go for him actually.
Then after that akapata ma disciples. Sasa watu wanaongea tu hadharani, wanaongea matope, wanaambia Ruto matope hadharani. Hata nani ameanza? Nani Kang'ata?
Julia, it is called radicalization. Si unajua radicalization inaanzanga na mtu mmoja. Wewe usiniletee, alafu unakuja unasikia mwingine akisema hata mimi usiniletee. That's why you hear like some radicalization inakuaga na ring leader. So unajua sasa Gachagua started radicalizing people. Yeah, so that's why unakutanga saa zingine that radicalization, especially when people have been affected, it is usually very very bad. So me I because you know like people like somebody like JM Kariuki, we hear that JM Kariuki died or he was killed for saying that we cannot have a country of 10 millionaires and 10 million beggars.
Hivyo tu.
Yeah, that was a statement which made him to be killed.
Even nani huko alikuja mkutano US akasema siji akarelease how Kenya is corrupt or something. Kurudi ndio huyo amemuua.
Yeah, so like maybe is that one trying also to show like even our political democratic space is improving over time, that
our
we can now say now we now have some democracy whereby it is possible to talk ill of the president and you still na urudi kwako ama tu ni Gachagua amejipanga vinoma, ni vile hatujui. Si kila mtu.
Hapana, we have been coming from tuseme our democratic space imekuwa ikikua for some time since 1992 since when section 2 ilitolewa, Kenya began fighting for the democratic space in the 1990s.
Julia kidogo Menfix anasema don't try this at home. That's what he's saying. Anasema tusijifanye kama Gachagua. Anasema Gachagua amejipanga vinoma sana. Ile security Gachagua ako nayo ni top notch.
But wacha hiyo anasema ako na top notch. Nao ma disciples wake. Ni watu wangapi siku hizi wanaongea kama Gachagua? Si wameongezeka?
hata akina mbunge na mwananchi siku hizi and some street goers. The only person who was abducted is ni Councillor Johi. So Councillor Johi ndiye nimesikia he was abducted na akaenda na akanyolewa.
Kwa nini was he abducted?
It was during that election, I think during the preparation of DCP nomination.
Sasa nani alimuabduct? Hata tumjui kwa nini alikuwa abducted.
Yeah, I think that's also something which we are also trying to monitor closely. I hope even during the main election in July 16, na hii Dikil, they will not try to abduct people, because that's what they do, especially wanatafuta those that is another thing which I'm fearing. Uliona hata Marava, the way they started arresting akina Natembea few days to the election. I hope that one will not recoil to Dikil. Yeah, Menfix anasema small people are still disappearing. Aya. Menfix anasema up to now kuna watu wanapotea. But why is it not being brought to media? Menfix? Ama
maybe he needs to tell us wenye wamejua wamepotea. Pengine hawajulikani wamepotea.
But unajua pia abductions zilikuja zikakuwa mingi sana, I think mpaka sasa even like I think people stopped even following the count. From what I saw. Unajua Julia pia hizi abductions zinakuwa mingi sana hadi watu wanashindwa na kufuatilia.
Maybe we need to know because lakini wacha tu niseme democratic space ya Kenya imekuwa, and we started all the way in the early 90s after the section 2A. I mean late 80s when akina Matiba resigned and Ubia from government, wakasema kwamba Kenya can no longer be a single party state. So from then watu wakamea pembe kwa Kenya, wakaona kwamba they can fight for their democracy. So then we had the multipartyism. Moi, by the way, from early 90s to the time Moi retire, he wasn't able kukalia wa Kenya tena, and that was the birth of really democracy. Na tunaona tukienda kwa our change of our constitution 2010, hiyo pia imesaidia sana. And you remember, mnyi mkumbuke kwamba viewers now listeners wakumbuke kwamba Ruto fought against the new constitution because he knew what it was going to bring, a democratic space for Kenyans. He fought against it so much.
Yes, Julia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Wacha nikuwekee wamama wa Emurua Digiri wakidance hapa, uniambie if this dance is real. Uniambie kama wamama wakikudansia hivi, uniambie kama kura watakuwekea kwa kikabu. This is Emurua Digiri, na unaona ile track ya DCP pale. Unaona hata Gachagua akiwa amejishika mikono hivi. Can you see that track? The DCP.
Yep.
I want uniambie kama hii ni dance ya kupiga kura ama hii ni dance ya kuenjoy watu. That's the question I want you to answer.
What is it? Babanyo, agori chimawi, matiso, uraya, eboga, matiso, itu, uraya, eboga, oi matiso, itu. Matiso.
I need to study how DCP has been able to penetrate this place. Hey! Julia, this one is a wonderful world. Wewe uone hawa mama wewe venye wanatingika hapo. Ukiona wamama wametingika hivyo bwana, wanakupea. Ai, mama hawezi jizungusha hivyo bure. Julia, you know.
Now, Njiru, why are you getting excited? That is bad manners.
Aya, nimeacha. Mama women respond by dancing. Oh.
And women respond by dancing. Wow.
Ukiona kuna kitu unaweza fanyia mama anararuka na dance noma sana hapo. Unaona tena anafanya where do you think even ariditi comes from? Ariditi. Umeiona mama akifanya ariditi amesimama hivi. There must be a wave of movement. Julia, that one is serious. Ukiona mama amefanya hivyo huyo, sasa tuko the other side of Migingo. Tushavuka Migingo.
Nakwambia.
So I don't know why Anne is getting excited. Me, I'm not excited, Anne. So Julia is saying I'm getting it. I just said when you see women doing what they are doing in Emurua Digil, me, I know how women respond. Ni kama wengine pale West Africa, serikali imepinduliwa bana.
Na wanasherehekea.
Walisema mambo Julia bwana. Vile serikali, unajua serikali imewatesa alafu sasa ikapinduliwa bwana. Hadi wa mama wakasema sasa wale watu wamefanya hiyo kitendo watutafute.
Bure, free of charge.
I don't know, walikuwa mimi nimekuambia wamama wakasema hawa watu wamefanya hiyo kitendo, tafadhali tuko mtu tafute. I don't know sasa wamama walikuwa wanataka kutafutiwa nini. End of the story.
They
Go ahead,
offering
Julia.
themselves free of charge.
Sio mimi nimesema ni wewe. I just said what happened in West Africa after serikali imepinduliwa. Kumbe saa zingine watu wanaweza, unajua kumbe serikali inaweza wasumbua alafu it's like Julia, can you imagine you are waking up in the news ile TV yetu. Unajua itakuja kama breaking news. William Samoei Ruto loses 2027 elections. Inakuja alafu sasa nikala sasa ka breaking news sasa kala kanaendanga hivi kakienda hivi.
Haitakuwa breaking news, tutakuwa tukiona kwa nini.
Yeah, of course, but unajua sasa immediately sasa itakuwa sasa we are almost now reaching to the level he is losing power. Unajua sasa sasa unajua wale majamaa wa media wanatokezea habari za hivi punde. Kulingana na vile Wakenya walipiga kura na wakatokezea kuna dalili tosha Rais Ruto amepoteza uchaguzi.
Tutakuwa tukiona numbers zikiteremka from 9 PM.
Lakini unajua pia tunataka pia ujamaa wa media aseme.
Watakuwa akisema they always, have you never ever followed elections in Kenya? They always follow up those news. They keep saying, they keep posting the numbers. Tutakuwa tukiona chenye kinaweza kutushtua hiyo ya uchaguzi, tutakuwa tukiona chenye kinaweza kutushtua ni hiyo nyingine. Niyo news nyingine, ukiamka na hiyo news nyingine hiyo sitaki kusema ni news gani.
Mimi nafurahia ma comment hapa, naona ma comment hapa ni moto hata ya Menfix hapa ni noma bin noma. Mimi tu I just sparked. Sasa watu wameanzia kumaliza. I just sparked. You don't need to go beyond. So, Julia, let me tell you, kama kuna news inangojwa hapo alafu sasa unajua sasa immediate sasa alafu sasa unaanzia kuona sasa akina CNN sasa na akina Al Jazeera breaking news.
So our report
unasikia sasa breaking news.
Mimi nitakuwa nimepanda ndege.
Alafu sasa kutoka hapo sasa unajua sasa after sasa wame report it seems the Kenyan president has lost the election. Alafu sasa unajua sasa the next 5 minutes ukienda kwa Google wameweka hata kwa jina ya Ruto former president. So unajua vile hiyo
they would say former president because he has to the other one has been sworn in. But wacha nikwambie kama unataka kuangalia scenario ya election 9 PM usiku of that election day. Is it August 9? When it's August what? Tutakuwa tukiona the data ikiingia and hopefully but maybe midnight we may see Chebukati. I mean Chebukati. Ati natoa Chebukati kwa shetani. Edhokon akianza kupost namba za real, but I'm telling you Nairobi hakutakalika ngine. Even before Edokon declares that Ruto has lost, Nairobi hakutakalika. Mtu mwenye ako na biashara Nairobi afunge tu, kwa sababu hakutakalika. Unaona hiyo chaos Nairobi ngine? Wewe unaona hiyo chaos?
Julia anasema I can hear that Ati Ana anasema ati umekimbiza Silambas Eloi Eloi. No, I'm just trying to say No, we have to start preparing to that Huko unasikia sasa Al Jazeera wanaongea wanasema jamaa. Alafu sasa wanatutolea sasa sobre mood ni Sugoi. Julia zinajuanga vile hiyo vitu inakuwa. Sasa wase huko unaonesha sasa wase kwa mageti Sugoi wameweka tu masuda chini tu hivi. Tunaoneshwa sobre mood in
Now, what about if you don't see a sober mood in Sugoi, you see celebrations?
Yeah, sasa si
like what's happening? If you see something happening like what's happening in Embu Dikir, uone hata wakali walikuwa wamechoka.
Yeah, then it will be what we want now. Then sasa kutoka hapo sasa unaanzia sasa kusikia celebrations in Nyeri, celebrations in Embu, celebrations unajua vile inakujaga. Unaona sasa huko watu Meru, sasa watu wako kwa matrucks huko juu kwa magari ma celebrations sasa zinaanzia kuchipuka so maybe hoping that Kisumu itakuwa na sisi there is a possibility Kisumu could be in sobre mood if we go in unasikia unaanzia kuoneshwa some tires being burnt somewhere That's why tujipange bana. Huyu besti anaenda. Julia huyu besti anaenda. So we don't want watu waanzie kuchoma taya. We want to celebrate heavily.
And tuendekana tubatie pressure mpaka ende before akiendanga.
Alafu sasa saa hiyo sasa unasikia sasa saa hiyo tumeshinda uchaguzi. Unasikia sasa mimi ni Sifuna movement. They will be having a victory rally at the center of the town. City Nairobi. Mimi ni Sifuna. Unasikia sasa we will be going to give thanks that Julia, I don't know. You know, that is why saa zingine don't be a fanatic like me. That's why in the case of anything I'm usually heart bad because sasa mimi ile pande nafuatanga naendanga ile pande ingine. Mimi nakuanga nishafika tushashinda. So like kama mimi sasa mimi niko ile pande ingine sasa sisi United Opposition tushashinda hiyo uchaguzi.
When you fanatic.
Yeah, I'm a very bad fanatic. Mimi ni wale watu ambao sasa kikiumana unasikia ati Makawa anasema ati if DCP win in Dikil, I will dance on top of enyewe hiyo tutaselebrate hata huku tuko bana. Nitafungua show that minute bana, kwanza tu celebrate. Na Julia mkujie $20 kila mtu that time wale wanakuja kwa show.
Nitakujia.
Now that I'm told that our show pays people. Unajua that is the propaganda which has been funneled by Ruto people. Ati show yetu tunalipanga watu msione hivyo, watu wanaenda huko juu wanalipwa. Julia, what they are trying to say that you people, it is not self motivation. Ati ni vile mnalipwa ili mkuje hapa. Ati people cannot be that committed to be in a show, ati to be that committed. Unajua people are questioning your commitment, Julia. How can Julia all the time in the show?
Nani alisema hivyo?
Si ni watu ya UDA wanasema hakuna, there's no in which people can be opening a show kwenda kuongea pale kama walipwi. Hao watu ni kulipwa, wanalipwa ndio wanafaa kukua huko.
Yaani nikuulize, yaani mtu alikuja hapa akaongea kwa show hivyo?
No, they were saying they were news which was spreading everywhere. They were in Embu where kila pahali. Kuna jamaa anaitwa Njiru alifungua show inalipa watu vibaya sana. That is why wanaongeanga huko, the people are being paid heavily.
Wow.
Yeah, ati Julia, you people you are not muko hapa sababu muna they cannot imagine that people can be here for the love of their nation and for the love of the cause.
Ninashangaa sana mtu anayesema hivyo.
Jill Mokawe, that is what the people say. It has been going for a number of days now, but I think now the propaganda has withered because I think people have noted that it cannot be true. Yeah, people have inner motivation, something beyond.
Beyond being paid $20.
Watu wako na inner motivation. Sinaonanga saa zingine hapa hata tukikaa siku mbili bila kufungua show, watu wanateta hapo, wanasema bana, hey, Njiro, kwani hakuna show leo? These are people driven show. So saa zingine nikisikia ati watu ya Ruto wakisema watu wanalipwa kukua hapa, ati watu wanawekewa credo, akina Ana ati wanawekeangwa credo akue hapa, nacheka tu. Ana si hao watu wanataka, si hao watu wananiweka juu sana surely. Where are these people? Mbona watu wananifanya nikae mtu mnoma, and I'm a regular Kenyan who is trying to do regular things. We just said
wewe ni mdosi Njiro, unajui hivyo?
Lakini hiyo si noma bwana. Yaani wanajaribu kunifanya yani hiyo ni kama kujaribu kuniweka kwa level ya kina Gachagua bwana. Kuanzia kusema ati hata tumefungua show ya kulipa watu bwana. Wasifanye hivyo. We are regular Kenyans learning a regular TV where Kenyans regular Kenyans can give their dissenting voices. So let me hear what Geneva Makawi is saying. They cannot imagine there are people with a sober mind who cannot be bought. Oh, they cannot imagine there are people with a sober mind who cannot be bought. Tuko hapa for free. I also heard someone saying he opened the channel for you. Hey, Geneva sasa simesikia sasa vitu zimeanzia kukam sasa. I also atu wanasema walinifungulia channel. I think people need to know the history of this channel. The history of this channel is it was out of frustration. Julia, that time all our channels had become Ruto aligned. Kama unakumbuka Julia. I remember some few people who I don't want to mention here. Watu wengi wakasema, hey, Njiru venye inakaa, wewe tumekuonanga umekuanga active ile pande sana. You seem like me, I didn't even trust myself in holding a show. Some few people wakaniambia, bwana Njiru, kulingana vile tunaonanga ukiongea na kule ukitupasha habari na huko, wewe you can do it. Nikamwambia you can do it bwana. Nikunoma bwana, nikunoma. That time we have just gotten frustrated. Our Raila Odinga has been he is now becoming Ruto aligned. So that was a frustration. So some few people wakaniambia bwana, itabidi bwana fungua kakitu hata kama ni 1 hour tu, tunakuja hapo tu tunapakolete. Tunaongea tu kidogo tu. Fungua tu kakitu, just open akina Shiko siku hizi amekuwa rare. Shiko, some few people who are akina resilient who wanatype hapa wengi people, very many people wakasema bana, walikuwa wanaandika hata bana, itabidi tufungue show yetu. So there was that frustration there was that frustration from different people, some who know me and some who do not know me. So watu wakaniambia bwana, Njiru bana, itabidi tu ufungue tu ka show and let's see how it goes. And now tuko mwaka wa pili, second year now, doing what they were doing. And part of their frustration is that this is one of the show which cannot be bought by anyone, unfortunately, because sasa sisi tushatosheka na kile tuko nacho. So and hatutafuti pesa ya kununua ndege, ati lazima tutununue. So na pesa ya Ruto to us is too small. So that is not something which we can even follow. So sisi ni wale watu ambao we have been people who do not believe in money. We believe in good cause. We do not believe that money has a limitation. That is one of the beliefs. Money has a limitation. So money is not a source of everything. So that is the frustration, and this will be one of the show which could be a pin in the ass to some of the people come 2027 as well, because our show will prove a test of time. So you can be assured our information here will be very detailed, contented. People can speak whatever they want to speak. And part of the things which actually promoted us very well was even reaching levels whereby tukaambia watu wa Ruto itoshe. Tukaambia watu wa Ruto hatuwataki hapa. And I think some of those choices, even though sometimes people are feeling like it's like we are preventing democracy, but I think people have come to appreciate that. Tukasema watu wa Ruto hakuna kuongea hapa. Yeah, some people said that hiyo channel imeisha sasa. I remember akina, he's called who? Ayaga was saying that our show is going to die because now we are now preventing democracy. Yeah, tulisema hiyo tuta prevent. And moving forward even to 2027, and I'm sorry to say this, we are even now going to tighten our show more. So if you are Ruto aligned, tunakukata mara moja. So wacha tukue na hiyo monologue, it's okay. So we do not fear a monologue because we don't want people to come and confuse us here, or people to come and we do not want to become agents. We don't want to become people who are giving UDA people a platform to propaganda. So if they have to propaganda, they can propaganda in other places. We will not become Joseph Goebbels for them. Joseph Goebbels was a Hitler propaganda minister. He used to be called Joseph Goebbels, somebody Joseph Goebbels, however you want to mention it. So we will not become a platform where UDA and Ruto fanatics will come to funnel their propaganda. That's why we cut them all. So once we discover you are Ruto aligned, hakuna kuongea hapa. Democratically, it's a very bad decision, but we have to make it that way. So it's unfortunate, but tulifika hiyo level. So ndio unakutanga saa zingine hapa kwa show yetu hakuna mtu ya Ruto anaweza ongea hapa. Tusha distillate kila kitu. Hakuna mtu ya Ruto anaweza ongea hapa. And they will never speak, by the way. That is a decision we have made all of us here. Na mliniambia hivyo, watu waliniambia hivyo, hao watu wa Ruto wanakuja hapa wanatudrain. So wacha sisi tujienjoy venye tunajienjoy hapa. Watu ya Ruto waende wafungue show yao. They have Itumbi who pretends to be one of the biggest AI and IT maniac. Awafungulie show huko. Wakae huko, so wakiongea na sisi hata hatutaenda huko. Some of us, we have gotten a lot of peace here, and we want to continue building this show more in that level of monologue. Unfortunate. Yeah, so if we have to debate, is to debate within the monologue. I don't know if that one people are getting it. You are debating within the monologue. So wase wa Ruto mutafute pahali ya kwenda. So watu ya Ruto tu kwa roho safi mutafute pahali ya kwenda. Yeah. Having a YouTube channel is not expensive, or is not difficult. Yeah, you just need to have a Gmail and some few people who can come and talk there. Hiyo show imeanza. So ni watu ya Ruto muende mfungue show yenu huko. So hakuna mtu ya Ruto ataiongea hapa. So some few days we had even around akina Themba waongee hapa, but they can't speak here. Hata Themba nikimwona hapa kwa show hawezi ingia. Hao tushamalizana na wao. Akina Themba, akina Wekesa. Ukikuja hapa tu within 1 minute unasema huyu Ruto tumujaribu, unakatwa mara moja. Hiyo hewa inakatwa. Yeah, it's that complex for us here. Ukiongea tu story ya Ruto kidogo, chwa, unangoka. So Julia, we have passed very bad resolutions, but they are for our posterity because people complained about mind draining. Watu ya Ruto wanakuja kwa show wana drain watu akili. Watu wanashindwa na kufikiria, they like wengine wanaanzia hata kuumwa na vichwa. I have been called by 7 people when Ruto people come here wananiambia mimi naumwa na kichwa bana. Wewe tu niambie tu niende. So, and I don't think we deserve to lose this channel by entertaining Ruto people here. So, it's a monologue, but that's how it is. Julia, unless kama unataka kureact.
Hapana, I don't mind. Me too, I don't have enough patience for those people.
Yeah, so it's a tulifika hiyo level. It's a very bad level. So Julia, there is also Madam Girishi today with our Mama Meru, the former governor, who they were seen campaigning together for one term, very serious talk in Ngariama, Kirinyaga. Girishi and the former Meru governor Kawira Mwangaza, they were together. Na wakagonga Ruto vibaya sana. Girishi hadi akasema UDA negotee.
Bado Kawira amevaa ile skati yake na anatembea na kifagio.
No, I think today she was just an ordinary person who was just trying to market opposition.
Those women have, and they have I think they have good husbands. They have very unique husbands. Those women are backed by their husbands.
Of course, it's they have husbands who don't fear strong women. Sio wengi sana. Some people who do not fear strong women. Sijui kama mimi niko kwa hiyo kaliba, I don't know. But there are men who feel they can even. But to some extent, also those women have also proved to be serious when they have power. Wengine, their husband supported them to have power, na wakaponyoka. I think Meru governor, when she got power, she was working, the husband was still within the proximity of power. But we have seen people like Wanga, when they get power, their husbands become irrelevant. So, Julia, saa zingine, this support depends, inategemea pia mzee anaona hata ukipata hicho kitu natafuta, still hata yatakuwa tu hapo karibu, utaanzia, you not elbow him. Lakini kuna wamama wengine wabaya sana, you support them, we give them power, and the first person to eat ni mzee. Mzee anaambia sasa, wewe kaa nyumbani sasa, wewe hata usielewi.
To eat, mzee anamezwa.
That is the first person anaanzia kuambiwa hata hana akili afikiri.
Mimi, I think it depends on the man too, because before your wife goes for politics, you need to decide what you want, whether you can swallow the pill. That's what I think, Jiru. You need to decide whether you can swallow the pill. If you can't swallow the pill, mujadiliane kama ni lazima aende kwa hiyo siasa, ama hiyo siasa itawatenganisha.
Naona Calvin's ananiingililia. No, Calvin's, I don't have a shosh, please.
Ati watu walisema ati ulitafuta shosho hapa Amerika.
I don't understand. Sasa nilitafuta shosho surely. Calvin's, I stay by myself, so si mimi sina shosh, please. I think it will be an abuse to my ancestors to find a shosh as a partner. I already have a partner who is dedicated to me, so wachana na hiyo bana.
Calvin, mwambie it was on a light note, usiambie Njiri hiyo maneno tena.
I think we Calvin, kwani umeenda kwa Ruto because unajaribu kunidivert ile wakati tunagonga Ruto? Wewe Calvin, wewe hebu ingia hapa.
Nani alimba shoshi ya Buyu?
Ya Buyu.
Shosho mgani alibiwa?
I think that they do mumeamua sasa show is quite serious sana, which is okay. I think people have planned. Hebu nikuwekee usikie sasa, usikie vita za UDA. And I don't know why. Kwa nini mama anatetea Ruto na venye anapigwa Julia? Is there a reason ya why Susan Kihika focusing with the UDA na anapigwa na watu wa UDA? Why?
Hata si alichapwa slap na Faruki Bet.
And why? There must be something bigger than. Anyway, sikiliza.
Makiria mari mwena wa Kamara kureso ya Rugogo, abuge Alfred Mutai wa kureso ya Rugogo na Liza Chelule mubuge mutumia county nya Naikuru mokireire governor Kihika kanene akiuga akoretwo akimaruma kuna makoretwo makienda aigirĩrĩke wĩra-inĩ wake.
Unauliza walipo ambao wamehitimu kama hizi teachers. Mimi nikijaribu kwenda kuuliza kama wewe anaanza kuniletea marafiki zake, wanaanza kukanga pote, waanze kuniambia kunitishia tuwe Mutai utaenda nyumbani.
tutafanya uamuzi kama nenda nyumbani ama siendi. Lakini kama kuuliza haki ya raia ni kwenda nyumbani, wacha niende nyumbani kama nimeshauliza haki ya raia.
Moja anasema nilizaa watoto watatu safari moja. Kwa hivyo mnichague. Yaani maendeleo ya Kenya ni kuzaa. Hata mimi nitazaa hivi karibuni. Wengine nitatoa 10 sasa itakuwa ni watoto wangu. Wengine anasema must go. Na bila kuleta nini? Kuleta manifesto. Wengine anasema nitapeleka Liza nyumbani saa 2. Kwani mimi ni cabbage?
Atongoria ya maugite gavana Kika akoretwo akinyita ugeni atongoria kuma kaunti nyingi aria makoretwo makimarumana kumathingiriria kunyita mbaru kihika kia hinya.
Mimi niko na kura ya Nakuru. Na nitaamua gavana wangu wa 2027 ni nani. Na sina uoga yote nikitamka kwamba sisi wenyewe kama wakazi wa Nakuru tunataka kuona performance ya watu ambao tuliwachagua.
Si ikifika ni nyinyi mtachaguana. Nikiplogo watakuja hapa kuchaguana. Niketera atakuja hapa. Wale wengine watakuja hapa. Si nyinyi. Wageni mkifika mfanye amani na viongozi ya Nakuru. Hatuna shida atumkuja hapa. Mkikuja msituonyeshe madharau.
No maugite ikari ya kaunti ya Nakuru.
This is what I wanted to usikie. Wageni mkifika hapa msioneshe watu ya Nakuru madharau. Wageni ni akina nani? Because there are things which akina Susan, because according to akina Cherure, they feel akina Susan Kihika
ni wageni. Wasituletee, Nakuru ni ya kila mtu. But Susan Kihika simhurumia kwende huko na hiyo UDA yake.
The question which I'm asking myself, what are other signals which Susan Kihika is supposed to read to know that there is some ganging up against her? Na anaendelea tu kukaa hapo tu, ama watu wengine tu lazima bomu ilipuke tu akiwa pahali ili ajue ni kubaya. Naona manyumba zikiporomoka, na niko gia tu doka anyway. Let me not talk. She is a bad woman. In any case, hata siwezi taka kumuona kwa chama zetu. Wacha amalizwe na wenzake. I think DCP will give us a good candidate in Nakuru. I think we should not focus with Susan Kihika. Susan Kihika is going home, right? Simon Julia. The opposition will give us a better candidate there, right?
I hope so.
Yeah, we will get. Although kuna vile nimesikia ni kama ati Rike Nyajui ni kama ati anatafuta barabara ya kutoka kwa serikali ati akuje pande yetu.
Si ametutukana juzi na katukana mpaka akatukana Uhuru. Akoende huko. Let him not there. Let him eat the money.
Kama anatafuta barabara ya kurudi.
Let him not there.
Wewe hujasikia Oparanya vile amesema? Julia, kwani hujasikia Oparanya akisema kutafutia Ruto kura imekuwa ngumu?
Nilisikia Oparanya akisema, but we should not take this nonsense of these people.
Na nikuulize, how does Ruto hear when the people are already in his government wanasema hivyo? Anafeel aje?
Kwanza what Oparanya said.
Na ujua Oparanya ako kwa serikali. I think he is still a minister, right? I think that one is a very serious comment. Can you imagine you are general anakuambia bana Munene? Do you know that those are things which you don't admit? Julia,
and you don't say
kwa serikali, if you are in the government and you are that's why I think either these people are fools or they want to get out. I've never heard people anywhere in the world admitting that things are difficult. Hata kama mna chochote unasikia kusema bana. That's why saa zingine I appreciate what Mudavadi is saying. Mudavadi every time unasikia kusema bwana wewe umeisikia serikali wapi inashindwa? Yeah. As a government you need to be saying that. That's what you should be, that should be your messaging. Nimesikia hata Mudavadi leo amesema kitu hata nikacheka sana. Na ndio nakutaka saa zingine Mudavadi anakutangwa na Deja bila kujua because he is too much psychophantic. Mudavadi amesema kitu. Mudavadi amesema si watu ya opposition tutaishinda na milioni 7 kupanda.
Ati
si watu ya opposition tutaishinda na milioni 7 kupanda. Kwani hao watu tunawagonga na kura ndogo? Si tunawagonga sawa sawa. let me find for you that video, because yes, you might not be popular, but that's how you speak when you are supporting somebody. It is not good for us, but I expect if you are supporting somebody, you should be positive. Wacha nikuwekele. I love such psychophants. Ukiamua kusupport mtu musupport na roho moja, whether he is dying or not. Ndio hii.
You only need a small dab to reduce the appearance of puffiness and dark circles.
That's exactly what I needed.
I can't help but feel like I owe everyone something. What about the people that owe me?
Just send a Zelle request in the Chase mobile.
We are in studio this afternoon or this evening with one of our very amazing guests. We've been waiting for a minute for him, and we're really grateful that he's finally here. Our prime too busy, hasn't it?
Oh yes, it has.
Busy. I see.
This afternoon.
Yes.
To bilateral.
Yes.
In fact, you had earlier anticipated.
Well, if anything, I can't imagine having done this show with anybody. What does it look like?
Let me just start with Kenya first. What is in it for Kenya?
Yes.
This evening, we have signed 11 agreements of the US dollars. Focus on very important. Yeah. That is one of the key engineering facility at the University of Nairobi, costing 35 million euro. We have also signed up for private sector participation and modernization.
Let me go back to the by-elections. I remember very well you had promised to win. Congratulations. The Kenya Kwanza government took the important seats, that is the MC seats in our areas. But at the same time, many Kenyans are asking of your grip in the Western region ahead of the 2027 general election.
Time will tell, because I have always told people that, including you, when I was telling you that I know we are going to win. We'll work towards the victory. And we did. All right? So I can only tell the people of Western Kenya is that time will tell. And let's make the correct decisions. I was very consistent. First, I told them President Ruto was going to win the election. When I had the earthquake movement, it came to pass. I told them that I have made, through consultation, through a lot of reflection, the decision, and we've gone through the processes, let us dissolve ANC and have a merger with UDA. It happened. I then told them that it will not be long. The ODM will be coming
on board.
And Raila and others will be working with President Ruto. It came to pass. Using that same consistency, I'm telling the people of Western Kenya, my forecast for 2027 is that President Ruto is going to be re-elected.
Okay, Julia ameenda ati his focus is ati Ruto is going to be re-elected. Ulisikia wapi? Ulisikia wapi? Is this guy aware of the new waves? Huyu jamaa ameona vile emruadikil mambo ina how things are throwing. Mudavadi, my friend, you are wrong in 2002 and you are wrong now. You can't be wrong any other time than Mudavadi. Umeona hii, itabidi nikuchezee bana. Hii ni home ground Namalizia na hii. We have to. Mudavadi, umeona hii? Kwani hiyo winning campaign inakaa namna gani bana? That winning campaign inakaa namna gani? Hiyo ambayo Mudavadi anatuambia ina shida. How is that winning campaign looking like? This guy is a joker, man. Mudavadi, go and see what is happening in Emurua Digil before you come to telling us that your focus is that Ruto will win. Ruto anashindia wapi bwana? Wewe. Things have changed, man. Umeona hii? I want. Eli ameingia. I want him to. Eli who is not happy that we are speaking about personalities.
On Monday and Tuesday. Now, campaign activities in Emurua Dikir constituency have intensified with only 5 days left before residents elect a new member of parliament. Residents, especially women, have been turning out in large numbers for overnight political meetings, some running from midnight till dawn. Locals say the late night campaigns are a long-standing tradition in the constituency, noting that the late MP Johanna Ngeno encouraged a culture of hard work, prompting many residents to spend daytime hours earning a living and reserve nights for political engagements.
Sisi tunafanya mkutano zetu za siasa usiku kwa sababu tulikaa tukaona hapa kwetu kuna kazi mingi tunafaa kufanya mchana ambaye inaweza zuia siasa zetu za kujenga nchi. So tukaamua tunakuwa tunafanya kazi mchana kama saa huu sasa tunaachilia watu waende kazi waende walime, alafu usiku badala ya kwenda kulala tunaitisha mkutano za siasa, na watu wamezoea hivyo kwa sababu wameona pia kuliko kusimamisha kazi zao wanaona wafanye kazi alafu wakuje usiku. Na hii pia ni tabia ambayo ililetwa na marehemu Johanna Ngeno. Marehemu Johanna Ngeno alitufunza kwamba kazi na siasa zote ni muhimu na zinafaa kufanywa zote pamoja.
Watu wengi hapa Emurua Dikir unapata watu wachache mchana, saa ya mchana. Usiku watu wametoka wote kwa kazi, unapata watu saa hiyo kwa sababu wamepata chakula, amepata pesa kidogo ya riziki ya kwenda kujitafutia mchana. Sasa hiyo ndio anafanya Emurua Dikir watu kuingilia siasa ya usiku.
Elsewhere, Kiambu Governor Kimani Wamatangi has said he's not
Ele kidogo. So, Ellie, take over. Thank you very much. You can. We have done a lot of discussion today. I don't want to guide you. There is a lot you can react to. Thank you.
Njeno.
Yeah, poa. Sema.
Mudavadi is very stupid.
Yeah, I'm saying there is a lot you can react to. Yeah, our show was quite explosive today. There are so many things we have reacted to. The inroads of opposition in Muruadigil, ODM rhetoric, especially where Badi and Ruto Odinga are fighting each other.
and other things, including what you are saying in your comment section, criticizing our dialogue
uh,
with the media. Go ahead.
propaganda and lies is so much entrenched in the politics here, because you don't have to think too much about it. Just listen to what Mudavadi was saying there, and how propaganda and disinformation is banded about, in our politics. You see, when I say that we're wasting time discussing individuals, I was just trying to suggest that this is something that is done in our political uh, situation, including during a campaign period, yeah, because we forget the issues first because we think the issues don't matter. We know the issues matter, but when we're discussing, we forget those issues that are affecting people. For example, when Mr. Gachago was saying that this SGR from nonsense, but I agreed with his statement because there was no such thing as a contract that has been established, and these guys are conning people. They're giving us too much disinformation and things. And these are the things that need to be highlighted. But when I hear Mudavadi sitting there, a man of his age, lying to Kenyans on a televised program, that he's saying and this thing about I told you so. Like our people, they just have to show as if they're so knowledgeable about things. I told you so. I told you Raila will lose the elections, that we will win. People have decided to relax and not maybe forgive them, but they know what happened. And this man is sitting there saying that Ruto and Gashagwa defeated Raila and Martha Karua. And this man is sitting, this guy who cannot even win a vote in his own Vihiga, he has been struggling for years to win Vihiga, where he comes from, whether he was trying to get back to parliament or just winning Vihiga for his party and for national politics. This Mudavadi, and he is just a waste of space to me. I think that he is just symptomatic of those kind of leaders that is a waste of space. This is just a sample, an example of many politicians that we have who, and again, this is not to individualize politics, but to say that this is something that we have as a problem, that people come and disinform Kenyans, and they're proud about lying. They would lie, and they're proud of it. And you wait and see. Ruto will win 2027. This is what I have predicted, and this is what will happen. Forgetting that Kenyans know the nature of the IEBC. It's so stupid for even the media to entertain such nonsense. I see it in American politics now that the media have confronted bias, lies, disinformation. In fact, they flatly, they deal with the politician right there and tell them when they're talking nonsense, or they even cancel them, from their programs, whether it's radio or TV, because they think enough is enough. So our problem is also compounded by the media, because the media allows these guys to come and talk a lot of nonsense in the TV programs, you know. I hope that Mudavadi does not show his face again, you know. Yeah, I just don't like this kind of nonsense because people know what happened in 2022 and the years before that. People know exactly what happened. And for Mudavadi to say, at you, I told you Siji Raila will come and join us, blah blah blah. Okay, fine. Kama hivyo ndio vile mlitengeneza, lakini Wakenya ambao walipiga kura walikataa kabisa, walisema huyu jamaa wa kutoka sijui Sugoi hawezi na hatutamchagua. We're still bitter about that. This is one of the reasons why some of us will not entertain the new Gachagua, because of how he carried himself as part of the victory of 2022. I would never, hata ukijaribu ukinigonga, ukinidunga sindano, ukimtolea bunduki ati unataka kuniua ili ndio niseme ndio Gachagua. Hapana, this guy was involved in some of the dirtiest tricks. Tafadhali tuseme kuna wanasiasa ambao wanajaribu kureorganize, alafu huyu Ruto asishinde kura, sawa, lakini kuna wale ambao wanakuja hapo kwa mtandao wanaharibu kila kitu, wanasema ati lazima tukubali ati kura ya 2022 hao watu walishinda. Do you see where my problem is, Njiru?
Okay, about the people who are trying to say like Ruto Nivire, I think it's a short way, like they just want people to move on because they see us even if now we keep on talking about repeater, so they feel like they can now handle it moving forward hata kama kura iliibiwa. I think for them that's what I think ni kama wataki kupasua vidoda ambazo nini old woods, you know, that concept of doing surgery to old woods. I think that is what is making them like
okay, lakini si wanatumia the same script ili waseme wameshinda in 2027 next year. Script, the same script
for the opposition or for the government. I think the opposition is relying on
way you want to look at
the big will of people. I think the opposition is relying on people anger, people resolve to remove Ruto out of power. I think for me, the person who might be committed to steal the election is Ruto, but I don't think the opposition is committed to steal the election, because either way the opposition is at a vantage point of winning that election. So I don't think the opposition is counting on stealing the election. The person counting on stealing the election is Ruto, and the opposition has to come up with methodological procedures of protecting the steal. But the opposition does not need to steal, because already they have the momentum is on their side. So when the momentum is on your side, you don't get worried of stealing the election.
Do you think that the so-called firebrands of this particular opposition, if one of them was picked to be a panelist in this interview that Mudavadi faced today, so you have someone who was involved in the politics of 2022, and he sits there, and this person will be like, sorry, Raila won the elections. Do you think the media will allow such a person? They won't at the moment. This is the problem we have.
Is the media, who is the media going to allow? Because I'm not understanding. Is the media which is supposed to allow people? Media is the media which allows
Kenyan politics. In Kenyan politics, yes, because these people.
I think you have to educate me on that.
hiyo incumbency ya Ruto, what they do is they buy the media. They prepare us to accept that 2022 alishinda, and tafadhali 2027 ni asubuhi na itakuwa mapema. Now this is a thing that has happened every 5 years, and it was the point at which Mudavadi then decided, I'm here now as a government spokesperson. I will say this. And he said it. And it's something that they will use kila mahali kusema ati Ruto alishinda kura. So unaona, yani sielewi vile tunafanya vitu zetu hizi za macampaigns. Saa hizi no one is even talking about IEBC. It's like which I think is like a terrorist organization. The IEBC is always part of the breach of democracy. This IEBC.
I think IBC, we are going judging them slowly. DCP was able to do a very good nomination, which is a showcase that it is possible to do an election which is credible. And we now want to see what they will present on Thursday in Emurua Dikirr.
Which elections? These small things.
Yeah,
that
they are image.
IEBC
It's an image of what will happen huko mbele. How IBC will conduct it in itself. We will use it also. Have they learned lessons in Mbeere? Because in Mbeere they gave us a very shambolic election. Now we are now posing them. There was Mbeere election where they gave us a shambolic election. They were not able even to nullify it, even after people were beaten and killed. Now, Emurua Dikirr is another place where we are testing them. Emurua Dikirr, we are testing them. Then we go to Orokarau. So these small elections are a litmus test for them, and we can judge if these people are ready or not. So we are now waiting to see things. Let me read a comment here. The media is being used to create a narrative for winning. Yeah, so that is what the main fix is saying. It is being used. So that is different with what Ellie you said, because Ellie will say, man, the media will not allow. So that's why I was asking myself, is the media which is supposed to allow? Or
yeah, the media is the one that will host a leader. The media is influenced. You think that these guys are neutral and unbiased. No. If you can't see that now, then you think, I mean, like, even when this person called Mudavadi was talking, saying, producing all that lie, that journalist was just sitting there. They didn't challenge him. And you think that it's not part of the government machine to confuse Kenyans. The media is part of this issue. It's part of this problem. So if we're not subjecting the media to some scrutiny, and these politicians, we're just wasting time, because I can't believe this man went there and said that, oh, we won the elections in 2022. Hizi vitu anasema hadharani hapo. In fact, he has never even spoken like that. But now he's saying these things. I think that the most important way of removing Ruto from power, as we said, if we want to use the so-called democratic route, is to be very careful about who is going to be the leader of opposition right now. This is something they would have to do very, very quickly, because if it's left for some while, it will give William Ruto the opportunity to buy politicians, and politicians in Kenya, they prefer money than the final destination. You see, so it's something that needs to be done very, very quickly to avoid a shambolic situation where William Ruto will buy politicians. You see, what do you think about that? Because me, I think these guys are going to be bought. Zile pesa nane ambazo ziko hapo in central bank. And you know also there's that being inspired by Yoweri Museveni. Mpaka you think that what you're doing is correct. This is also part of the dynamics of Kenyan politics, you know, outside influence. You see, when we say that the Western countries and even China are involved in our politics, we often forget that in East Africa, East and Central Africa, a lot of countries have been affected because of the particular influence of Yoweri Museveni in their politics, you see. So I think it's one of the reasons why William Ruto becomes very optimistic, because him and the lady who is presiding over Tanzania, they think that, you know, to show Ruto up as the leader that they want their puppets, he's going to win the elections. As they said before, these are people who didn't have time for Raila Odinga, by the way. In Tanzania, the only political leader who spoke with Raila's political mindset was John Pombe Magufuli. The others, they could not entertain Raila Odinga, including Kiwete, Mkapa, all those people. So the outside influence is such a big thing in Kenyan politics, and of course, last but not least, you know, the rage by the youth, because that is something which can be used positively. You know, the way the youth are raging, that can be used positively to make sure that this man does not return to power, you know, through rigging. Thank you.
Aya, ni sawa. The issue of rigging is something we will follow up moving forward, Bwana Ere. So let's hope that we will be able to solve it. Anne is talking of antivirus, so sijui imefika wapi. It is something which is moving on. Ere, I don't think I will be able to continue more than that. Wacha niwekee Anne video yake. Then
Mbona ulisiwekea video ya huyu mama Mkalenjin? Now I wasted 15 minutes of my life listening to a language that I don't understand.
Why did you waste 15 minutes of your lifetime to language which you don't understand? And you under
what was the point of playing that there? It wasn't in Swahili. It was just
no. Huyo mama alikuwa no is it is the emotions which they are building in Emurua Digil. That's why we are doing it. Let hata video ya Kijaruo tutacheza, so it depends with the context at the moment.
Hiyo ilikuwa project mbaya sana hiyo. You wasted our time there.
And it is very unfair to waste your time. Si ungeshuka ukuja baadaye ama
wewe hizo videos saa zingine just watch them first and see what you think is appropriate for us, because that was really serious waste of time.
Aya, ni sawa. So hiyo hantavirus imetoka wapi? Is it coming from China or in Google? Okay, ni sawa Bwana Mbudi. No, Bwana Eli ni sawa, is okay.
Politics all over the world are usually generally very opinionated. In Kenyan politics, maybe more so. Now, there's one thing most Kenyans have never believed, although it is factual. And I totally agree, it is very difficult to believe. But now the evidence that it is true has come up right on our faces to mock us and to force us to believe the truth, the facts on the ground as we speak. Now, what is this that Kenyans have refused to believe? Well, it is the fact that President William Samoei Ruto has lost support even amongst his own community. Let me spell it out. If elections were held today, right now, the president would have a problem garnering votes amongst his own community. Very difficult to believe, but actually it's true. And in a moment, I'm going to give you irrefutable, solid evidence of this fact in Kenyan politics right now. But before I do that, please like this video if you're already enjoying it. And also please consider subscribing if you're not yet a subscriber. Both those actions will help me a lot in the reach of this video, all for a better Kenya, doing only things that will stand the test of time. By the way, if you're regular on this channel, maybe for many years, the people I call the silent majority that have kept this channel going all these years, I have a very pleasant surprise for you. Please stick with me, and then towards the tail end of this video, I will tell you what it is. I guarantee you it is something very precious and vital for those who are following Kenyan politics, and especially for those who love their motherland. Right. The evidence that the president has lost support even amongst his own community, comes from very recent developments in Emurua Dikir constituency. This constituency is in the Rift Valley, and the vast majority of people, inhabitants, voters in this constituency hail from the Kipsigis community of the larger Kalenjin tribe. And let us start with a super fascinating story that is also very, very instructive. Just to bring you up to speed in case you forgot, this seat became vacant after a tragic helicopter accident took the life of the immediate former member of parliament, Johanna Ngeno. I'm sure you remember that. And the by-elections are due on May 14th. Oh yes, 3 days away. Now, one of the candidates in that parliamentary race, Vincent Kibet Rotich, during his recent campaigns, had something very interesting to tell voters. He told them that he did not have any money to distribute to them. He did not have any goodies to distribute to his supporters. This is usually what voters expect from candidates for any political seat in the country called Kenya. Very unfortunate, but that is the way it is. And he added, he did not even have enough branded material to ensure that most of his supporters at least got a cap or a t-shirt or something like that. And no, the voters did not walk away. They did not jeer him. Instead, they showed him a lot of love. They told him they didn't care that he didn't have the money, but they were going to support him anyway. And then something very amazing happened at the next campaign rally. All his supporters turned up, and there are many. All of them turned up, donned with green carrier bags on their head to represent branding of the party he's vying under, which is yet another story, a very big story. And you may need to sit down for this one. Bwana Rotich, vying in the Rift Valley, is vying on a DCP ticket. Oh yes, Rigathi Gachagwa's party. Now, as you recover from that shock, please allow me a very quick aside. I don't think the DCP party colors include a dark green. I don't think so. The actual color is a palish green. On a lighter note, you know we Kenyans have a problem with colors, especially us men. Many of us, ile siku mwalimu alikuwa anafundisha colors, tulikuwa na malaria, hatukufika shule. Anyway, in the illustration on your screens right now, you can see that some of the supporters of Bwana Rotich turned up in the right color. And it is not that all those supporters, many of them women, who are wearing a carrier bag of a different color, it is not that they had malaria on the day the teacher was teaching about colors. No, I don't think so. And in any case, as I've already said, women don't have a problem with colors. Most of them don't. I believe it was the availability of the carrier bags. Most carrier bags are that dark green. And you can even see in my illustration, Mrs. Rigathi Gachagua got it right. Women know colors. Anyway, the point is, the voters came up with a very creative solution to the money problems of Bwana Rotich. In my opinion, this is very good for Kenyan politics. It should never be about money or distributing money, which is the key strategy of UDA, as we all know. Now get this. According to my research on the ground, Bwana Rotich of the DCP party is going to win this parliamentary seat by a landslide if the election is free and fair. And of that, we have no guarantee. Remember what happened in Berry North and Malava. Now, if this is not solid evidence that the president has lost support in his own community, then I don't know what is. Now, I can already hear somebody shooting back. No, Chris. President Ruto is Nandi, not Kipsigis. I've heard that one very many times. But please, let us stick to the facts and the truth. William Kipchirchir Ruto was born to Daniel Cheriot of the Kipsigis community, belonging to the Kapkomosik clan, Kipsigis, and Sarah Cheriot, who hails from the Nandi. Now, last time I checked, that does not make him a Nandi. Indeed, the president belongs to the Kapkomosik clan of the Kipsigis community. And the vast majority of voters in Emurua Dikir are from the Kipsigis community. I rest my case. Now, if you stick with me, I will give you the shell-shocking prediction of what is going to happen in Emurua Dikir when the election results are announced, and what kind of election results I expect to be announced. So make sure you don't miss that one. But for now, let us dive in a little deeper so that we totally understand what is going on here. Now, this is not the first time a sitting Kalenjin president is facing serious backlash from his own community. No, it has happened before. In the run-up to the 1997 presidential elections, where Daniel Toroitich arap Moi was a candidate for his last term in office, presidential candidate Emilio Stanley Mwai Kibaki made some very serious inroads into the Kalenjin community, especially amongst the Nandi. And it got so serious that in one campaign meeting, I remember we discussed and analyzed this with my late political lecturer. It got so serious that at one campaign meeting in the Rift Valley, Moi was jeered and booed. Hey, that had never happened before to a sitting president in Kenya. It was a first. And my political lecturer agreed at the time that that was a major setback for Moi, and that in fact he would lose those votes to Mwai Kibaki. He was, of course, wrong. The entire Kalenjin community voted for Moi almost to a man when the day came. And what happened behind the scenes is super, super fascinating. I'm telling you, Moi was very crafty. You see, Moi belonged to the Turgen sub-tribe of the Kalenjin community. There are very few. Last census, 197,000 only in population. And instead of being a disadvantage, crafty Moi used it to his advantage. Throughout his presidency, whenever there was a problem in the Rift Valley, he would do something very simple. He would play the two major communities, which he did not belong to, the Kipsigis and the Nandi, against each other. And he did the same in 1997. Moi got his handlers to spread word on the ground that the Nandi want to bring back the horrors of the Jomo Kenyatta presidency via Mwai Kibaki. You see, despite having a vice president, Moi, from the Kalenjin community, the truth is that Jomo treated the community very shoddily. Even very, very small things, like changing names that were insulting to the community given by the colonialists, Jomo had no time for that. Allow me to give you a quick story to illustrate that. One day in those years, I was serving as a volunteer press officer for the annual safari rally, which took place during the Easter holidays traditionally in those days without fail. And we were very shocked to find out that Moi, President Moi, actually sat down to follow the safari rally very closely and very keenly from State House. And we knew this how? A live broadcast of the rally cars passing through the Tugen Hills was temporarily halted. Why? Because the press and the commentators were using the old name for those hills. And that name had been changed immediately Moi came into power. The old name was Kamasia Hills. Now, Kamasia Hills was given by the colonialists because all the kids, you know, it's a hill, it's up there in the mountain, very cold. All the kids in that area had mucus running down their nose permanently. Makamasi. And so the colonialists called it the Kamasia Hills. For some strange reason, the rally organizers had used an old map, which still had Kamasia Hills instead of Tugen Hills. Moi was furious because it was too much for Moi sitting there and listening. Sasa magari anapita Kamasia Hills, ndio hiyo leading driver amefika Kamasia Hills. It was too much for him. I'm not sure, I can't remember if the live feed was resumed, but it was halted by order from State House. Anyway, back to 1997. That message spread by Moi handlers that the Nandi wanted to bring back Jomo through Kibaki hit home very hard. And it had the effect of making the rival Kipsigis community very angry towards the Wajuaji Nandi. So much so that they voted to a man for Moi in the presidential elections. And Nandi voters, to prove that they were not that stupid, also voted for Moi almost to a man. Kibaki's vote in the Rift Valley vanished in a flash. Moi was crafty. Fast forward to the present. It may not have been a bad strategy for Ruto to align himself more with the Nandi than the Kipsigis, if it was a strategy, because some people say it was more of a personal issue. Father-son relationship, manenos. And it worked very well at the beginning because the Nandi were chuffed, very happy. And of course, the Kipsigis were still solidly supporting him. Yeah, because they knew very well the man is one of us. But at some point, it started backfiring big time. As the Kipsigis complained, why is he doing this to us? And he's one of us. Talking about the allocation of resources and, of course, the appointment of leaders from the community. They felt that the Nandi had a much better deal than them. They still feel that to this day. By the way, President Ruto changed his name from William Kipchirchir Ruto to William Samoei Ruto. Samoei was, of course, a Nandi hero, of the Kalenjin community. Now, the current situation is that the entire community are Kenyans, and they're feeling the same heat the rest of us Kenyans are feeling. High cost of living, a government that doesn't listen and doesn't care, too much corruption, arrogant government, etc., etc. But you know, the Kipsigis people are very emotional people. And the feeling amongst them is that they've been injured even more, much more, than the rest of the Kalenjin communities. And of course, matters were made much worse by the controversies surrounding the death of a very popular Kipsigis leader, the late Emurua Dikir, legislator, Yohana Ngeno. And we also need to remember that as far as votes are concerned, the Kipsigis are much more important than the Nandi or any other sub-tribe, the Kalenjin. because they have the largest population by far, 1.9 million in the last census versus 900,000 of the Nandi. But I guess that doesn't matter anymore because the entire community is up in arms and very much anti-Ruto as we speak. And that is why it is not too difficult to predict what could happen, after the Emurua Dikir results for the next MP from that constituency are announced by the IEBC. Oh, yes. But before that, let me keep a promise I had made earlier on my show today. Information is power. And that bumpy road we are about to enter, information is going to be critical. Understanding is going to be critical for you to survive. And it would break my heart if all those regulars on this channel who have kept me going for all these years miss out on this excellent, unique opportunity to enter a brand new world of highly sensitive information not available to the public that will quickly enable you to fully understand Kenya and what is going on, and even to fully understand the topic we've just been discussing on my show today. This magical, beautiful, unbelievable world is my sensitive information, weekly intelligence briefings, and highly sensitive special reports. Thanks to a very generous sponsor, but one who pays only after you commit yourself with the payment. You can now be able to get all this sensitive information, actually get a golden key, Kumekucha golden key, that gives you access to everything paid on the Kumekucha brand. You can actually be able to get this today, right now, for literally mandazi money. For only Kenya shillings 777, you can get it pop and enter that magical world today. You can see the details on your screens right now. Use our usual M-Pesa number, which goes to my assistant, only Kenya shillings 777 or $6. And please, please, don't forget to text me your email address immediately after you've made your payment. Really looking forward to seeing you on the other side.
Your Excellency, what you get you up and the way is bring your phone, bring your phone. I want to give. I want to give you my number. Ruto must go! We don't like to
want to dial again. It's the same number. In the plus 255.
You, just you, building your app on Base 44.
That was Gachagua in London. Serious job there. Gachagua in London. Yeah, alionyesha. So mimi sina budi. Tutamalizia na speech ya Gachagua siku ya leo. And we call it a day. Yeah, because I have also now to go and rest. Yeah, it has been serious 7 hours here. I think that is good enough for me today. Msichana wetu na kuna there is a death of Kranjes. I don't know how our Kranjes wanauawa na nani. We have now lost 2 PCA Kranjes, which should be something which is worrying us.
Says the government's silence is unacceptable.
Democracy for Citizens Party leader Rigathi Gachagua has faulted the security apparatus over slow investigations into the murder of PCA Reverend Julius Ndumia of Taruga Parish in Nakuru, who was found dead in his house within the church compound.
Gachagua says the government's silence is unacceptable and wants the Ministry of Interior and the Inspector General of Police to move swiftly and give answers to the family and the PCEA church. Billy Toletenga's report.
DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua attended a memorial service at PCEA Macedonia Church in Rongai for the late Reverend Julius Ndumia, who was found murdered at his residence inside the PCEA Tabuga Parish compound in Nakuru last week. Gachagua accused President William Ruto's administration of treating the matter casually, saying the family and the church are yet to receive answers on the motive behind the killing and those responsible.
We elected you as president. What do you give us back in kind? Attack of our churches in Mweki, in Kariobangi, and you are silent. Our parish minister has been killed, you are silent. Your CS is silent. IG is silent. But when you wanted to be president, you were in PCA church every Sunday from January to December. True or false? Yes.
Gachagua says that police are withholding critical information, including CCTV footage, questioning the reasons, while insisting the investigations should be progressive and not appear to cover up anything or anyone.
I've been told, I don't want to speculate, that there is a CCTV footage showing the people who killed Reverend Dumia. And the Christians in Nakuru are being intimidated to keep quiet and wait.
Speaking in Narok North, DAPK leader Eugene Wamalwa was attending a Thanksgiving Mass at Olokirkirai Catholic Church, also demanded protection for the clergy, while accusing the government of laxity amid rising insecurity.
We as the United Alternative Government will continue standing with the church in fighting for the people of Kenya. We are calling upon the Gen Zs as we approach 25th of June. We will be marking the anniversary of the massacre of the Gen Zs when they protested the heavy taxes, the Finance Bill 2024.
Gachagua also alleged a plot to grab Milele Resort in Mombasa that is owned by the PCEA Church, stating that there is more than meets the eye in the financial woes facing the establishment and its branches.
Iko jama ya mtu mkubwa sana katika serikali kununua hoteli yetu ya Milele pale Mombasa ya PCA. That hotel gives dignity to our church. That is where our ministers and their spouses and elders, when they go to Mombasa, they stay.
Melita Oletenges, Citizen TV.
Watch what snoring does to your brain.
Ati hata hoteli ya PCA Mombasa inataka kununuliwa. Hawa watu manze, hakuna kitu wataacha, hata kanisa tena. Kuna huyu mchungaji aliuawa, and it is very unfortunate. Anyway, Gachagua alikuwa huko kushakaya na hiyo family, and it seems also he has also left young kids. Lakini pia kuna mwingine wa Thika wa PCA bado amekufa. I think there is cutting of church leaders pole pole. I don't know why they are doing that anyway.
Thank you. Please be seated. Our past moderator, Most Reverend Dr. Jesse Kamau, moderator wetu, Presbytery, Parish Minister, Mrs. Esther Dumia, and your children, viongozi wetu, Wakristo wenzangu, God is good, and all the time. Nisalimieni ya hewa, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Bwana Yesu asifiwe tena. Mama Esther and your children, I've also come to say pole. I've come to condole with you following the tragic death of your husband and your father. And as I've told you in the vestry, we don't have enough words to say how sorry we are, and to ask God to give you comfort, to give you fortitude, to bear the great loss. Losing a husband, losing a father is a very difficult thing. The Reverend Julius Dumia was at his prime of his age, and he has left a very young family. 2 twin young men at the university, and this young girl, Shanice. We share your pain and sorrow. And to say, had Reverend Dumia been sick, we will be crying and saying we are very sorry and saddened. Had he died through a road accident, we would be saying we are very sorry and very hurt. But the fact that he has been murdered, we don't just feel sorry and pain. We are angry. We are angry because nobody other than God has the authority to take another man's life. So we have come here to say, as we condole with you and wipe your tears, as leaders and members of this church, we have a responsibility to fight for justice for this family so that Esther can settle to know who killed her husband and why. So that this young girl, Shanice, who has been denied the chance to enjoy love from her father at such a young age of 7, can have some answers. So that these 2 young men who would have wished that their father would be around to pay dowry for them as they marry would have some answers. Let me say, I want to speak today as a member of this church. Rigathi Gachagua comes from Kirimara West Presbytery, Ruguru Parish, Igajo Congregation, Wamanyoro District. Dr. Jesse Kamau, before he came to live here, is my neighbor at home. We are not very far. He comes from a place called Sugar, like 5 kilometers from where I am.
Hi, American parents. I am offering a free class of my best-selling math program. Here, your child will master.
The girl who spoke here on behalf of the pastor's kids captured the mood across the country with families of our parish ministers. Dr. Reverend Jesse, many parish ministers have called me. I have many friends whom we have interacted, we have worked with across the country. And for the last 2-3 days, I have received more than 100 calls from parish ministers and their spouses saying they are terrified. They don't know whether they are safe. What that girl has said here, our parents safe? Please take care of them. It was a very moving tribute by a child crying about the fate of their parents who serve God. I did place a call to our moderator, Dr. Mutahi Thego, 2 days ago, and I did, with a lot of respect, tell our moderator that I've received a lot of concern that this matter of this murder has not received sufficient attention from the church leadership. We must speak out. Because when you don't speak, people become very bold. They have killed our parish minister in Nakuru. Next day, they'll go for the Secretary General of the General Assembly. They'll come for the moderator of the General Assembly. We must speak out. And let me say, it is unacceptable that the government is silent on this matter. We are having double standards in this country. This is a minister of PCA Church, one of the largest churches in this country. A church that has contributed immensely to the development of this country since independence. If you go to Chogoria, the PCA hospital there, for the last 5 decades, has transformed lives. If you go to Tumutumu, The PCA hospital there is the savior of the people of that region. If you go to Thogoto here, the eye hospital. If you go to the schools that have been developed by the church, it cannot be a parish.
So zingine, when you listen to the chronology of Gachagua, you always get somebody with a lot of details, by the way. And he is able to articulate some of the valuable things which are happening around the society. And I think that is where he is becoming one of the most subtle politicians we have today. Yeah, that explanation of contribution of PCA Church to the welfare of underserved communities does not come short of a man who understands how things are operating. And I appreciate that chronology of the details. He is trying to show that the PCA Church is in the wing class of churches like Catholic Church and ACK, which equivalently as well run such institutions. Yeah, so let's listen in.
Minister in the PCA church is murdered. Not a single word from the Inspector General of Police. Not a single word from the CS Interior. Not a single word from the President. Why? This is not just another ordinary Kenyan. And there is double standard in this country. A few months ago, some police officers in Kapsabet went and beat up some young boys who are playing pool. The minister was all over ordering for the arrest of those policemen. They were beaten by some policemen. It was captured on video. The minister was all over. The Inspector General of Police issued a statement castigating the harassment of some young people in Kapsabet by police. A parish minister in the PCA church is murdered in cold blood 5-6 days later. Not a single statement from the Minister for Interior. Not a single statement from the Inspector General of Police. And I must say, I am now persuaded that this government seems to have declared war on our church. Last year,
I'm now persuaded this government has declared war on our church. Then another story, how goons were brought in the church. Listen to that chronology. I like it.
Goons, criminals, stormed inside Mweki PCA church, attacked men and women inside church. To date, nobody has ever been arrested. Not a single statement from the president, from IG, from CS Interior. Last December, criminals with the police, with the guns and tear gas, attacked Christians inside Kariobangi PCA church. Not a single statement of condemnation. Not a single.
It looks so. Kama hizo PCA churches zinatakiwa, then there is enough evidence that the government has declared war on the church, especially PCA church. I agree with him.
Single arrest. Now, a parish minister of our church has been killed. Not a single statement. And I'm just wondering, since independence, no government has ever attacked the PCA church. The government of President Jomo Kenyatta never attacked the PCA church. Daniel Arap Moi, brutal as he was, the nearest they came to attacking our church is attacking Reverend Timothy Joya, but outside the church. They never beat him inside the church. They beat him outside. The government of Mwai Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta, tremendous respect for PCA Church. This church, I took great time to persuade this church with our ministers to elect the current president. We elected you as president. What do you give us back in kind? Attack of our churches in Mweki, in Kariobangi, and you are silent. Our parish minister has been killed, you are silent. Your CS is silent. IG is silent. But when you wanted to be president, you were in PCA church every Sunday from January to December. True or false? Yes. Iko siku moja tulienda kanisa tatu ya PCA. One Sunday tukaenda pale Thaithi, tukatoka tukaingia Modhaithi, tukaingia Karatina. In one day. Kila pahali milioni mbili. Church. You used to come every Sunday to our churches. How come our minister has been killed and you are saying nothing? Your CS is saying nothing. The IG is saying nothing. Let nobody play around with this church. Takuambia waumini mchukue kura na mnyamaze. Mwaye kura na mukire. Na mwaigwa mwahiokirwo mukaina Jesu nyendete. Hiyo tu. Let me say nikimalizia. I want to ask a question. Shanice, come here. How do the minister feel when this young girl now will never know the love of her father? What crime has this young girl committed to be denied the love of her father at such an early age?
Hi there. Would you like to receive a gift? I'm a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And the government doesn't seem to care. So what happens to families of our parish ministers? How safe are our ministers? So these are questions that we shall ask. And I'll be speaking tomorrow from Nyeri, because if the worst comes to worst and there is no action, we'll have to mobilize our parish ministers to storm the office of the Inspector General to demand answers.
So tomorrow Gachagua is confirming he has a press conference to speak about this issue. And he is saying that if the government is not going to react to these situations, they have no option other than to instruct the Karanje to storm the relevant government offices. And I think it's the right thing to do. Wow.
So they can be assured of their safety and their families. Please sit down, Shanice. That young girl who was here representing these families, she captured the mood in all the families. And if church ministers are not safe, who is safe in Kenya? Who is safe? Because ordinarily, retired moderator, when you are in trouble, you either run to your pastor or to the police station. I have been told, I don't want to speculate, that there is a CCTV footage showing the people who killed Reverend Dumia. And the Christians in Nakuru are being intimidated to keep quiet and wait. We want to call upon the police to allow the church to release the CCTV footage so that we see what happened. We don't want cover up. I know yesterday they said they have.
Yeah, then this one is even becoming more serious. If the church, they have the CCTV footage. Wow. I think hapa sasa the government has been held by the boss because wanatakanga hizi ma CCTV wakafute. Now, if the church has the CCTV, there is no in which the government can rub it. They have to allow now those people to be exposed. I think it's a good thing, and the church should be able now to react based on the evidence they have now. Because they have evidence, and I'm double sure several people have watched that CCTV. I think we have a strong case now to fight this.
Arrested 2 people because they know we have a funeral tomorrow. We want to ask the residence of the Reverend Dumia was covered by CCTV. We are calling upon police in Nakuru before we bury the Reverend Dumia tomorrow. Can you release the CCTV footage so that his family and Christians and all of us can have an idea as to who killed the man of God? Finally, mimi niseme iko jama ya mtu mkubwa sana katika serikali kununua hoteli yetu ya milele pale Mombasa ya PCA. That hotel gives dignity to our church. That is where our ministers and their spouses and elders, when they go to Mombasa, they stay away from the normal hotels where there is alcohol and other things that are not consistent with Christian teachings. That hotel has been given to a receiver. They are collecting 15 million shillings every month, and they are paying 10 to National Bank of Kenya, and 5 million shillings is going to the receiver. It cannot be. And I am contacting a team of lawyers who are members of this church to intervene in that matter. And I want to say that if the worst comes the worst, I'll have to mobilize our members and the wealthy people among our community to raise funds to bail out that hotel because it belongs to our church. I am also told Milele Mall in Ngong imepangiwa kuuzwa. They want to force a sale so that man in Kenya who is buying everything achukue hiyo mall ya Ngong na achukue hiyo Milele Hotel in Mombasa. I'll be seeking an appointment with the moderator of the 24th General Assembly after the burial so that we agree how to save these properties that belong to our members. Hii hoteli yetu kuuziwa huyo mtu is a last act of humiliation of our church and our community. Hii hoteli kama lazima iuziwe watu wetu wa kanisa. Hapo mbeleni walitaka kubomoa kanisa ya PCA Kitengela, nikakataa nikiwa ofisi. Hapa Rongai walitaka kuchukua shamba ya PCA hapa, wajenge manyumba ya avoidable housing, wajenge kiwanja ya mpira private. Kwa hivyo sisi kama kanisa tunavamiwa, mali yetu inataka ichukuliwe. Kama hiyo haitoshi, wameua mchungaji wetu. Hatuwezi kubali. Na mimi sitanyamaza tena. I am going to talk very strongly and defend this church where I'm a member. I want to assure our parish ministers, wherever they are, I, with other leaders who work with me, will fight so that you are assured of your security, so that you don't serve in fear, so that your families do not live in fear and anguish. Ati ya kwamba mchungaji akiondoka, watoto wako na wasiwasi kama atarudi. As to what happened to Reverend Dumia. Msitaki nipitishe kutoka hapo, nitaongea kesho. But I want to assure our church, hili kanisa letu ni kanisa la Mungu, ni kanisa la nguvu, na hatutakubali tuhangaishwe. Hatutakubali. Tunaomba hili kanisa letu lipewe heshima. Hii maneno ya kuvamia kanisa letu la PCA, kuua wachungaji wetu, kunyakua mali ya kanisa ni mambo ambayo hatuwezi kubali. Na lazima tutasimama kidete. Na tutingikorwo ni tukiruagira bururi, tukaruirira ruriri, turemwo ni kuruirira kanitha witu. Tutingiremwo ni kuruirira kanitha witu.
Yeah, that was Gachagua with a very subtle discussion. Yeah, kanisa linavamiwa na amesema ataongea kesho. So we will wait for his speech tomorrow. And I think Valerie will be leading you on that speech. So yeye ndiye atafungua show wa kwanza. Yeah, today she was not able to join our show. She is not feeling well. Yeah, I think with that I can call it a night. Yeah, I've been here for long hours with you. Tupatane kesho. You can like our video, share our video. You can thank us, those who feel they can thank us. You can become a member. Saa zingine watu wanakuwa members wanatoka. So tunakuwa na member mmoja, wawili, tunarudi back to zero. So those who want to become members, you can become members to our show. There are some of small commitments which actually make the show grow. Thank you very much. Until we meet tomorrow, shalom and God blessing. Thank you.